Please join us in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes.
Please silence all electronic devices.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program will begin now.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, friends, good morning. I don't really have true prepared remarks this morning because all I want to do is tell a story. I have a paper to keep me on task so I don't ramble, but that's really it. Because everyone in this room should be familiar with the story of Vladimir Kara-Murza. Throughout his life, he has worn an incredible number of titles, both in public and private life. Activist, journalist, human rights defender, and most recently, prisoner of conscience. He often, every day, took risks for the cause of freedom. He has opposed autocracy in mind, body, and spirit. And he has been a tireless advocate for the political reform and freedom of his own home country of Russia. And for this, he has gained attention. And for this, he has garnered well-deserved praise internationally. And for this, Vladimir Putin has tried to take his life 3 times, twice by poisoning, and another by throwing him in the darkest pit in Russia. He may not know this, but he is also as much an Arizonan as I am, or John McCain was. He had a lifelong friendship with John McCain, and they served causes greater than their self-interests together. He was a pallbearer at my father's funeral. I think it was described as his last dig at Vladimir Putin. And it was his speech to the Arizona State Legislature, which would be used as evidence against him in his trial to convict. When threatened with arrest, he did not have to return home to Russia. When arrested, he could have fled. He could have abandoned his principles. He could have admitted incorrectly that he was wrong and been given a lighter sentence. After all, he was facing certain imprisonment and very likely his own death. But he did not. He chose to become a beacon of freedom in the world and a beacon for the cause of democracy. And for that, he was given the longest political prisoner's sentence in Russia since the death of Stalin. By, with, and through this example, he has become the greatest living embodiment of this prize. And I am so grateful that I can give it to him here in person. I would also like to mention that this is brand new news, that he has thankfully agreed to chair the McCain Institute's Committee on Political Prisoners. So thank you. Cannot imagine a better person. But to summarize and close so that the person that should be speaking is speaking, I will quote another very prominent Russian dissident. You have power over people as long as you don't take everything away from them. But when you've robbed a man of everything, he is no longer in your power. He is free again. Vladimir, Yevgenia, thank you for everything that you have done for the cause of human dignity, human rights, freedom, and democracy. You are more than an inspiration. But most importantly, welcome home. Thank you. Thank you. This stays here for now, right? And I'd love to go back to the Arizona legislature one day. We'd love to have you. Hell yeah. You can, please. Well, let me get you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Jack, dear Peter, and your wonderful team, senators, your excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. It is wonderful to be back here in Halifax, and believe me, this is much more than just a polite turn of phrase. I was last here speaking at this forum 3 years ago, shortly before Vladimir Putin's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and shortly before my arrest in Moscow for denouncing it. A 25-year sentence in a maximum security prison in Siberia is not something one can survive, so I could never imagine that I would again be standing here among friends at the Halifax Forum. The prisoner exchange in August that saved 16 human lives from the hell of Putin's gulag was a miracle. That's the only way I can describe it. But it was in many ways a human-made miracle, made possible by the relentless advocacy of good people in democratic nations, including so many people in this room. And the most powerful message sent by Western governments with this exchange was to insist that it included not only their own citizens held hostage by the Putin regime, but also Russian political prisoners, the first exchange of this kind in nearly 4 decades. This miracle has reminded us, yes again, that public opinion matters, that public attention saves, and that democracies, when they stand on values and when they work together, are stronger than any dictator can ever hope to be. It is a special honor to be receiving the John McCain Prize for Leadership in Public Service, all the more humbling and all the more meaningful because of the name it bears. I first met Senator McCain many years ago when Boris Nemtsov, the leader of Russia's opposition, and I were working to convince the US Congress to pass the Magnitsky Act, a law that would impose targeted sanctions on human rights abuses in Putin's close circle. Senator McCain did not need any convincing. I will always remember his sharp intellect, his unmatched attention to detail, and above all, his passionate commitment to doing what is right, regardless of the obstacles. Adding to these qualities was his remarkable foresight. John McCain saw through Vladimir Putin from the very beginning. In February of 2000, during a South Carolina Republican presidential debate, when Western leaders on both sides of the Atlantic were still charmed with this Kremlin newcomer who spoke fluent German, promised modernization, and declared his commitment to the rule of law, Senator McCain said that he was, quote, very concerned about Putin. To quote him directly, "I'm afraid Mr. Putin might be one of those who wants to make the trains run on time," end of quote. That, of course, was a direct reference to Benito Mussolini and the way he built up his fascist regime in Italy in the 1920s. And the parallels with Putin could not have been more prescient. This was February of 2000. When I was poisoned by an FSB death squad and was lying in a coma in a Moscow hospital, John McCain took to the Senate floor to provide life-saving spotlight. And after Boris Nemtsov was murdered on Putin's orders, just a stone's throw away from the Kremlin, the senator helped us with the initiative to commemorate him with a street designation in Washington, D.C. The Russian embassy to the United States now stands on Boris Nemtsov Plaza, thanks to one of the last legislative measures co-sponsored by Senator John McCain. I'm humbled beyond words to be receiving this prize, but I view it first and foremost as your recognition of all my fellow Russian citizens who have the courage to stand up to Putin's regime and to call out his murderous war in Ukraine in full knowledge of what the price of that stand would be. According to publicly available and self-admittedly incomplete counts by human rights groups, today's Russia holds more than 1,300 political prisoners, more than the whole of the Soviet Union did in its later years. That number is growing constantly. This coming week alone, 230 people will be tried in courtrooms across Russia on politically motivated charges. And the fastest growing category on the political prisoner list are the people who have protested against the war of aggression in Ukraine. These protests have taken different forms. In the case of Alexei Gorinov, a Moscow municipal councillor, it was calling for a minute of silence at his council meeting for Ukrainian children killed by Russian bombs. The price was 7 years in prison. In the case of Maria Ponomarenko, a journalist from Siberia, he was writing the truth about the Russian airstrike on a theater in Mariupol that left hundreds of civilians dead. The price was 6 years in prison. In the case of Dmitry Ivanov, a talented young mathematician who was arrested on the day of his final exam at Moscow State University before he could graduate, he was posting on social media about war crimes committed by Russian forces in Bucha and elsewhere in Ukraine. The price was 8.5 years in prison. And the list goes on, more names than will be possible to mention. And it's not only the people who are in jail. It is impossible to judge the state of public opinion in a country that imprisons you for expressing it. But we do sometimes get glimpses into how many Russians actually feel about Putin and about his war. One such glimpse came in February, when amid the staged circus and total unanimity of our so-called presidential election, one candidate, a lawyer and a former member of parliament named Boris Nadezhdin, tried to run on an anti-war platform. The response from the public was unimaginable. That month, almost all of the letters I received in prison were about the hours-long lines that suddenly appeared in cities and towns all across Russia, the lines of people waiting to sign the nomination papers to get him on the ballot. Needless to say, he was barred from running. Opposition candidates in today's Russia invariably are. But that was almost besides the point. Suddenly, everyone saw through the lie peddled by Putin's propaganda that all Russians back his regime, that all Russians support his war. I'll never forget the letter one young woman sent me from the Black Sea town of Novorossiysk in the south of Russia. After describing how she waited for hours in a long line of like-minded people, mostly young people, to sign the nomination papers for the anti-war candidate, she wrote, "I never realized how many of us there are." This is my Russia, the Russia I love, the Russia I call home. Not the Russia of Vladimir Putin, but the Russia of Boris Nemtsov and Alexei Navalny. Not the Russia of murderers and war criminals in the Kremlin, but the Russia of decent and good-hearted people who oppose them. Not the archaic, repressive, belligerent Russia of today, but a hopeful, peaceful, democratic Russia of tomorrow. That is a Russia Vladimir Putin does not want you to see. But with events and with awards like this one, you are sending a very powerful message of solidarity to all those people in Russia who believe in this vision, and a very important signal of recognition that the only way towards a Europe that would finally be whole, free, and at peace lies through a democratic Russia. I have no doubt that day will come. Let's work together to bring it a little closer. Thank you very much.
First of all, can I? Okay.
Do we start?
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I'll send her out when she gets here, okay?
Could we start with that? And so we will have, Joshua, you have water there as well, right? If you need it. Perfect. Yes, yes, yes.
Hello.
Okay. Well, very good morning, everyone, once again, and welcome to the beginning of day 2 of the Halifax Security Forum. And to kick it off, we have the first on-the-record panel, the first on-record conversation about a topic that I know is very close to the hearts of so many participants of this forum and members of the Halifax family. Democracy equals security. And we have an amazing panel to start this conversation. I'm going to present my co-panelists in a minute. But first, a couple of words about the topic. Next year, to be more precise, on August 1st, 2025, we're coming up to the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act, the accord signed by 35 countries from Europe and North America in the capital of Finland, the first act of international law that very clearly and very explicitly and very firmly linked the notions of international security, economic development, and respect for democracy and human rights, the so-called three baskets of the Helsinki Accords. Now, the Soviet Union, of course, had no intention to, Svetlana, welcome. The Soviet Union, of course, had no intention to respect its obligations under the third basket, but those accords gave citizens of countries behind the Iron Curtain, for the first time, a legal basis to hold their governments to account. And following the signing of the Helsinki Accords, we saw the creation of several Helsinki watch groups in Russia, in Ukraine, in Georgia, and other then Soviet republics. And that was a pivotal moment in the history of the human rights movement. And this linkage, this undeniable connection between democracy and security has since been reiterated in many acts of international law, most prominently in the Paris Charter for a New Europe in 1990 and the 1991 Moscow document of the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, to name but two. And I think the last many years now have shown us not only how true this linkage is between democracy and security, but also how true, unfortunately, is the opposite linkage, the absence of democracy and the situation that we're facing in the world today. Certainly when it comes to my own country, when it comes to Russia, we know very well from our history, from the history of the last several centuries, but also from the history of the last 25 years, that internal repression and external aggression are always two sides of the same coin, and they always go together. And it was only a question of time that after Vladimir Putin destroyed all the democratic institutions inside of Russia, that he would move outward, outside of our own borders, as of course he did. And this is a truth, a concept that I think transcends borders, transcends continents. And we have a wonderful group of people to discuss all of these issues today. My co-panelists really need no introduction, so I'll be very brief in presenting each one of them, starting from my immediate right. We have Leopoldo Lopez, one of the leaders of Venezuela's pro-democracy opposition, former two-term mayor of the Chacao municipality in Caracas, co-founder of the Voluntad Popular, Popular Will opposition party. And of course, as all of you know, for several years, Leopoldo Lopez was Latin America's most prominent political prisoner, prisoner of conscience, jailed by the Maduro regime. On Leopoldo's right, we have Masih Alinejad. She's an Iranian journalist, author, human rights activist, a leader of the movement for a long time against the compulsory wearing of the hijab, and one of the most prominent and one of the foremost public critics of the Islamic regime in Tehran. Once described by the New York Times, and I quote, as the woman whose hair frightens the regime in Iran, end of quote. On Masih's right, we have Jeffrey Ngo. He's a historian, a writer, an essayist, and a democracy activist from Hong Kong. He's a co-founder and currently serves as the Senior Policy and Research Fellow at the Hong Kong Democracy Council. And last but certainly not least, we have President-elect Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. She's a leader of democratic forces of Belarus. According to many accounts from independent observers, she's the overwhelming winner of the presidential election in the Republic of Belarus in the summer of 2020. That was, of course, stolen by the dictator Alexander Lukashenko. And since 2022, she has headed the United Transitional Cabinet of Belarus. Welcome, everyone, to this morning's panel. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
And before we go into sort of more general topics, I want to ask each of our co-panelists sort of their country-specific question. Leopoldo, and we'll start with you. I wanted to ask you, how important, in your view, is this wave of international recognitions of Edmundo González as the rightful winner of the July 28 presidential election in Venezuela? His recognition with the title of president-elect. The latest one came just 3 days ago from US Secretary of State Antony Blinken, but before that with an overwhelming vote by the European Parliament, also several Latin American states. There was, of course, something similar happen a few years ago with the transitional government of Juan Guaidó. But we know that, unfortunately, that did not lead to results that many people were hoping for. This situation, of course, is much more clear. There was an election. It was proven that this election was won by Edmundo González, by all the paper records from the electronic voting machines. And by the way, this is amazing. As far as I'm aware, this was the first case when a stolen election was actually legally proven to be stolen with paper trails in hands. And this is just something that's, I think, really set a precedent. But how important, in your view, is this growing wave of international recognitions of Edmundo González as the legitimate president of Venezuela?
Well, first of all, I wanna thank Peter. I wanna thank all of you, and I wanna thank you, my friend. I'm honored to be here with you, and I wanna recognize your wife and all the work that she did while you were in prison. It's a great honor. So, and of course, to be with my fellow panelists. So just to be clear, we had an election on July 28th in Venezuela, and it was a landslide. Elections are usually won by a landslide when somebody wins by 5, 6, 7 points. In the case of Venezuela, the election was won by 70% of the vote. And if the Venezuelan people that are outside Venezuela, that are 5.5 million that could have voted, it would have been 90% to 10%. So we need to put that into context, because this throws the perception that some people want to present the dictatorship, primarily that Venezuela is a polarized society. It's not a polarized society. This is a non-ideological issue. It's not about left and right. It's not about socialists or conservatives. It's the people against the dictatorship, the oppressed against the oppressor. And we had the opportunity to go to an election. The case of Venezuela, like others, is an autocratic regime that has used elections for more than 2 decades. And we were able not only to win, but to prove the victory of Edmundo González. Unfortunately, the recognition of that victory has come not in the type of commitment that we need. It's been late. It's been more than 5 months until the United States recognized. It just recognized Edmundo González as president-elect only 3 days ago. That should have happened as soon as the results were proven. And we believe that it's crucial that European countries also recognize this, because it's crucial for the Venezuelan people inside Venezuela to know that the democratic governments and the democratic people are siding with Venezuela.
The Spanish parliament has, if I'm correct,
well, the parliaments have. The Spanish parliament has recognized, the European parliament has recognized, the Chilean parliament, the Argentinian parliament, the Panamanian, but not the governments. Mm-hmm. Now we hope to start to see a sequencing of recognitions before January the 10th. That is the moment when there will be the swearing in. Mm-hmm. But this is the first step to do many other things. And we believe that we are at a moment where the democratic governments need to step up and support the Venezuelan people. Because you were relating the situation in Russia, thousands of political prisoners going to prison for dissent, for a Twitter, for a comment. That's the case of Venezuela. We have more than 2,000 political prisoners. Many of my friends today are in prison. Many of them have been killed, murdered, abducted, tortured. And this is what we are living every single day. And we need the support of democratic governments, because the title of this panel couldn't be more precise. Without democracy, Venezuela will continue to be a security problem, as it has been for the past years. So we are set to transition to democracy. The Venezuelan people have spoken very clearly, and now we need the determined support of democratic governments. And I have to say that we want to keep the type of support as bipartisan as we can, because this is not about Republicans or Democrats. This is not about conservatives or liberals. Any political party or any leader that sees themselves as democratic, they should be supporting the cause of Venezuela. And just one last comment. This is what's happening in Venezuela. It's a dangerous trend that we have seen. We have seen it in Belarus. We are seeing it today in Mozambique. We saw it in Uganda. We saw it in Angola. We saw it in Thailand. We have seen it in so many countries in the past years that elections are being won, but tyrants and autocrats hold on to power. So there needs to be decisive support, coordinated support, in order for the people to make our dreams true, which is to live in a democratic country.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leopoldo. Masi, the next question is for you, and it goes to the very core of the topic that we're discussing today. When it comes to Iran, and that's transnational repression. As many of you in this room will know, Masih Alinejad has been the target of several assassination plots linked by US law enforcement to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, and there are currently ongoing investigations in the United States against people who are suspected to have been perpetrators on US soil. And this country has, of course, seen something very similar, and to me, one of the most striking, frankly, one of the most shocking examples was the fact that was revealed by the Global Mail newspaper a couple of days ago, although we had known about it for a while now, that there's an active Iranian assassination plot with regard to Irwin Cotler, the former Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and if I may add, one of the kindest and most decent people I've ever met in my life, who's our family friend, and it was shocking to see a couple of weeks ago when we were in Montreal to see him, to see that his house has to be heavily guarded by police because the Canadian government is worried about his security. And there have been several reports in the Canadian press and in the world press that has linked that assassination plot against Irwin Cotler also to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. How serious, how big of a problem is that, Masih, and how global is it in its scope?
First of all, I have to thank Halifax. I feel now Halifax became like a home for me. Although I'm being followed by a lot of killers, you don't change your mind to invite me back. Thank you. You said that my hair scares the regime in Iran.
Oh, it's the New York Times. I just quoted it.
I want to actually use the opportunity to say it's not just my hair. It's the hair of the millions of Iranian women. The voice of the women and our bodies scares the whole regime in Iran. Thank you. Thank you. And I want to say that it seems that my hair, my voice, is more powerful than their weapons, because they have nuclear weapons, they have guns and bullets, they have money, they have all the authoritarian regimes supporting them from Russia to China, North Korea, Belarus, all over the countries. But they're really, really scared of women. And whatever I do, whatever women of Iran do, they're really determined to get rid of me. So it is very serious. The Iranian regime tried actually first to go after the women who were sending videos to me, challenging compulsory veiling, saying no to Islamic Republic. They actually made a law saying that if anyone sent videos to Masih Alinejad will be charged up to 10 years prison. So be careful, don't send any videos to me. So that didn't stop the women, because they have agency. They are powerful enough to use their social media to challenge the Islamic Republic, the most barbaric regime, the gender apartheid regime in Iran. So they brought some of my heroes, Iranian women, on TV. I was watching them like disowning myself, denouncing myself, denouncing themselves. So doing false confessions. But immediately, as soon as they got released, so they go public and again protest against the Islamic Republic. They went after their family members. Didn't work. They went after my own family. They put my brother in prison. For 2 years, you were so powerful because your amazing husband was a warrior. My brother was punished because of me, because they wanted to put the guilt on my shoulder. And I didn't bow to the hostage takers. I continued my fight. So when they found that none of these tools are working, they used transnational repression. Send killers in front of my house. First, the FBI stopped the kidnapping plot. Then there were a guy from Eastern Europe with AK-47 in front of my house. He was gigantic. He didn't even need to carry AK-47. He could just easily kill me like this. Then, just recently, the FBI arrested 2 gunmen. They are from New York. They are Americans. The Iranian regime, the person who assigned to kill President Trump was the same one assigned to kill me, to hire these 2 killers. They were waiting for me outside the university that I was supposed to give a talk. So that actually shows you the killing, torturing, assassination is in the DNA of the Islamic Republic. I don't carry any weapons. So they try to actually silence us beyond their own borders. And I'm telling you, I want to use what my brother in arm, Leopoldo Lopez, you used that. I'm not alone. All over the world that you see people from Hong Kong, from China, from Russia, from Belarus, we are being surrounded by security details. We are being protected by security details miles away from our own homeland. We are very pleased, but at the same time, we have one common message. We want democratic countries to protect national security of the Western countries. We want the democratic countries to be as united as Putin, Khamenei, and the dictators from all over the world to protect democracy. Because at the end of the day, I'm not scared of getting killed by dictators, but this is scary that they dare to challenge the US government on US soil, to challenge, as you mentioned, the Canadian government on Canadian soil. So I want to end it recently alongside Gary Kasparov, the enemy of Putin, as you know, Leopoldo Lopez, and the dissidents from 56 authoritarian regimes, a new initiative called World Liberty Congress. And we're all coming from different countries. We don't share languages, religion, beliefs, but we all share one common at World Liberty Congress, fighting for freedom, dignity, and democracies. And I always say that our dictators, they don't share anything. One of them is religious, extremist religious. The other is non-believer, but they share one common goal, crushing democracy. They hate equality, feminism, and they want to destroy Western values, universal values. So here we are. We want to call on you to be as united as all dictators and support pro-democracy movement, because democratic countries don't go to war against each other. So that will help global security across the globe if you support people like us. We are better allies to you compared to all those backward dictators.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Masi. Jeffrey, my question to you is, of course, on recent sentencing of 45 pro-democracy activists in Hong Kong, all cases relating to the 2019 protest, and the ongoing trial of Jimmy Lai,
yes,
the independent newspaper publisher who's facing a long, long sentence, and, well, for whom, let me be candid and open here, for whom it's really a question of life or death. And he has been testifying for the past few days. He will continue to be, and I hope as much attention can be paid to that case as is possible. And by the way, you know, in our day and age when, unfortunately, not too often do we see a principled stand by the leaders of Western democracies with regard to human rights issues, certainly with regard to individual cases of political prisoners, it was really heartening to see at the recent G20 summit in Brazil, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Sir Keir Starmer, because Jimmy Lai is a British citizen, confront publicly, face-to-face, Xi Jinping, the president of China, on the case of Jimmy Lai, and the Chinese delegation rushed to evict all the journalists and camera people from that room. So it's really hopeful to see such signs. But Jeffrey, could you talk a little bit about this recent sentencing and also the ongoing trial, and in general, all these so-called national security cases that are being used by the communist authorities against pro-democracy activists in Hong Kong?
Yeah, well, thanks for the question, and obviously thanks, Halifax, for having me. You're certainly correct, and I'm sure many of you in the room have been following the number of court cases in Hong Kong. Just a few days ago, my best friend Joshua Wong, along with 44 others, have been sentenced into prison, in his case, over 4 years in prison. And the person actually in that particular case with the longest sentence is Professor Benny Tai, a longtime law professor at the University of Hong Kong, to 10 years in prison. And what did they do? They organized a primary election, so the pro-democracy coalition of lawmakers in the 2020 Legislative Council election could win a majority. And if you have a majority, according to the basic law, which is Hong Kong's constitution, you could then veto the government's budget and government bills in order to stop the government's agenda, in order to bargain with the government. All of that is protected by the constitution in Hong Kong since 1997. And for those of you in the room who come from democratic countries, you would be wondering, what's so special about organizing primaries and trying to gain a legislative majority? And such is the kind of thing that will land you up to 10 years in prison in Hong Kong just this week because of the national security law that have been put in place in Hong Kong by the Chinese Communist Party in 2020. And so Joshua was a participant. He was running for a seat, and so he was sentenced into prison along with dozens of others. Many of them are my personal friends. Others I've known and worked with over the years. And it's just a stark contrast. If you think about the scenes from 2014 and 2019 of the mass protests in Hong Kong, up to 2 million people taking to the streets on a single day in a city of about 8 million. So we're talking about 25% of the population showing up, demonstrating for democracy and against an extradition treaty with China that the Hong Kong government tried to impose. Hong Kong used to have one of the most robust civil societies. I mean, even more robust than some of the democratic countries in Asia, including, for instance, Japan. And overnight, you have all of that gone. And now you have basically every prominent pro-democracy leader, including academics, journalists, politicians, and other members of civil society, either in prison or in exile. And this is the situation that we're talking about. And the Jimmy Lai case, obviously, that's perhaps the most high-profile case because of his personal celebrity. But what is less talked about is the number of anonymous political prisoners. We at HKDC, my organization, we have an ongoing database that we update multiple times a month with a tracker of the number of political prisoners in Hong Kong since 2019 is available on our website. And we take a broad definition of what counts as a political prisoner, which is basically anybody who has been sent to jail by the regime since the 2019 protests for all protest-related charges, as well as political charges like the primary election case that I was just talking about. And that number in the past 5 years is reaching 2,000. Right now is about 1,900. I don't have the latest figure because it changes every couple of days. And again, we're talking about a city of 8 million people. Just 8 million people used to be one of the most iconic and vibrant civil societies, let alone obviously being the international financial center. And what is often less talked about are these anonymous political prisoners whose name, I don't even remember 2,000 names, let alone the international community. And so we should definitely shine a light on that because they represent what's wrong with Hong Kong right now, which is the increased repression by the Chinese government. And the topic we are talking about, the topic of this panel this morning, is the relationship between democracy and security. Obviously, there's the global security aspect of it that was mentioned earlier in terms of, democratic countries being less likely to start wars. And even when democratic countries have been engaged in war in the recent past, those episodes have been entwined with more undemocratic aspects within those systems. And I want to talk about another aspect of security, which is personal security. The idea that you wouldn't have the national security agents knocking on your door in the middle of the night and detain you and send you to prison because you speak out against the government. That's an aspect of security that is the most fundamental and the most basic to our dignity, and that can only be guaranteed if there is a democratic system in place. And what we have seen in the case of Hong Kong is that Hong Kong was never granted the right of self-determination. It was passed on from the British colonial empire to the Chinese government without the consent of Hong Kongers. So you have high-profile cases where activists are being imprisoned by the national security law imposed by the Chinese government, but also a number of protesters that have been imprisoned because of British colonial era laws that are still in place. And so Hong Kong was never fully democratic, and that lack of democracy is the reason why personal security is deprived. And the Chinese government wants you to think that there's national security when there's no opposition. But I would say that personal security is just as important, if not even more important.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. Madam President-elect, this year marked 30 years since Mr. Lukashenko has been in power in Belarus. Longer than Putin, longer than Chavez and Maduro put together. Almost 2 generations of Belarusians have grown up not knowing any other reality. And in a couple of months, there will be another so-called presidential election in which he will seek the 7th, if my math is correct, presidential term. And just a few days ago, Lukashenko met with students from Belarusian universities, and one of the questions was about the protests in 2020 following your election victory. And the dictator said that next time he won't hesitate to switch off the internet in the country completely. For a while, though, and up to and including your own election in 2020, the Lukashenko regime sort of tried to keep the pretense, the facade, and allow at least one genuine opposition candidate to the ballot, which made a lot of us in Russia envious, because I don't even remember the last time I had an election when genuine opponents were allowed on the ballot. But of course, he learned his lesson when he allowed you in 2020. If I understand correctly, there will be no genuine opposition candidates in the upcoming so-called election in January. What is the strategy of the Belarus Democratic Forces towards this upcoming quote-unquote vote? And do you expect, do you hope, do you predict that there may be protests of the kind we saw in 2020?
Hello, everyone. First of all, Vladimir, let me congratulate you on the award you have just received. You're a real example of strength and dedication to principles and values. And thank you for your fight and for supporting Belarusian Democratic Forces, for supporting Ukraine. It's so important, you know, for our region. And thank you that you just from the beginning told that it's so-called elections. We all understand here that in dictatorship, all this event that dictators are holding is circus, it's imitation, it's ritual, but has nothing in common with elections. It will be, in our case, it will be reappointment of Lukashenko by Lukashenko himself. And of course, you know, this trauma this dictator got back in 2020 is so deep that he now already preliminarily, he's trying to destroy the rest, you know, what stayed in Belarus. Repressions that we are going through for 4 years already, they even intensified. We see how KGB, you know, and OMON, this military people, they already now practice how to suppress any uprising. We heard this declaration of the dictator that he is ready to shut down internet just in case of uprising. So it's the sign that he feels very fragile. It's the sign that despite the 4 years repressions, you know, putting people in prisons, he's afraid of Belarusian nation. He's afraid of Belarusians. Though he liquidated civil society in Belarus, though he ruined media inside the country, you know, he's still afraid because he sees that Belarusian people are not giving up. Those who had to flee Belarus, and it's about 500,000 people, we restored our activity in exile. We restored our media, we restored our civil society. We have many network of volunteers inside the country who are providing us information, who people in the Lukashenko system who are leaking inside, you know, for us. So he's afraid to be betrayed constantly. That's why, you know, I honestly think that there will not be possibility for people to uprise visibly because the preparations, you know, are too hard, you know, from the side of regime, and I don't want people to sacrifice in vain. We are preparing for the real window of opportunity for our country. It might be connected with the victory of Ukraine, and I wish this, you know, that Ukrainians will get everything possible for their victory. It might be connected to some physical issues, you know, people are not immortal, you know, Lukashenko as well. It can be connected to some economic issue. Maybe something happens in Russia, but it should be like a real proper moment. And this, you know, so-called elections will not change anything politically for Belarusian people. Lukashenko will not become legitimate in the eyes of Belarusians, and I see consensus among our democratic partners that they will not recognize him. They will not return to business as usual. yeah, but we have to create more pressure. We have to show consistency towards the regimes that, despite all these rituals, they are illegitimate. Nobody is talking to them. They are suppressed by, democratic society. And, but of course, for all these years, Lukashenko is trying to suppress democratic movement. And I wanted to add to Masih about transnational repressions, because it's not only about, physical threats, like in our case. Now Belarusian people who live abroad, we can't renew our documents. We can't renew our passports because embassies are blocked from, doing their job. And very soon we will have at least 500,000 people, stateless people. So that's why I encourage democratic world, to think non-conventionally, to show dictators that they don't own people. And despite all the attempts, to ruin us, to ruin our, dedication to the fight, democratic world will stand with us. And I just want to share one thought, that sometimes I think that leaders of democratic movements or people from opposition, when we are asking you for assistance, when we are asking you to pressure the regimes, when we are asking you to bring perpetrators to accountability, sometimes it's look like we are asking for help. I just want to tell you that what you are doing for the countries and for people who are fighting for changes, for democracy, it's not a charity. It's investment into security of your countries as well. So don't think... So don't look at us, people that come for, just begging you for help. Just think about that we are on the front line of this fight, and it's like moral obligation of any democratic country to be with us in this difficult fight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And a quick follow-up, if I may, specifically on the so-called election. We've had for years debates within the Russian pro-democracy movement. What should people do with these so-called elections? And there have been different viewpoints. Some people argue for a complete boycott. Others call on people to come and spoil the ballots. Others still say vote for any of these so-called candidates except for Putin and so on. What will you be, if anything, what will you be calling on your fellow Belarusians to do on that so-called election day?
We know that regime forcefully make people to go to the polling station. So we ask people, if you are on the polling station, put the stick in front against all. Like candidates, because it's all Lukashenko.
You still have that option, Belarus? Because we haven't had it in Russia for years. There's still an against all on the ballot. Okay.
Maybe it will be hint for
makes things easier.
Not to have such option. If people want to boycott, because nobody is going to count people, nobody is going to count votes, so it's senseless. But people want somehow, to show their will. So we just propose, of course, this opportunity. Those people who are in exile, people, our diaspora, of course, will hold huge media campaign. There will be events, in different countries to attract, again, attention to the situation in Belarus, because attention span is rather short. We see how many countries are not in focus. And now it looks like, political prisoners, all these atrocities, experience became a normality, and it's, so we have to будоражить, we have to
excite.
Okay. We have to remind, the world that these things are happening and it's not normal.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There's been a lot of sort of doom and gloom about democracy in recent times, even as it comes to Western countries. I was at the Night Owl session last night discussing the next 4 years in the US, and we see parties of the fringe, both far right and far left, gaining a lot of votes in elections in Germany and Austria, for example, and frankly across Europe. So a lot of gloom, even in countries with established democratic systems. I want to ask each one of you, what gives you hope, what gives you the motivation to carry on and to continue in your fight, and what makes you certain, because I know all of you are certain, just as I am with regard to my country, that we will prevail in the end. What drives you in this? And if I could ask you to answer this briefly in a minute or two so we can have time for questions from the audience, because I want to make sure to give people a chance to ask as well. Leopoldo, we'll go in the same order.
Well, for me, it's very clear that the people want to be free. And it's very clear that the people in Venezuela have done for years everything that it takes. We've taken the streets. We've voted several times. We've won the National Assembly. We've gone to negotiations, and people over and over reinstate their commitment to want to be free. And yes, there is a lot of doom, as you say, about democracy. But in our countries, democracy is the hope. And I wanna just take on the comment of what Svetlana said. Investing in democratic movements, it's the best preventive security policy that could be in place. And many times we are looked at as beggars, as you said. I remember I had a meeting in Washington, D.C. as soon as I left Venezuela. And I said, you know, we want to bring together freedom fighters to promote regime change. I used these words. I was not aware of the subtleties. We were talking about the World Liberty Congress. And the person, you know, in this meeting, they said, whoa, you know, you need to be careful with those words. You know, regime change, freedom fighters. And I said, well, we can sugarcoat as you want. But that's what I do every day. I wake up every day to fight for freedom. My friends are still in prison. My country is under a dictatorship. And the one thing we fight for is regime change, is political change, is democracy, is to get rid of the dictatorship. So we can publicize it in different ways. But we truly believe that this is something that motivates millions of people that take the streets, that go to voting once and over again. And we believe that in the case of Venezuela, that we will prevail. These results will be the transition to democracy. And if that happens in Venezuela, it would be like the fall of the Berlin Wall for the Americas. Because if we prevail with democracy in Venezuela, we will see Cuba, we will see Nicaragua, and we will see changes happening in the entire region. So this is the best for democracy that could happen, to support the Venezuelan people and what the Venezuelan people already said in elections, as they said in Belarus and many other countries.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Leopoldo. And let me just back you up on what you said here, because I think there's nothing wrong with regime change, and that taboo should be off.
Oh, but we have been censored for years and years just because of using the word regime
right.
change. Even Canadian Prime Minister were like trying to be politically correct, saying that change of regime. I said, that's regime change. I mean, whether you like it or not, I mean, when it comes to Islamic Republic, when it comes to Taliban, when it comes to Maduro's regime, when it comes to Putin, stop being politically correct and stop giving diplomatic titles to dictators.
Absolutely. What gives you hope, Masi?
Oh, what gives me hope? You know what? Let me be very, very honest with you. A lot of times when I go to different conferences, people want me to give them hope. My country, my women are being beaten up, being raped in prison, facing torture every single day. But I have to say, the only thing that gives me hope is the people who are actually suffering in prison. But when it comes to the Western leaders, I feel that they are hopeless. Please don't change your mind and still invite us, because we have to be honest with you. Look, the American government, they spend, I don't know how much, I don't know the numbers, billions of dollars, billiards, I don't know, to actually change Afghanistan by Taliban, like giving 20 years of money, but now they handed out Afghanistan to Taliban again, and they don't know that. It's going to be, this nation is going to actually educate terrorists, and they're going to be a risk and danger for democracy everywhere. So the same thing happening to my country right now. The Western leaders telling us that, okay, now they have election. As my sister said, this is not election. This is called a selection. Ali Khamenei pick some people and tell them, come and vote. And suddenly the Western media, Western leaders celebrating our so-called reformists. People calling me and say, congratulations, you won. Finally, you have reformist president. I'm like, wow. You really think that ISIS, Taliban, Islamic Republic, as you said, they're scared of my hair and my body, they can be reformed? No. They have to be overthrown. They have to be like, a regime change, as my brother said. So what gives me hope? People in my country, from outside, maybe you see that the street is calm. Yes, because they killed more than 1,500 people in blood in November. They killed 700 innocent protesters. teenagers, girls in Women Life Freedom Uprising. They arrested 22,000 innocent protesters. Of course, the street is empty, but underneath the surface, there are a lot going on. And like today that I'm talking to you right now, there's one former political prisoner. He has sewn up his lips together, standing in the streets, every part of the streets, protesting against the executions of 6 innocent protesters who are on the death row right now. So I want to make long story short, those high representatives of the EU who cut their hair to show their solidarity with my women in my country, they never cut their ties with the killers. So of course they killed the hope of Iranian people. But those women inside Iran, inside Afghanistan, with empty hands, challenging these oppressors, they're giving us hope. So yes, I want to actually tell you that sometimes I myself feel miserable. Sometimes I cry in private, but we are here to make our oppressors feel miserable. That gives me hope.
Jeffrey.
Yeah, I think for me as a Hong Konger, what gives me hope is cross-movement solidarity. And this is really, I would say, quite a recent development. I mean, if you think about the early days of Hong Kong under Chinese rule, the broad majority of pro-democracy Hong Kongers wanted to work within the one country, two systems framework imposed by the Chinese government. And when we hear about Tibetans fighting for self-determination in 2008, a lot of Hong Kongers were like, whoa, that's a little too radical. When we heard about Taiwanese independence, we were like, oh, we didn't want to deal with that. We just wanted democracy in Hong Kong. And what has changed in recent years is in part Xi Jinping's increasing crackdown. And since 2017, 2018, we have learned of credible reports of Uyghur Muslims in concentration camps in Xinjiang, among other forms of repression. And the PRC, the People's Republic of China today, is really an imperial project that seeks to rebuild what used to be the Manchu Qing Empire that collapsed 100 years ago in 1912. And so you have far-flung areas, Taiwan, Tibet, Xinjiang, Manchuria, Mongolia, both north and south, Hong Kong, and so on and so forth. The PRC wants to build a nation state that binds these far-flung places together to recreate the old imperial regime. And what we have seen in recent years are these peoples joining forces and fighting together. And in 2022, I was involved, along with our Tibetan friends, Uyghur friends, Taiwanese friends, and so on and so forth, with protesting against the Winter Olympics in Beijing, for instance. And we called for a diplomatic boycott of those games. And among other countries, the US, President Biden did precisely that. And that would not have been successful without that cross-movement effort. And so that gives me a lot of hope. And the other source of hope, specifically thinking about cross-movement solidarity, is the trajectory of Taiwan. I just came back from Taiwan last week, and the system of democracy, how robust it is just a source of inspiration to so many of us fighting for freedom. We were talking about transnational repression. It wasn't that long ago when Taiwan was ruled by far-right dictatorship, Chiang Kai-shek's regime. He would sponsor killers on American soil against folks who demonstrated for democracy against that regime, in the Cold War backed by the United States, like South Korea. And there was a period of a transition to democracy in the 1990s. There are now free elections in Taiwan. The country is committed to multilateralism. The government is responsive to people. And just looking at how civil society thrives, there's free press, there's academic freedom. The court case that we were just talking about a moment ago, when the 45 Hong Kong activists, the political leaders were sentenced to prison, the strongest response of all the governments so far have come from the Taiwanese government under President William Lai. And so if you look at the trajectory of Taiwan from a dictatorship to a democracy, a country that is able to build onto its unique cultural identity, respects Aboriginal rights, respects diversity, respects LGBTQ rights, and forges forward despite being isolated from the international community. The success of Taiwan gives me a lot of hope of self-determination, fighting for self-determination against the Chinese nation-building project.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Svetlana, the last word of the panel is yours. What gives you hope for the democratic future of Belarus?
Vladimir, maybe the first one, what gives me hope, no, it doesn't give me hope, but what I use, to continue the fight is pain. Pain for every political prisoner who is suffering now in jail, for pain for people who live in constant fear that in midnight, KGB will knock their doors and detain them. And this pain transforms into energy to continue the fight. I see how people, despite all these fears and repressions, they are not giving up. It gives huge, boost to the fight. The second one, I see how democratic society is changing. I see how they are ready for non-conventional decision. I see how they realize that this fight against democracy and dictatorship in their hands as well. And they're responsible for the victory of democracy as well. So, the worst feeling when I'm communicating to diplomats, to leaders or to politicians, to see empty eyes. It means that they don't care about democracy. They don't care about contribution into changes, like global changes in the world. And third point is it's not about hope. It's about very hard, everyday work. Believe me, for these 4 years of my short political path, I have been knocking so many doors. And not every door is open for us. And you have continue and knock, find other ways how to enter this or that door. And finally, when you find solution, you are so excited that it's not because you didn't lose hope maybe 1, 2, 3 years ago. Because I'm talking now about our case about accountability. For 4 years, we have been collecting crimes of Lukashenko's regime. Repressions, hijacking of airplane, migration crisis, kidnapping of Ukrainian children, transnational repressions, and at last, one small country, Lithuania, they sent referral to International Criminal Court to start special investigation against Lukashenko's regime. And now I'm really waiting for big, powerful countries, to support small Lithuania in this case, to show that you're not looking what Putin will say or, other dictator will say, but you're doing your job. You really you're ready to defend what is good. So I encourage, everybody to support this case. Dictators don't feel impunity because they feel in indecisiveness. They see that not all international institutions are working, and they cross red line after red line, challenging you, powerful democratic world, and think that you don't have instruments and tools to answer them. But you have. Stop or start believing in your power.
Thank you. Leopoldo, 30 seconds.
Very briefly, to that question of what gives us hope, at least to me, the fact that we are not alone, that the fight that we are fighting in Venezuela is the same in Nicaragua, in Cuba, in Belarus, in Hong Kong, in Iran, in Afghanistan, for the Tibetan people, for many other people, that gives me hope, because this is a global struggle. And that's why we want to underline the need for the democratic governments, for the democratic societies to work together, because autocrats are working together. Maduro is still in power. Many autocrats are still in power because of the support they get from other autocrats. So for me, it gives me hope, this diversity, the fact that we are in the same fight, the fact that you have heard the same story with different languages, with different places, but it's the same struggle for freedom. That gives me hope.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you so much to our amazing panel this morning. And 2 key takeaway ideas for me are that democracies do not go to war with each other, and supporting democratic movements is not charity. That's an investment into a secure and stable future. Thank you so much. We look forward to the rest of today's discussion.
Please join us for a coffee break in the foyer.
Please join us back in the auditorium. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program will begin now.
Good morning, everybody. I've got an easy job this morning. It's to welcome you. Hope everybody got a good night's sleep. This morning's panel, I'm sure, woke everybody up. My job now is to introduce Canada's Minister of Foreign Affairs, the Honourable Melanie Joly.
Thank you, Peter. Good to see all of you this morning. Just to wake you up a bit, I'll speak a bit of French. So if you have some translation devices with you, please. Donc, ça me fait plaisir de vous voir ce matin. Merci encore d'avoir choisi Halifax et d'être ici au Canada, ce magnifique pays bilingue. On sait déjà que notre monde connaît de multiples crises internationales, notamment les conflits armés, l'insécurité alimentaire, les migrations irrégulières, les changements climatiques, l'insécurité économique et autres défis complexes. Et les conflits armés ont déplacé des millions de personnes, incluant bien entendu les femmes et les filles qui ont souvent été les plus touchées par la violence et l'instabilité qu'ils engendrent. Alors, on observe des changements croissants dans la dynamique mondiale et l'audace d'autocrates qui cherchent à restructurer l'ordre international mondial fondé sur des règles et, bien entendu, qui génèrent beaucoup d'insécurité. Alors, pour notre part, nous devons veiller à ce que nos institutions et nos alliances s'adaptent à l'évolution de la menace. Well, I must confess that I'm not a fan of the term crank. It's a bit cringe. It does provide an important framework to look at how China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea interact. On their own, each represents a challenge to our security and our values. While they do not represent a coherent bloc, they are increasingly working together, as we know, to reorder aspects of the international system to their own interests. This entente, bringing them working together, enables each state to pose a considerably more potent threat than it would alone. Russia's ability to wage war against Ukraine continues to be possible only through material support from China, as we know, ballistic missiles and drones from Iran, and now actual soldiers, boots on the ground from the DPRK in Russia and in Kursk. Such collaboration enables these states to create more chaos, as we know, and which then they will use against the US and the West more broadly. And amid chaos, China is expanding its network of surveillance and foreign interference both through people and technology. Russia's disinformation campaigns continuously seek to undermine our democracies and institutions. We know that. Iran pours countless resources into its terror network of proxies to do all it can to prevent any type of peace agreement in the Middle East. And North Korea has an army of hackers disrupting businesses and continues to develop weapons to sow fear and instability in the North Pacific and now in Europe. So from Canada's perspective, the world has gotten a lot closer, which is why we're so engaged with our partners. To our east, we're working to strengthen NATO and even grow the alliance. And we were the first to ratify Sweden and Finland's accession to the alliance. To the north, I am finalizing a new Arctic foreign policy, so North America is ready for and protected from the new threats to the region from China and Russia. Threats made easier for them due to melting Arctic ice caps and a push on their parts to build more icebreakers. We want to, of course, keep the Arctic Council working, But we also know that since Russia is part of the Arctic Council, we need to work the Arctic 7, so basically US, Canada, and the Nordic 5 together to share more intelligence and be able to interoperate also on the security front. And on North America's West Coast, which is of course also the Canadian West Coast, we're working closely with Japan and the Republic of Korea to bring the same approach to our collective security in the Indo-Pacific. And that's why we want to work even more with the US, with South Korea, and with Japan on this North Pacific 4 pact that we have in mind. Donc, les pays du monde entier sont confrontés à un choix. Nous pouvons choisir un monde où les règles peuvent être enfreintes par les puissants, ce qui nous ramène à des périodes beaucoup plus sombres de tensions et de conflits. Ou nous pouvons choisir un monde qui défend les droits de la personne, les possibilités pour toutes et tous, la paix et la prospérité, un monde où les gens règlent leurs problèmes en travaillant ensemble. Aucun État, pas même les États-Unis, ne peut à lui seul répondre efficacement aux défis que pose le CRINC à l'ordre international fondé sur des règles. Il est donc essentiel que l'Occident continue à travailler en étroite collaboration pour répondre à cette menace en constante évolution. We must remain clear-eyed about the actions of these nations and work shoulder to shoulder with our allies and partners to expose and call out malicious efforts to destabilize the rules-based international order. At the same time, we need to continue efforts to deepen our own security cooperation and resilience, including through NATO, the G7, the Five Eyes, and the NORAD Integrated Command. And I'm convinced that a lot of people here will have a lot of good things to say about that. And so, of course, during this important year for us, which is coming, which will be our upcoming G7 presidency, we look forward to working closer through all these different security alliances and making sure that the West is strong. Thank you so much. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
The British invasion. Wonderful. I feel strangely appropriate to be the person chairing this panel. I'm James Kimarasamy from BBC News and a regular Halifax visitor. Thank you, Peter, as ever, for the invitation. Very nice to see so many people. Lots of old friends here as well as new ones. And one old acquaintance yesterday came up to me and said, "You have a great panel, don't you?" And yes, is the answer. I do. Panels never stopped being great, did they, at Halifax? But this is a particularly great assortment of experts and people in positions to really influence the response to this not so Fab Four, and this is a very Fab Four, that not so Fab Four. And I'd like to thank the Minister, Foreign Minister, Minister Joly. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madame la Ministre. I'm sorry you don't like the term CRINC, because I think actually Peter might be the person who brought it to the wider public. And of course, it is an acronym, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea. And its simplicity, of course, is it doesn't really tell us or doesn't impose on us what they represent. And I'd like to perhaps start by asking the members of the panel what they think is represented by this quartet. Let me introduce the panel first of all. Next to me I have Andy Kim, Senator-elect for New Jersey, soon to be a new voice for national security in the US Senate. General Jenny Carignan, Chief of the Defence Staff of the Canadian Armed Forces, recently in that role. Next to her, Admiral Samuel Paparo, Commander of the US Indo-Pacific Command, and last but not least, regular visitor of Halifax, Andrew Shearer, who is Australia's Director of National Intelligence. So a very wonderful high-level panel, I'm pleased to say. And I want to start with that question for all of you, really. The title of this is CRINCS Inc. CRINCS Inc. implies a business, a coherent whole. We heard the Foreign Minister say she doesn't think this is a coherent bloc, but do these four countries represent a single coherent strategic threat? Perhaps I can start with you, General Carignan.
Thank you, James. Bonjour tout le monde. Good morning. If you'll allow me, I would first like maybe to respond to Senator Risch's statement yesterday about women in combat. Just very quickly, because I wouldn't want anyone to leave this forum with this idea that women are a distraction to defense and national security. After 39 years of career as a combat arms officer and risking my life in many operations across the world, I can't believe that in 2024, we still have to justify the contribution of women to their defense and to their service in their country. I wouldn't want anyone to leave this forum with this idea that it is some kind of social experiment. Women have been participating in combat for hundreds of years. However, they have never been recognized for doing so. They have been demobilized quickly and then quickly forgotten about their service and their commitment, again, to fighting for their country. And all the women sitting here in uniform, stepping in and deciding to get into harm's way and fight for their country need to be recognized for doing so. So again, and that, folks, is the distraction, not the women themselves. So again, just wanted to be clear on that point. On to our four amigos, CRINC. From a Canadian perspective, I think we find ourselves in an interesting position in between the threat that represents North Korea, Russia, on one flank, and China, and the threat that represents Russia on the eastern flank on the NATO side. It is clear that from, again, a Canadian perspective, our geography does not protect us so well anymore from our adversaries. So the north is thawing, and then again, those four nations are flexing their muscles and create a symphony of uncertainties and disruption to our system. Yes, at times they work together, at times they collaborate, at times they don't. They all work for their own interest. But in the end, this causes us a lot of dilemmas, and we need to figure out a strategy, a collective, collaborative strategy with all our instruments of power to be able to drive wedges between them, because dictators usually don't like to have competition around them, and then there's a lot of opportunities there to disrupt their activities and disrupt their posture. So I think I will stop there as an initial.
Well, you've raised lots of points there. General Carignan, driving a wedge between them. I mean, militarily, Admiral, is that something that you see as achievable?
There are some opportunities, James. Thank you. I'll underscore the points both that Minister Joly and General Carignan had made. First, there is a certain transactional symbiosis among them where each fulfill the needs of the others, where one is resource poor, the others fulfill those resources, where one has operational needs, the others are fulfilling those needs, and we can get into the details of those. So where North Korea are fulfilling artillery needs and missile needs to Russia, or Russia right now, and Russia in turn to North Korea will likely provide missile technology and submarine technology for North Korea, where the PRC is resource poor in energy. Both Russia and Iran provides the opportunity to provide energy, and the PRC can provide resources there. In fact, to Russia, PRC has helped to rebuild Russia's war machine with 90% of its semiconductors and 70% of the machine tools that have rebuilt that war machine. But those opportunities for offsets are there as well. And so whereas Russia and North Korea's relationship is a bit of an annoyance to the PRC, and North Korea's proliferation in its missile program has been a contributing factor to the historic Camp David Agreement among Japan, the Republic of Korea, and the United States. And so in the trilateral and the multilateral, in these agreements, this is but an example of the ways in which some of these relationships can in fact impose costs on the others. And as General Carignan has said, it takes all instruments of national power to do so. It's going to take creativity. Now, as yet, there are very few opportunities to engage with each individual power, but that creativity is in how the individual single relationships with one another can be an annoyance to the other, because I think Minister Joly didn't describe the relationships as alliances, but as entente, which reflects a 19th century style relationship. And that's where the opportunities lie. And so reflecting those weaknesses and to get to the end.
But can I pick you up on that 19th century, but with 21st century weapons? I mean, in terms of what the militaries should be doing in response to the way they are aligning, for example, in your area of command in the Indo-Pacific.
The relationships are 19th century. The relationships are 19th century relationships. They are 21st century weapons. I'll give you an example. In the Ukraine, the Iranian Shahed drones are really just sumps that occupy air defenses so that the more accurate weapons can do damage. That is an example of how you have to think about this combination of the weapons that are coming at us. So I don't mean, so in no way, James, am I dismissing the weapons arrays that are coming at us.
So let me just pick up on what you're saying then. So the military is having to rethink its strategy in view of this alliance.
Most certainly. Yeah. I expect Russia to provide submarine technology to the PRC that has the potential of closing American undersea dominance to the PRC. I expect Russia to provide missile technology and submarine technology to North Korea. North Korea is providing artillery, KN-24 weapons to Ukraine. This is a dangerous environment, and this is adding complexity to the environment itself. None of this is dismissing this, but there are opportunities to find offsets within this in the relationships that we're building. One of the 21st century ways that we're doing this is that between US, Japan, Korea, is that we are sharing real-time intelligence in our command and control networks for ballistic missile defense right now as I utter these words. And so there are opportunities to impose costs on the other.
Which brings us to the intelligence community. And Andrew, how are the Five Eyes looking at these four actors? Does the intelligence community look at them as a single block that is sharing intelligence in the way that democracies are?
James, what I'd say is that as an intelligence professional, a degree of analytical humility is often appropriate, and I think this is one area where, frankly, we have all collectively perhaps underestimated the magnitude of this emerging axis and the strategic impact it's having on us all. So just to unpack that a bit, I think we went after this sort of analytic fallacy in a way that because it's not an alliance, as we would recognise one with an Article 5 commitment at its core and all the other appurtenances of a Western-style alliance, perhaps we didn't need to focus on it as much as, in hindsight, I think we should have been earlier. I think we also fell into the trap of looking at each component in isolation and not seeing the linkages between them and the deep connectivity between one theatre and another, and the strategic implications of these growing webs of economic sanctions evasion, tech sharing, disinformation, collusion, coordination, potentially in the area of sabotage. Across that spectrum of sort of hybrid warfare, I think there was probably more going on that we were attuned to. And then the other point I'd make is that, just going back to ententes in the 19th century, the 7-Year War came out of the dynamics between a group between groups of powers that were not formal alliances, and the Axis powers in the Second World War obviously weren't a single entity. They were fractious, they didn't always agree, sometimes they didn't consult each other. Mussolini kept invading countries without telling Hitler first and having to be bailed out. But that didn't mean that that axis couldn't wreak enormous strategic harm globally. And I think what we're seeing is a group of powers increasingly emboldened with an interest in undermining the liberal elements of the international order, looking in a way to mimic the strengths and advantages the United States has drawn from its leadership of the Western alliance system across different geographies, and working together to undermine at a really deep level the resilience of our societies, our political systems, to drive wedges between us and to put us essentially on the strategic back foot. And I'll just finish off by saying right at the heart of this is the China-Russia partnership. Just last month, President Xi said that this strategic partnership would last for generations. At a bare minimum, it's going to last as long as Xi and Putin are there, would be our assessment. I think the idea of driving wedges between them is pretty fanciful. And I think if we don't face up to the reality that Putin is only still in the war in Ukraine today because of China's economic, diplomatic and dual-use support, we're not going to fashion effective strategies for countering China's strategic ambitions, and that means factoring that into our policies also towards Russia and the war in Ukraine.
Thanks very much. Senator-elect Kim, then, did all roads lead to Beijing, and if so, how do politicians, diplomats, how does the American government influence the authorities there in a way that diminishes the threat from these four countries?
Yeah. Well, building off of what was said before me, I'm somebody that worked originally as a State Department diplomat, now finding myself in an elected position in Congress. And one thing I'm a Democrat that represents a congressional district that Trump won twice. I'm learning to try to figure out how to be able to talk with a strategic vocabulary here. One thing I just want to say is, for my conversations, back when I'm at home, I don't necessarily talk about it in acronyms or about these countries individually. What I try to convey to the American people right now is this sense that this is a new era of global politics. The rise of these four nations and their ability to disrupt and to have the impact that they do, it's because we are at a new inflection point moment as a world. We are so clearly no longer in the post 9/11 world. We're in a new era, but this new era is not shaped and determined. And these new eras, oftentimes the beginnings of these new eras are incredibly fluid, incredibly tumultuous, very chaotic. And what our job is to try to do is try to build an architecture of stability at a time when we see other countries challenging norms like sovereignty in an era to try to test what this new era is like. So I just wanted to share, we can talk about the individuals, countries, but why is it that they've been able to rise up? It's not just about the four of them. That we live in a time of just tremendous degradation in terms of trust in governance, trust in politics right now. And that's something I see and constantly in a battleground congressional district and seeing on the election trail. One thing I want to raise, this was something that really stuck with me. I had a conversation with a leader from Southeast Asia, called me up on the phone last year. And he called me up and he said, Andy, your country's not really going to default on your debt, are you? And I said, well, I'm going to certainly do everything I can to try to ensure that it doesn't happen, but I can't say for certain. And what was really interesting is the person on the other end, I could hear them just kind of go, huh. And they said something that I'll never forget. They said, I just want you to know, when me and other leaders in other countries talk about America right now, we ask this question. We ask, is America a reliable partner? And they said that full well knowing what I understand the answer to be. That we understand we have tremendous challenges when it comes to answering that question of what does reliability mean at this moment globally. So I wanted to just kind of address that because when you're talking about what kind of power we can bring as the United States, as a broader coalition, when we come up here and we talk about what kind of military might we have, what kind of intelligence tools we have at our disposal, you can have the strongest military in the world, but if people don't rely on you, if they don't believe that and understand and trust that you can utilize that in a means when the chips are on the table and the crisis is full blown, what's the point? And so that's something that I think is really at a crux of this. We should think about strength not just in terms of hard power, not just in terms of military might and economic might, but try to recognize that at this point, with such a deficit of trust, we live in the time of the greatest amount of distrust in government in modern global history, let alone American history. That is something fundamental that we need to wrap our heads around. Otherwise, I don't know how we're going to be able to mobilize the power and the trust and the patience of the American people, let alone how we can build a coalition internationally.
So how do you address that as you go into the Senate?
Yes, well, look, a couple things that I'll say. So, yes, we live in the time, as I said, of a new era of politics. But what's interesting is that it is also coinciding with a new era of technological innovation advance, too. So these two paradigm shift moments in our human history are happening at the same time. So what we hope to do is to try to think through strategically how to be able to engage. And I get it. I work in what's arguably the most reactionary building in America. I get it, right? And it's so easy in Congress, in the Senate, to just get caught up with what's right in front of you day by day. We are not going to be able to marshal the kind of action, especially collective action, that we need to if we are just responding to just the moment of the day, driving in reverse. So what I hope that we can try to mobilize, yes, we have current threats, we have challenges every single day, but we should try to work together to try to think through what is our collective vision? What do we want this international system to look like 10, 20, 30 years from now? And try to think through how we can push forward in that way, how we can mobilize this innovation to try to understand how it can be used in dangerous ways, but also, how it is we can try to marshal that going forward to be able to leverage. So, I try to engage in that broader question of, again, redefining what security and strength is like, and try to think of the tools at our disposal. So, for instance, we passed the Chips and Science Act in Congress. Something that's trying to mobilize, invest in advanced manufacturing, try to reassert a sense of resilience when it comes to our supply chain. But we have real differences in the U.S. Congress about that effort. I've been on the Select Committee on competition between the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party, an effort to try to mobilize on this question exactly. But despite our efforts to find bipartisan agreement on that committee, every single Republican member on that committee voted against the Chips and Science Act, and every single Democratic member on that committee voted for the Chips and Science Act. We have to get on the same page. We have to think through what does our effort to be able to mobilize on that way push forward on.
I mean, we heard quite optimistic talk from sitting senators yesterday about bipartisanship and about reassurance that with the new Trump administration coming in, don't worry, things are going to continue as they are. But you're sounding a different sort of note. Are you worried?
Well, I would listen to that conversation too. I mean, I think there is still a spirit, and certainly as I'm coming into the Senate, I feel it even stronger, a sense of having to work together. I'm somebody that worked in diplomacy. I worked under the Bush administration and the Obama administration. I want to believe in that. But yes, I do have concerns. I want to make sure that as we push forward and see what is to come with the new administration, we need to show and reassure that this vocabulary of America first does not mean America only. That we recognize that coalition building is incredibly important in this moment, and that is something that the United States has to be able to invest in with a sense of mutual respect. So yes, I do have concerns. I wouldn't be doing this job if I didn't. I'm a father of a 7-year-old and a 9-year-old. I worry about what kind of America, frankly, and what kind of world they're going to grow up in. I'm the son of Korean immigrants. My parents were born at the end of the Korean War. Now we're at a time, 70 years after that, where we're seeing North Korean troops in Ukraine fighting. Yes, I have real concerns about this moment globally right now in terms of understanding what's happening. And as someone who's worked in national security my whole life, the thing I hate the most in life is unpredictability. And there's a tremendous amount of that right now, and that worries me tremendously.
Well, thanks very much. I mean, North Korea in Ukraine, I mean, Ukraine is the crucible at the moment, really, isn't it, for these four countries working together. And North Korean troops in Russia, in European Russia, is something that has focused, I guess, everyone's minds over the last few weeks. And I wonder what you think that represents. I mean, General Carignan, I've seen some analysis that actually this is a pipeline now that Russia is going to keep using almost as the way they were using the Wagner mercenaries before. I mean, how do you see that developing?
It could be for all kinds of different reasons. Sure, the pipeline of troops being pushed from Russia towards Ukraine is not unlimited. So a little bit of help is always a good thing. So that might signal some difficulty in that sense. Conscription even for Russia, an autocracy is an issue as well. So it's managing this space. But also it might be a way to demonstrate, that partnership and then trying to convince us that they all work together. But again, it is a significant change in the dynamics in terms of how this conflict is evolving in Ukraine, because it's also benefiting China as part of this, as Russia is expanding capital and efforts towards Ukraine, not achieving the objectives that they had set for themselves from the beginning. So they feed off each other. They are all interconnected, and then they find those opportunities as the situation evolves. And again, the importance for us to understand that these are regional powers now, which means a multipolar type of dynamics between those regional powers and us, the West. But it's also multidimensional in terms of the mechanisms being used to weaken and then exploit the vulnerabilities of democracies. So disinformation and how it affects the resilience of our domestic situation, where you've got these, all of a sudden, narratives coming out of nowhere, countering our own values in ways that it's quite concerning. So our own domestic resilience to sustain this amount of disinformation, in terms of what communication are we using, what kind of mechanism do we set in place to engage in a conversation, to reestablish trust in the institutions. Strategic communication, I know this is a very important part of what you do as well. How do we organize ourselves? It's cyber threats. It's coming from space. It's coming from hybrid sabotage. And then again, exploiting each other's vulnerabilities as part of this context. So all the instruments of power, again, collectively will need to put that to work to disrupt and create dilemmas as well on the other side.
And I wanted to ask, maybe Admiral Paparo, General Carignan talked about weaknesses on our side, but what about on the other side? I think it was Admiral Bao yesterday said, if North Korea is your best friend, you're not in a good place. Is it a sign of weakness that Russia is depending on North Korea for its troops?
I don't know. I think almost the entire. I think it is I think North Korea is seeking some concession, is seeking some transaction for its contribution of this. And I have
oil. It's getting lots of oil for a start, isn't it? I think.
And I have too much respect for NATO's or for Rob's appreciation of the strategic environment to comment on his appreciation for his strategic environment, to disagree with that. North Korea themselves are redefining the North Korean state in KJU's imagining. They have declared South Koreans as an other. They have declared South Koreans as the enemy. They are making enormous changes to the border. They are eliminating communication lines between the North and the South. They are proliferating. They are adding complexity in the Western Pacific in ways that many of us don't appreciate. And this contribution of troops, this contribution of artillery, and this contribution of ballistic missiles is all a part of it, and what it expresses to all of us. And one of the reasons that I'm here in Halifax in the Atlantic is just how connected the security environment is worldwide, and why this panel of CRINC is important to us is really the connection of these issues, is that the entire North Korean state is a weaponized state. And I've seen open source reports that they intend to send hundreds of thousands of soldiers, if need be, into this fight. And presently there are on the order of 12,600 or something like that in Ukraine. And so time will tell on that. So is it a sign of strength or is it a sign of weakness? Time will tell on that. I have too much respect for Rob's assessment on that to disagree with him on that. But I expect something to come back in return from Russia. As I said, there's a transactional symbiosis among these states. I'm in quite agreement with Andrew that to think that we'll be able to drive a wedge is a fantasy, that there are opportunities to impose costs, undoubtedly. And there are opportunities for us to draw strength and to build connections, undoubtedly. And it is driving connections. Frequently, we hear accusations from the CRINC states that we're the aggressors within this. And when you hear those, come back to the point about who are the actors that are seeking change? Who are changing the borders? Who are the aggressors in this? And when you've answered those questions, that will tell you who the aggressors are and who's seeking change.
Thanks very much. I want to open it up to questions. Just one final thought, Andrew, maybe to you. Again, this was something that came up yesterday. Are we now living in a world, you talked about perhaps being a bit behind the times or taking eye off the ball and seeing this grouping develop. Are we in a world now where we can't really talk about a rules-based international order, but two separate competing ones?
Yeah, that's a big question. I think the rules-based order, frankly, turns out to have been, in hindsight, a power-based order, and that was unchallenged US military power, which made possible the liberal order of the last 50 years with all its benefits for so many countries. Was the US always a perfect hegemon within that system? Occasionally not. It had shifted its weight around and there were consequences from that. But overall it worked because the United States was a relatively benign hegemon. I think what we're seeing with the emergence of this axis is another example where, and we have a costly long history of this, where we have underestimated revisionist powers when they lay out their strategic objectives. Putin's done this years ago, Xi did it years ago, and we find ways to remain in a state of denial that those could really be their objectives. And we wake up in a world where there are North Korean troops fighting in Ukraine, where, to be clear, Putin is in the process of regaining the momentum in that conflict, in large part because of that infusion of troops and weapons from North Korea, because it's ultimately, as we know, a pretty finely balanced contest. Where the intent of these revisionist powers is something we've underestimated. It's a world where we've got Russia conducting sabotage and assassination operations across Europe with apparent impunity. And a large part of this is because we haven't adjusted our mindset and taken on board the scale of their strategic ambitions, our appetite for risk and our preparedness to put up with tension and friction and from time to time to be the ones who are actually escalating in the contest, whether it's vertically or horizontally in other domains, and finding ways, as I think Sam said, to impose cost and to take risk on ourselves and discomfort in our trading relationships or our diplomatic relationships. We are not there yet. And my own view is we won't take the disruptive, deterring types of measures that we need to unpick this axis before it does massive strategic damage, until we adjust our mindsets, shift our policies, increase our defence spending, and become, frankly, more assertive in the contest.
Lots of food for thought, and I'm sure quite a few questions. So if you would mind, yes, a few questions, one or two. So if you'd stand up and brief question, introduce yourself. Over here.
Thank you, Jamie. Question for Admiral Paparo and others who might be inclined. Can you speak a little bit to the CRINCs and the natural resource warfare they're executing in your domain, the Indo-Pacific? If it's fisheries, if it's other commodities, what are they doing? What should we be doing? And is there anything we can do beyond what Admiral Fagan is doing?
Thank you.
Sorry, I'm Johan Bergenas, and I'm with the World Wildlife Fund.
Johan, thank you. Johan, 8 of the 10 world's worst IUU fishing violators are state-owned enterprises of the People's Republic of China. And to give you an example of that, in the 9-line excessive maritime claims for the People's Republic of China, a significant part of that are excluding Philippine fisherfolk from fishing their waters over which they have sovereign rights, bullying Philippine fishing vessels out, and taking food out of the water that rightly belongs to the Philippines. And this is but one example. South Pacific Island nations talk about this. And then it just doesn't extend just to the EEZs. It also extends to overfishing waters just up to the border of nations, because this fishing fields are a fungible population. It also extends into South America and South American nations, because the area of responsibility goes from Rapa Nui all across the South Pacific. And it's a significant draw on resources. And the tendency when you talk about U.S. Indo-Pacific Command is to think about submarines and fighter jets, but a significant focus of attention is also on fisheries and these issues as well. And this is a significant issue for us, and it has the potential to be a real driver for conflict as well. So I thank you for bringing that to our attention. The solution for this is, number one, maritime domain awareness. Number two, the ability of South Pacific Island nations to understand and be able to patrol and defend their exclusive economic zones, and to be able to enforce their sovereign rights. And most importantly, the solidarity of partners to stand together to defend the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, because without that solidarity, UNCLOS is not worth the paper that it's printed on. And this is what they stand on, which is they want to peel off each individual state bilaterally and use the power of the one individual state. There was a quote from 2010 ASEAN: "We're a big state, we're a big country, and you're a small country," and that's a fact.
And we've got a smallish amount of time, so I'm going to perhaps move on. Thanks, Admiral. Yes.
I'll begin when the mic's coming over for time's sake.
Oh, she just...
Paula Dobry, well, it's not on. All right. Paula Dobriansky, Harvard University. Quick comment, Admiral, I wanted to highlight, because it's relevant to this panel, you mentioned the interrelationship between the Indo-Pacific and the integration with the transatlantic community. Prime Minister Kishida, before he left, he came to a Congress. he spoke very specifically, if there's no victory in Ukraine, which is so relevant to this forum, that then there will be severe implications for Taiwan and for the Indo-Pacific. I wanted to state that and underscore that. My question to you and Andrew is, you both said that we don't have instruments to provide wedges, that's not realistic. But we do have we don't have NATO, we don't have a collective defense alliance, but we do have the quadrilateral security dialogue. And I'm very curious, do you think there's a base there from which to build from because of the Malabar exercises? Also Korea, the fact that Korea has expressed an interest of coming in, what are the opportunities there?
One, I will say Russia's failure in Ukraine has a direct deterrent effect in the Western Pacific. I testified such as en route to becoming the commander of U.S. Indo-PACOM, and I'll hold to that as well. The second thing that I'll say is that Europe has got a very strong presence in Indo-PACOM, and the NATO nations and EU nations have been really strong, as well as Canada, in their presence in Indo-PACOM also. The Malabar exercises, the Quad, the Squad, which is Philippines, Australia, Japan, US, these minilaterals, these multilaterals have been really strong. And these CRINC countries are the greatest builder of alliances and partnerships the world has ever known. I'll pass it off to Andrew from here.
Thanks so much. I mean, I just echo that. I do think the Quad's an important part of this picture. I think when we look at the Axis powers, they respond to the creation of strong networks. Some people call them a lattice work of overlapping groupings, and I think the Quad is critical. It's critical because of the maritime geography that it embraces, a huge arc all the way from the north of Japan all the way through the Indian Ocean to the Persian Gulf, incredibly powerful in any strategic calculation to do with China. It's important because of the capability those countries bring. I was in Washington when the 2004 Boxing Day tsunami happened. They were the 4 countries that mobilised instantly, that sent incredibly capable forces, high levels of readiness. They were able to get there and help those desperate people in that crisis. That's where the Quad came from, and it's providing more and more public goods. It's important because India is going to be such a pivotal power. It's got a foot in the BRICS camp. It's never going to be a full treaty ally of the other members of the Quad, but it's got a pivotal role to play in the future, economically, strategically, and militarily. So I think the Quad is going to be critical, and as China's behaviour becomes more assertive, the Quad's counterbalancing is going to need to move from, for the IR wonks in the room, softer forms of balancing to harder forms of balancing, in my view, and that means more military interoperability and more deterrence.
I'm going to try and get through a couple more questions. We're into our last 5 minutes, so over here, please.
Hello, Alan Mendoza from the Henry Jackson Society in London. I want to pick up where Andrew left off in the prelims, just talking about the mindset change needed, although Andy Kim, I'd be interested very quickly in your thoughts. We need a mindset change, it's quite clear, but where's it going to come from? If you look at the Cold War, the previous example of this, we had leadership. You had the Truman Doctrine, you had Churchill's Fulton speech, later you had Margaret Thatcher and Ronald Reagan clearly enunciating it and then following it through with the budgets to actually fight the enemy. Where in the contemporary age are we going to see this mindset change developed, and how are we going to deliver on it to get the alliances working against the CRINCs again?
I'm happy to address this. Well, look, I mean, I think these conversations are an important part of it. You know, what we were saying earlier, is, we live in the most multipolar era in a century and the challenges that we face. So that coalition building is key, whether it's the Quad and other things that was discussed, things that the United States has done with the US, South Korea, Japan trilateral, and other efforts to try to actually use multipolarity to our advantage, to try to prevent China from becoming a regional, a hegemonic power solely in Asia that could then be a launching point for even greater global advancements. I think that these types of efforts that we're trying to mobilize. The other thing that I was going to say is, and this is what I was trying to get at earlier, is the fact that this is overlapping with this new era of technological advance, I think really shows that this needs to be something that isn't just thinking about it through government leadership in that way, but really trying to think through how to harness that private sector, that capabilities on that end, to be able to make sure that the coalition we're building is going to be the dominant force in terms of the innovation of the future, driving it in AI, in energy, and other capacities there. I think we're going to see a lot of that idea of what moves forward in that way, both in terms of what's the gain, but also, as mentioned, what the general and others said about the disinformation and the negative, damaging sides of that. So I think a lot of the vision for that will come from that nexus there with the innovation.
Thank you very much. Hiro Akita from Tokyo, opinion writer of Nikkei. So my question is to Mr. Admiral and also others, if possible. My question is about the next Trump administration. I'm sorry to ask about it. But the two questions. How do you assess the impact of next Trump administration on the subject you discussed? And secondly, maybe Mr. Trump have risk, but also benefit in his approach, which is very unpredictable or disruptive, in order to shake China, North Korea, Russia, Iran. So second question is, how do you think we can maximize the our leverage by using Mr. Trump's DNA? Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Who wants to take that on?
Well, I'll take it on this. Well, first, as I'm a uniformed officer, so I really don't make comments of a political nature. I'll just make the comment that, and it's my job to implement the policy as best it can and to offer the advice, and then I get behind that policy and give it the best go that can best possibly be done. But for all of our allies and partners in the room, I'll say that there's, from a particularly in the where regard these I really see a lot of continuity coming. So that's all I'll say.
If I may,
we can. Right, well, I think have we got time for one very short question? Gentleman over here.
Thank you.
But if I may, very quickly on
Please,
the same question, the military-to-military cooperation is always a constant. So we have a very, very strong partnership, especially with our U.S. partners to the south, but also across NATO. So that always remains a strong platform upon which to build that collaboration. So on the military side, and I stand by my friend in that sense.
Okay, well, look, I think we are out of time, so I think it's appropriate that the last word went to you, General Carignan. So just from me to thank all of you, our great panelists, Senator-elect Kim, General Carignan, Admiral Paparo, and Andrew Shearer as well. So thank you all very much. Thank you. And I'm sure they will be ready to answer any questions that you haven't had time to ask. Thank you.
Please join us for a coffee break in the foyer.
please join us back in the theater. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. Please promptly make your way to the ballroom. Our presentations will start in just a moment. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program will begin now.
Markle, will you take a bow? I mean, these films have been amazing. Just the very best. The creativity and the on-point critiques, wonderful. So to the Arctic. As temperatures rise, tensions rise. Because of melting, we have new shipping channels opening. Now these tremendous energy and mineral resources are more easily accessible. Fish migratory patterns are changing. And because this is happening, the geopolitical stakes are higher and the geopolitical tensions are higher. I'm Jean Meserve. I am host of the NatSec Tech podcast. Let me introduce my fantastic panel here. Next to me, a man you all know, Minister Bill Blair, Canada's Minister of Defense. Next to him, Admiral Linda Fagan, who is Commandant of the U.S. Coast Guard. Then we have Minister Espen Barth Eide, Norway's Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Madeleine Redfern. She is COO of Can Arctic Inuit Networks, Inc. Thank you all for being here. Minister Eide, I want to start with you because you told me that you were at the very first Halifax Forum talking about the Arctic. What's changed? What hasn't?
Exactly. When I was preparing for this, I reminded myself that I was here 15 years ago at the very first Halifax, at the first Arctic panel, obviously, is the first. And I was watching it again because it's online. And it struck me that there's continuity and change. And to be very quick on that, we did realize the melting ice. We saw climate change. We understood there will be more activity also from non-Arctic states. We understood we needed to do more management. We talked about cooperation, including with Russia, by the way. But what we excluded explicitly in this conversation, we included the then Chod Woltnatunchik and the head of NORAD, Renard, at the time, is that we did not think it was an area for classical security challenges. We talked about the new ones, the sort of the non-traditional challenges. And I think much of what we said is still true, but with the added fact that now the Arctic is again relevant in hard security. Not as a source of conflict. This is not the South China Sea. There's actually very few, or if relevant, outstanding disputes on territory or economic zones. That's all been solved, particularly because Canada has now solved this deep crisis with Denmark over the Hans Island. So you now have a border with Denmark. But if there is a hotter conflict between Russia and the West, the Arctic will once again become an area for submarines, for missiles, for surveillance, for sea lines of communication. And the Arctic connects Asia, Europe, and America. There's no sea that brings us closer than the Arctic. And when the ice is melting, it's just the sea. Hence, it's very relevant to continue to talk about the Arctic.
Minister Blair, you mentioned the Arctic yesterday in your remarks. Could you give us a little bit more granularity, we've just gotten some, about the military importance of the Arctic? Why is it so critical?
I think very clearly the strategic importance of the entire Arctic is of significant concern to us. Our most recent defense policy focused very exclusively on our responsibilities in a document we entitled Our North Strong and Free. I think there are three elements that are emerging that are deeply concerning to us with respect to its security. One is climate change. Clearly, the area is becoming far more accessible as the sea ice melts and the permafrost melts. We believe that the Arctic Ocean could very easily become the main point of transit between Europe and Asia as a trade route in the coming decades. And we're also seeing the activities of two particular adversaries, China and Russia, in the area, which are deeply concerning to us. And frankly, their aggression and assertions in the region are somewhat different. We're seeing from Russia, very typically, sailing through the region, they have not demonstrated respect for the international rules-based order and respect for other countries' sovereignty and economic interests. And so we have, for many years, been able to respond to that. But Russia also has 17 deep water ports on that ocean. Canada has none. And so we need to do better. They also have significant additional capabilities in icebreakers and military presence in the region. We're also seeing now through China a very significant new investment. And China approaches our Arctic in two different ways. One of them is through economic pressure, investing in critical infrastructure and investment in other infrastructure in the region. And the second one is through what they term scientific research. And we've seen a huge increase in their presence in the Arctic. And it's not just scientific research. They're mapping the seafloor. They're gathering intelligence.
Madeleine Redfern, the indigenous community has a sort of more existential concern about changes in the Arctic. Talk about the threat to your communities, to your culture that all of this poses.
I think the minister raised it yesterday in so much as that one of the main sort of priorities for our communities is the lack of infrastructure. So we don't have the stable or necessary power or telecommunications or transportation. And so with NORAD modernization, what we're hoping, including with the other investments that the Government of Canada plans to make, is that it is strategic, that it meets the needs of our communities, our residents, our businesses, but also that it meets the needs of our national and international security requirements. But the challenge is breaking down the inherent government silos. So we hear a lot about the necessity for dual purpose or multi-purpose infrastructure, but I can tell you as someone who has worked with government inside and out, is that breaking those silos down, no one knows how to do it. And that is the real challenge.
Admiral Fagan, the Coast Guard is the eyes and ears of the US government in the Arctic. What have you been seeing from Russia and China that has got your antenna waving?
Yeah, so we operate the nation's surface fleet. Obviously, the Navy operates submarines, but what we have seen is a dramatic shift in patterns and departure from standard behaviors. Up until this past summer, you would expect one Chinese research vessel in the Arctic. This past summer, there were 5. You would see Russia operating, you would see China operating. This summer, they were operating in tandem. Surface action groups with both China and Russia, 60 to 70 miles off the coast of Alaska, the Aleutians. If we were to see that same pattern of behavior off the east or the west coast of the United States, it would have the attention of the United States. I should emphasize, the United States is an Arctic nation, right? This isn't notional. We are an Arctic nation, and this is about national sovereignty and national defense and ensuring our ability to protect our own exclusive economic zone as it pertains to the Arctic. You asked earlier, what's changed and what's different? So activity has changed. Shifting patterns of activity have changed. Some of the governance, though, and international system and structure around how we govern the Arctic has not changed. We do have great international collaborative forums like the Arctic Council, the Arctic Coast Guard Forum, yet the Chinese research vessels are operating in and along our extended outer continental shelf claim, an extended outer continental shelf claim that we don't have a seat at the table as not being signatory to the law of the sea.
Norway, I'm sure, as a neighbor of Russia, as well as an Arctic nation, is observing a lot as well. Give us your perspective.
So, you know, the most important naval base of Russia is just outside our door in Kola. And the second strike capacity, you know, the submarine-based second strike nuclear capacity is also there. And most of the advanced military testing of equipment happens in our vicinity. So we are eyes and ears on behalf of our friends also to what's happening there, and we have a rather good insight. So we see that activity. We have seen these territories being emptied of land forces because they're all in Ukraine. But the air, you know, tech and naval activity is as it's always been, and we see more flights. And we know that, you know, Russia would, in a broader conflict, they would need to secure their bases. And to our discomfort, that securing would happen way further west than we would like it to see. So this is a scenario that we used to think about in the Cold War, which is coming back in many ways, which is also an Arctic theme. But I also like to say we need to deal with that. We are now 7 of the 8 Arctic countries in the world are NATO countries. It's really great that Sweden and Finland has joined, because that means that NATO is now even more also an Arctic alliance, and we need to think about it as such. And I'm very happy that the Canadian government is now much more involved in discussing that than what used to be the case. So that's really, really something we welcome, and we have a conversation of that, because we can do Arctic Council on the other stuff, which remains meaningful to work across. But we also have certain themes that will not fit into that format.
So what are the other fora? Where else can you talk?
Well, we don't really, you know, we have NATO, of course.
You said that very quickly. You said that very quickly. We have
well,
NATO.
because the 7 countries I speak about are members of
Right,
NATO.
I understand,
Yeah.
but I'm just wondering if their role should be more prominent.
But of course, we could not really expect that Portugal and Greece take a particularly. Why would they take a particularly strong interest? So we also need to have some kind of soft format between defense minister, foreign ministers to talk about that. We don't need a new organization, but we need to have a structured cooperation. And I was very happy to go to Iqaluit, your hometown, together with Melanie Joly, the foreign minister here, and the 5 Nordics. The US was invited. They couldn't come. They were interested. But the thing was exactly to have a conversation about these issues from an allied perspective. And that's, I think, a very good development, and I welcome it.
And if I may jump in, the NATO defense ministers have also convened a table.
Yeah.
And the advent of Finland and Sweden, I think, is a bit of a game changer for us. The fact that they have now joined NATO, it gives us an enormous opportunity for better collaboration, better cooperation, working stronger together. They have remarkable capabilities that they also bring to the table. And so I think we're very much stronger as a result.
Although some people have said, in addition to Ukraine, that the accession of Finland and Sweden are one of the things that have driven Russia and China to collaborate more in the Arctic region. Do you buy that?
Well, that collaboration was already taking place. And I think the threat and the risk environment was significantly increasing for us. I think the response of all of the NATO allies, including the accession of Finland and Sweden, is an appropriate and necessary response to that challenge. If I also may, we talked about some of the emerging challenges. One of the things that has also changed, and it's something we've learned from the Ukraine and from the recent attacks into Israel, and it's the technology that is now also creating new vulnerabilities for all of our countries. For many years we had the DO line through NORAD, and it was incredibly important and helpful. But we are now undertaking a significant new investment in NORAD modernization, which is going to give us better situational awareness in the Arctic, over the horizon, over the polar radars, new installations, and I think it's moving us through the absolute necessity of a greater integrated air and missile defense network across all NATO allies to protect us in the northern sphere.
Exactly, and half of the Arctic coast is actually Russia, so no wonder they're more active. They have to, actually, because one feature of climate change is that the permafrost is melting, which means a lot of the infrastructure in North Russia, that means rail, road, airfields, small cities, are breaking up, literally, now, not in the future. That means that more transport is being moved to the sea, which is more accessible because the ice is melting. So, in a sense, they are doomed to do more of their normal business, this destination traffic, not only through traffic, through ports in the north, but they are way ahead of some other of these countries. Our ports are very well prepared because we've been active we live in the Arctic. We have large cities, a lot of activity. All our ports are ice-free because of the Gulf Stream. So we have a different Arctic in many ways than the one we saw in Iqaluit. But I think here it's going to be in Alaska and in Canada. There's a lot of work to do, as I see it, to get to that level.
So 2 sort of reactions to the conversation here. So first, right, we're talking about this in terms of defense, chiefs of defense, NATO, navies. United States Coast Guard is not part of our Defense Department. We sit in the Department of Homeland Security. So just a organizational caveat. I will highlight I am the 3rd largest Navy in NATO as we look at how we operate and think about the Arctic. To the point with regard to technology, I couldn't agree more. There's a step function, a jumping function that we've got an opportunity, particularly in the U.S. and Canada, to do. Building a building, we talk about the white buildings with red roofs, which is how we've traditionally operated the Coast Guard. That is not what right looks like in the Arctic. But as you consider what types of deep water access, what kinds of maritime domain awareness, communications technology, and logistics and resupply might we need to create the opportunity for year-round presence in the Arctic. That is all work in front of us, but I see real opportunity there. We're not bound by old infrastructure in many cases.
I want to ask you about investment. The Chinese are famous for going into different regions of the world and spending a lot of money. Have they been trying to make investments in indigenous communities, and have they been successful?
Absolutely. So it was only in 2019 that Huawei actually partnered with a Canadian company in an attempt to actually improve connectivity in the north. I was one of the actual sort of critics that spoke out and was like, what the? No. This should not happen, not only because we deserve security at the personal and individual and regional, but also national level. But also we had a Chinese company, Shandong, that wanted to buy TMAC, which was a gold mine in our western part of Nunavut. And again, you know, I spoke out and going like, absolutely not. We should not support the sale of this to the Chinese. I was aware, because they've advertised it through their Polar Silk Road strategy, is that they have, you know, intense interest in the Arctic, and they're looking for the weakest links. And I remember sort of saying to my leaders at the time is that, you know, we have to be cautious and very aware that they're playing the long game, that there are environmental, you know, practices of China or human rights violations, and generally we don't want that level of sort of vulnerability or perceived or realized risk in our region. And I recall one of my leaders at the time sort of saying, well, it doesn't really matter as long as they respect our human rights. And I was like, excuse me? So we actually need to build up a lot more awareness and capacity in our own Northern Indigenous leadership, whether it's in government or in our businesses or in our development corporations and our organizations, because there are risks there if there is not that level of awareness. And I remember then Premier also, Savikatak, lovely man, and I don't want to disparage him, but I do recall when asked about sort of foreign investment and the risks associated with that, his response was that that is the federal government's responsibility. And there was an expectation that the, you know, federally, they would assess these risks and protect us. And I do think
happening?
Well, I think it's all our responsibility. We all have to scale up, but there is a leadership role that absolutely the federal government has to play.
You want to respond?
I vigorously agree with everything that Madeleine has said, and it is a federal responsibility in many respects. We have the Investment of Canada Act, and we've used it. We've used it many times to deny China a foothold in Canada in investment and critical infrastructure. But it is even beyond that. I think when we go to an Indigenous community and say we're going to deny the Chinese the opportunity to come in and invest in your community, they quite rightfully turn to us and say, well, okay, if not them, who else? Who's coming? And that's what I think we also have to step up into that space. We're also deeply concerned about access to critical minerals.
Yes.
China overwhelmingly dominates the critical mineral market, and in both extraction and production, they are quite capable of holding us hostage. We have the capacity in our country, and along with in partnership with our allies, to really respond appropriately to that. But it's got to be done in such a way that is also respectful of the people who live in those communities. And that's one of the reasons the conversations between Madeleine and our communities is so important.
Minister, you have an Indigenous community as well. What's
Indeed,
the relationship?
Sami population principally, and indeed one of the things that was a good thing about the Arctic Council is that it had a clear space for Indigenous people, a lot of communication between them through the Arctic Council, which is one of the reasons it's good that we maintain it, I mean, with all the challenges we currently have. So I think when we talk about another conversation about other issues, it should not replace the Arctic Council, which I incidentally currently chair, but it should be in addition, because we would like to keep that for what it can still do. And the new conversations we need to have should also remember the interests of Indigenous peoples, because it's hard to tell people don't take that investment and then not offer anything else. That's not a very compelling argument. So I think we have to take very seriously that if we want to prevent something from happening, we might want to offer something else.
The U.S. Approach has been articulated as monitor and respond. You're the agency that would do that. As I understand it, you only have one Arctic-capable icebreaker. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I've been in uniform over 40 years, and my first assignment as a much younger person than I sit here right now was on the Polar Star, the United States' only heavy icebreaker. And that ship will get ready to depart from Seattle to sail for Antarctica. And I do want to plant with the audience, the national sovereignty concerns of each of us is equally as concerning in Antarctica with regard to Chinese activity and their soon-to-open deepwater port. So as a nation, we have one heavy icebreaker. The Healy is the medium icebreaker. She's actually underway in the Arctic right now. The logical follow-on question to this is, so are we where we need to be? And the short answer is, we're behind. We are behind.
Way behind. How many cutters does Russia have?
So,
Or icebreakers?
way more than one.
It's in the vicinity of 40, I think.
It's close to 40. So, but I do want to share some good news. Just in the last 3 days, we have signed the contract to acquire the commercially available icebreaker. It's currently commissioned as the IVIC. It has operated in the Arctic before. We have inked that deal, and I am really excited that the United States Coast Guard will operate that cutter on behalf of the nation. Polar security cutter, we've contracted with the Yard. We're very close to having the kind of design maturity that you need to begin actual full production. We are behind. And I want to also put a plug in for Ice Pact. Very exciting sign between the United States, Canada, Finland just last week, opens the door for the kind of collaboration and partnership and allyship that is truly our competitive advantage as we work closely and more closely together as nations.
So what's the timeline for these cutters? When are you going to see a serious number deployed? Not cutters.
So I will not put a number on a serious number. The commercial icebreaker will be at initial operating capacity. You should see her in the Arctic in 26. Polar security cutter, though, we're 4+ years away from that once we begin significant construction. And there is, at this point, no follow-on budget or appropriated support for a second polar security cutter. We are behind as a nation. This isn't an Alaska issue. This is a United States sovereignty and defense issue as it pertains to the Arctic.
What kind of capabilities does Canada have militarily?
Actually, better than that. We've just down the road from here. Well, it's hard. It's better than one is not that anything to brag about. But just down the road from here, we are putting in the water next week our 6th Arctic offshore patrol vessel, which doesn't have deep ice capabilities, but has significant accessibility into the Arctic. We are also in the process of constructing another one. Canada has a fairly robust capability through our national shipbuilding strategy in building icebreakers. And just last year, one of our large shipbuilding industries based in Quebec acquired a shipyard in Helsinki that's part of the Ice Pack arrangement that includes all the capability and design that we think is going to be really helpful. And I'm hugely encouraged. I think there are some real challenges in shipbuilding in all of our nations, but working together, we're going to do this better and smarter, and we're all seized with a sense of urgency.
Can the Nordics compensate?
So, our Navy and Coast Guard have ice-capable, ice-enhanced ships, but we actually don't need icebreakers in our area, in the Norway's area of responsibility, simply because the ice is gone, it's moved. Because when the ice melts, it's not only melting, it's also moving around. So we have free water, but we need to be able to occasionally meet ice. However, our Baltic friends are still into the business of icebreakers, and I'm sure they will be very interested in cooperating.
So Admiral, I'm curious if by the time you get the icebreakers built, there isn't any ice. Will it have been a wasted investment?
So I do get asked this question periodically. So, we are a long ways from a completely ice-free Arctic. That's not to say it won't come at some point, but the ability to create year-round presence from a sovereignty and defense standpoint requires heavy icebreakers. It requires it now and into the foreseeable future. And so this is not a wasted effort. We need to accelerate. We need to continue the partnership. I was in Norway meeting with the Norwegian Coast Guard earlier this year, and the new Jan Mayen class Norwegian Coast Guard cutters, they are ice hardened.
Yes.
They are impressive. And I think the Romanians built them and then outfitted in Norway. But it speaks to how we collaborate and partner for best capacity and effects so that we can speed.
So these vessels can deal with ice, but they are not supposed to open simply because we don't need it, but you need it because the nature of the Arctic depends on where you are in the Arctic, and we have the particular phenomenon of the Gulf Stream, which means that it's actually much warmer further north than what it would be in Alaska and North Canada, and for good and bad.
Minister, you have talked a lot over the years, including here, about the need for investment in the Canadian military. I think you used the word death spiral at one point to describe the state of the Canadian military.
Yeah, probably a little more provocative than I intended, but it had the effect I intended.
Which was to boost spending?
Well, to boost spending, but also to create a sense of urgency. And when I talked about the death spiral, I was talking about staffing. I think the most important investment we make in defense is in our people. We need great people and we need great skills in order to deliver on our promise and our responsibilities of national defense. And so I was really trying to just encourage the Canadian Armed Forces to, we can do this better. And I wanted them to know that they would have the support of their government and me to do what is required. And so that's what we're talking about. But let me also acknowledge, as I have in this forum many times, we need to do much more. And that involves spending a lot more money. But it needs to, like the quantum of expenditure, it's important. It's a metric we've committed to. But we also need to have a conversation about what we invest in. And we're finding that in that investment, for example, in the Arctic, I went to the north. I'm from Toronto, and I went to the north, and I had my own idea of what Arctic security and sovereignty really was about, and I was wrong. And it was Northerners who sat down with me and said, no, Bill, it's about infrastructure. It's about airport runways. It's about highways. It's about fiber optic communications. It's about energy plants. It's about all of the things that make our presence there sustainable and prosperous. And it really was, I think, it was a game changer for me. And I also realized I was about to make big investments in the Arctic, in the north, and there was an opportunity through multi-use infrastructure. And so I will tell you, I went to the northern premiers, I went to the Indigenous communities, and I said, help me get this right, and I want to do this. And we had them all in, and we gave them actually a very secure briefing on, here's the threat environment we're dealing with, now work with us. And the partnerships that are evolving now are really, really helpful. They're going to help us get it right.
Madeline, are they doing it right?
I would say it's mixed. I am the perpetual optimistic cynic, in so much as that I'm forever hopeful that we can actually do better. But rolling it out still poses a bit of a challenge, in so much as that, I look to the Iqaluit port. Significant investment from the federal government, so thank you for that, because we are desperate for any improvements. However, it was disappointing when our territorial government, because I was mayor at the time, failed to actually consult with local governments and didn't actually consider, how that investment could actually be a force multiplier. So they didn't talk to the fisheries. And all our Arctic fisheries, for the most part, is landed in Greenland or in the Atlantic provinces. They didn't talk to the cruise ship industry, and they didn't talk to the Navy and the Coast Guard. So, there can be breakdowns, unfortunately, and also I was quite surprised, because I think that that investment might have been better if we'd actually put that port a little further down the bay and actually had a year-round port with a road that would have been absolutely transformative in bringing goods up, 365 days a year, similar to what you have in the Nordic countries or even in Nuuk in Greenland. But, so we need to learn from our lessons. The other, I would say, inherent risk that I struggle with as someone who lives in the north is that we have a high transiency rate, not only of people who come to the north to work there and be in our governments or in our organizations, but we also have a high transiency rate in our federal bureaucracy. So it's challenging when you're constantly having new people come in and they don't know what they don't know. And so we're exhausted in the north of continuously trying to inform Ottawa in particular, or even sort of southern businesses who want to do business in the north, about what our priorities in reality are. And so we got a lot of work to do. But as I said, I think if we all sort of come together and sit at the table and it's not a partisan issue. It's about how do we make sure that the investments that are done by the Government of Canada and our territorial government and our businesses and our financial sector stop making the mistakes of the past.
I want to, because this is very familiar for me, because we're a founding father of NATO, 75 years membership, almost all that time until a few years ago. We were alone up there as a NATO member, bordering Russia, bordering the Barents Sea, and presence of people, activity, life, everyday life, indigenous and non-indigenous life, economy, it's really important. So you can't just replace that with some military presence. You need that too. But actually to use these territories is the best way to look after them. So that I very much look forward to the Canada's Arctic strategy or Arctic white paper or whatever it is. Because I think there are a lot of things from our experience which is relevant for that conversation here. And I would think the same for North US, because what's very useful, I think, is to look at a map of the world, not the classical one, but start with the pole in the center. Because the classical map gives you the impression that the world ends. But actually it continues after the pole. And it's not so far away. I mean, China is closer that way. Russia is there all the time. So to have that approach, you understand that you're actually quite close to this territory that we're talking about. And you need to have that presence. And the presence is also civilian life and normal economy and military surveillance and ports.
We talked a little bit about workforce. I want to reflect on that beyond, the vibrant communities and people who live and work in the communities. Myself, as a military force, we've had a recruiting challenge, the same as the other U.S. militaries. And this is not unique as I travel around the world and talk to other navies and Coast Guards. Workforce, the people talent, the people resource is the existential threat. They're not there. The 18-year-olds that the universities need to recruit, that I need to recruit, that the shipyard needs to build the ship and repair the ship, that pick an element of our defense industrial base, the kinds of industries that are needed to enable what we're talking about here. The workforce element of this has to come first. That new polar security cutter, where I would love to have it now, if I don't have people, it doesn't matter. You need people to operate those pieces of steel, to operate the technology. And so thinking about how we excite young people into service, whether it's in uniform, into service in the government, or into service in the defense industrial base and industries that are enabling our economic security, really is here with us now, and it's something that each of us needs to commit ourselves to.
We've been talking a lot about presence in terms of ships, for instance, but surveillance is very important. Communication is very important. My understanding is that there are challenges in the North, particularly with communications because of satellite coverage.
Yeah.
Have those problems been solved? Are they being addressed? Or do we still have a major obstacle here to overcome?
I would describe, Starlink is a great example of a key enabler that many of us are leaning on, have been game-changing. So Healy, I mentioned, she's up in the Arctic now. I get high-resolution pictures of polar bears from that CO above 70 degrees.
But what about the Chinese? Are they taking pictures of them?
But so there's vulnerabilities in those technologies as well. And so thinking about how we're investing in our satellite constellations, and I think the Space Force commander was here yesterday, right? There are real vulnerabilities in space as we consider contested environments. It's not just an at-sea challenge in the Arctic, but across domains, and I would add cyber, right? Space, cyber, all of it presents threat with regard to our ability to enforce our own national sovereignty.
So this is a really important issue that we worked a lot on recently, because classical geostationary satellites, stop working when you're above 79, 80 degrees. And now, because there's more activity in those remaining 10 degrees, you need to do something else. And Starlink is part of that, as long as Elon Musk is happy, I guess. But what we have done is to invest much more now in polar satellites, which are called Plenary, because they have this sort of elliptic route around the globe. And they are then taken down by a Norwegian company in Svalbard in the very north, and in Antarctica at the Troll Station, which are some of the largest recipient antennas for these satellites, and that gives us almost real-time coverage of what's happening there. But we need more of this because we know the communications, we need the surveillance, we need to understand what's going on, and that will be a challenge still, even with these new investments.
Did you want to chime in?
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of probably my priority issues when I was mayor for the city of Iqaluit is that we struggle even, sometimes our CMP officers or posts will tell our community members, if you need our services, you need to come to the detachment. It is as critical as that. So lives are at stake. You're talking about search and rescue. One of the first things that you need is to be able to communicate. So Starlink absolutely has been a game changer. It reduced my internet bill from about $1,000 a month for my household down to $149, yay, and significantly more bandwidth. However, the challenge is that there aren't that many, and so you do have sort of capacity issues. The other reality is that we need to see fiber actually deployed into the Arctic. There was just a recent joint statement that was signed by many of our Western allies that recognizes that fiber is, of course, 99% of the world's communication travels on fiber, but there are some vulnerabilities there. But fiber can be upscaled to effectively also act as monitoring and surveilling what is coming near the cables. We're seeing with maritime requirements, the Arctic doesn't have an awful lot of maritime data. So satellites are great to figure out what's happening on the terrestrial or the surface of the water, but it can't tell you what's happening under the ice. It can't tell you what's happening on the seabed. What we can have is what's called a smart cable, science monitoring and reliable telecommunications by having sensors on those cables. But we can also have docking stations, and so the International Submarine, I'm trying to remember what their E stands for. ISE is a Canadian company, Cellular is a Canadian company, where the ability to actually autonomous docking. So you can have those unmanned underwater vehicles dock there, recharge, and dump the data. We need to know what's happening in the marine environment. The Arctic Ocean is 14 million square kilometers, and that is literally one of our biggest vulnerabilities.
And absolutely, and one of the most critical infrastructure, types of critical infrastructure we have are these cables, both for sensors and for internet and for communication. But they can also be cut. And
yes,
in my immediate vicinity, we have a little bit too much of that going on right now. Just reminding us that how dependent we are. I mean, I live in a country where I don't even know what money, physical money, looks like. I haven't seen coins or paper money for many years. I wouldn't recognize them. So everything is digital. But it depends on this infrastructure being there. So if other powers are also aware that we have these cables and this infrastructure, so it's become very important also to look after it and to have redundancy.
I would really love to take some audience questions if we have some out here. I see a question right here. We can get a microphone. Excuse my pointing. There we go. Name and quick question, please.
I'm Lobsang. I used to be the former president of Tibetan government exile. My quick question is, China's presence in Arctic, trying to weaponize Arctic. Is there potential for communication with Asian countries, the downstream Asian countries? Because Tibet, being the roof of the world, has major rivers flowing. But the downstream countries are very nervous because China is weaponizing all these rivers by damming them, and during war it might be weaponized as well. But the other question I also want to make is, Minister Blair talked about rare minerals being exploited by China. Tibet is very rich. 50% of the copper, gold of China, or 75% of lithium reserve is in Tibet. 80% of cotton is in Uyghur region. 90% rare earth is in Inner Mongolia. But Western companies, including Canadian companies, are investing and exploiting these rare minerals, thereby enabling China to monopolize rare minerals. So that's not just Canada, America, Australia, even Europeans as well. What do you have to say to that?
Well, first of all, let me respond. I think it is necessary for the free world to wean itself from its dependence on China's dominance of the critical mineral industry. 85% of all critical minerals that Europe uses, for example, comes from China through their not just their extraction, but their processing. Not just in the countries in their immediate sphere, but all around the world. And they're attempting also to do it in our countries. And so it presents a particular challenge for us because when Canadian mining companies, for example, invest in the extraction and processing of critical minerals, there is a very aggressive approach sometimes to pricing in that market, which destroys our business model for those mines, takes us out of business, and then maintains that dominance of Chinese production. The only way around that is through collaboration among all of the allies and an agreement that we are going to do exactly what Europe was compelled to do, weaning itself from dependence on Russian energy. That we need a collective response, that we are prepared to work together and make commitments to each other to create the business model that allows us to wean ourselves from that dependence.
I mean, I think a mega trend now is that Western democratic countries have to re-engage with extraction, mining, and also production, processing, and production and industry. We thought during the heyday of globalization that we could do services and we leave that stuff to others. But then we realized that we became overly dependent on others, which we don't want to be dependent on. So this is really a big part of the conversation that we need to have. We have it in Europe. We need to have it with Canada, North America, and the US, because this is a shared challenge that we must avoid. This is not necessarily about protectionism. It's not an argument for that, but it's an argument for making sure that we also extract and produce things, materials and things. Otherwise, we will be outmaneuvered by other players, and that's a big deal.
We have another question right here.
Okay.
Do you want to quickly chime in?
Just very quickly. It's just that as the Northern Director for Arctic 360, Canada's only Arctic think tank, we've been trying to actually reach out to the private sector to look at ways in which they can support the financing of the infrastructure in the Arctic. What is surprising is how much of our Canadian pension plans invest in China and not investing in Canada, let alone in the Arctic.
We have another question right here.
Hi, I'm Dolkun Isa. I'm the former president of the World Uyghur Congress. Well, yesterday at the opening, Peter says, and the Russian war against Ukraine is 1,000 days. General Bauer says it is already 4,000 days. Anyway, 1,000, 4,000 days war is ongoing because Russia is not alone. China is behind this war, North Korea, particularly China, economically and also military. So just starting the war is Western countries, particularly is a NATO alliance countries, economic sanction against Russia is good. But it is mean just the front door is closed, but back door is open. Because if you look at, before the Ukraine war, China and the Russia economic volume is around $120 billion. Now, it's $250 billion. So it is this war, because this is the reason why Putin continue carrying on this war.
Do you have a question
for us?
for us?
Is my question to ministers, and it is if the country should economic sanction on China, it is the more effective way to stop on this war. Do you think it will be on your agenda soon, economic sanction to China, or yeah?
Let's get reaction.
Yeah, if I may. First of all, the sanctions against Russia were entirely necessary, and I think we should always continue to find ways to even make them more effective. The elimination of when Europe weaned itself from dependence on Russian energy, Russia in many ways is a criminal oil company, and they just simply sold their product to somebody else. And so getting around those sanctions. But having said that, we are also deeply concerned that the relationship that now is evolving between Russia and North Korea. I know it's deeply concerning to the Ukrainians, but it's also deeply concerning to the Republic of Korea, to the Japanese, and to all of the allies, because of what that could mean, not only in an escalation in Ukraine, but an escalation on the Korean Peninsula as well. We believe that in many ways China is a facilitator of that relationship and a facilitator of Russia's efforts to reconstitute their military, to acquire weapons, utilize particularly missile technologies. And so we believe that there needs to be a concerted and united action directed towards encouraging China not to do that. Sanction may be an option. I believe there are many other options that our diplomatic community needs to explore to influence China not to continue to facilitate Russia's illegal aggression or, frankly, the wild card, which is North Korea.
We have another question here, I think.
Yep, I agree.
Did we get a mic down here?
Constanze Schlesien-Müller-Brookings for the Norwegian Foreign Minister Espen Barth Eide. You mentioned Svalbard, which has a long-standing Russian and Chinese presence. And I had the privilege of opportunity of visiting Svalbard in August, courtesy of your defense ministry, which was memorable. But it's very clear that that whole area is becoming an object of special interest from authoritarian powers, especially Russia and China. Our allies, is NATO doing enough to allay Norwegian and other regional security concerns? What more should we be doing? What would you like to see on the agenda as soon as possible? Thank you.
So thank you, Constanze, and I'm happy you enjoyed the visit up there. It's quite an amazing place. Well, you know, I think for the moment this is quite well managed. We follow this very closely, of course. We have the Svalbard Treaty, and this is Norwegian sovereign territory, but we have a treaty allowing, you know, certain uses for all countries who signed the treaty. We respect that, but we're also very eager to underline that it has to happen under our overall control and under the rules that we set. So, you know, we cannot convince China not to take an interest in the Arctic. That, you know, China does have an interest in the Arctic, but we would much prefer that they continue to do their research, you know, on our research station under the rules that applies to that station, rather than to build with Russia an alternative. That requires a sophisticated approach, saying that you are welcome on our terms, where you already are with something called the Yellow River, not a station, but a part of a Norwegian-run station. And we much prefer that to having this somewhat wild idea of a kind of an alternative BRICS research station. So this is something we spend a lot of time on. I think it's well managed for now. I don't think there's a NATO role for that specific issue, but I am very much in favor of, as you have understood, that we put more of our attention on what's happening in the Arctic more in general, and recognizing that all, you know, every part of Canada, every part of America, every part of Norway and other Nordic countries who are in NATO is NATO territory. NATO does not end at a certain latitude. It's all NATO.
We have another question right here.
Thanks. Terry, Royal Navy. I would like to try and bring a question together for all three panels this morning. So the last panel talked about the lack of security and actually kind of made it out that democracies were actually bad for security, which is bad for the first panel. This panel would suggest the same. How do we... the first question is, I disagree with the our Arctic. It's the world's Arctic, and so us approaching it as our Arctic is probably a bad way to start. And it's actually for the Minister. How do we get ourselves out of a 4-year, 2-year cycle? Because one of the reasons autocracies are really good is because they're able to have a real long-term strategy. If we had a real long-term strategy, Admiral Fagan would not only have one icebreaker, she would have more. We would be much more in the Norway region of managing relationships because you have to, because that's where you live. So how, Minister, do we get ourselves out of a democratic cycle, which means that every 2 or 4 years the world changes? Because if we don't approach it strategically, we will not win.
I think one of the great strengths, but also one of the great challenges of being part of free democracies around the world is that we are also a little captured by electoral politics. It is the situation we deal with, and some of our adversaries, China in particular, takes a centuries-long view to their aspirations and goals, and that could be somewhat more challenging for us. I might suggest that the best approach is to turn it away from a political discussion and make it national and international discussion among allies and friends. And I honestly believe it's a conversation we all need to have with our citizens about what is required and what we need to do. And I very sincerely believe that if my countrymen and women believe this is the right thing to invest in and the right thing to do, no future government can ignore that imperative. And so that's the conversation we are trying to initiate with our own citizens. And I will also share with you, I've been enormously encouraged by the change in thinking even within our own country, because people are realizing that we have a responsibility there, and there's a right way to do it, and it's going to require significant new investment to do it right. And it is when our citizens believe this is the right thing to do, then it will not be negatively impacted by electoral politics, but the citizens will demand that any future government follows through on that commitment.
Maybe just to add is that often in Canada, there's a reluctance by Canadians who live 100 miles from the US border, which is 90% of our population, to invest in the Arctic. What I think is really important is to remind them that the investments in the Arctic, especially that are multi-purpose but with a strong security component, is protecting 440 million people. It is not just for the benefit of 150,000 people.
So allyships and partnerships are our competitive advantage. And we say that, but the reality is the strength is in the alignment and partnership across the nations represented here. China and Russia don't have that same competitive advantage.
There was one question back here I want to try and squeeze in. Could you raise your hand and tell us who you are?
Yes, good day. Darren Hawker with Deloitte, 36 years in the military. My point would be to this particular question from Jude is in a previous life, wrote a paper. The paper said depoliticize the support and development in the North. The manner to do that is apply a Danish defense agreement-like approach where all parties, as a function of the importance of security in Denmark, required a consistency in approach to NATO, irrespective of minority government formations. Let's depoliticize it. All parties get together. They negotiate a Danish defense agreement, not the use of the military of the day, but the resourcing of the military of the day. My paper and just really the argument, and I would be interested in the minister's perspective on how this could play in Canada, is to actually have a multi-party agreement in the North, and that would take all politics out of the matter.
Can I just inject here that we just this year we landed the 12-year defense investment plan, which is supported by every party in government, so completely across the board after good negotiations. And that is politics, but it's good politics because it's politics that actually reaches consensus. And these themes are very high on that in that defense plan. And I just wanted to the lady from the Royal Navy. Royal Navy is a very close partner and friend for the Norwegian Navy. Just one thing for a security conference is that with the return of geopolitical competition, navies, air forces, missile defense, even nuclear, is much higher on the agenda again. We used to talk about how is it going in deserts in faraway places, which were predominantly army operations. But these more classical security themes are now much higher again on the agenda. That will, of course, also influence investments and priorities.
We're out of time. I want to ask a really quick round-robin question. What are the consequences if we don't get this right?
I think the consequences are uncontemplatable. I think we have a responsibility to do what's required, but I don't want to always approach this from a fear-based standpoint. I think there's huge opportunity for us to actually create prosperity. The connection between security and prosperity for all of our countries and for the entire free world, I think, is very clear. And if we want to ensure for all of our citizens that assured prosperity, then we've got to make this investment. And I think there's strong and compelling reasons to do it. And I think we are presented with an opportunity because of that collective defense commitment and our alliances that we have a huge opportunity to get this right.
Yeah, we are very sovereignty and economic prosperity is at stake. And the strength and the value is in the partnership. And I am optimistic that we've got the opportunity and the collective will to not allow further erosion of, the maritime governance, rule of law, the very things we've depended on as nations.
Very quickly.
So I firmly believe in the rule of law and also in defense and the connection between them, because all these issues are actually sorted out in the UN Charter and then UNCLOS. The thing is we have to stand up for them if they're challenged. So that connection could not be more important than the time we live up to, but then we have to take a principled stand on respecting rule of law wherever it's violated, and also stand up when necessary with force if that is needed.
Madeline, last word.
We are a weak link, the Arctic, because we are very insecure and we do not enjoy prosperity. And if we don't do anything, what are we protecting?
On that note, Madeline Redfern, Minister, and Linda Fagan, Admiral, and Minister Blair, thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to hand things over to Peter right now.
If I could just ask everybody to keep seated for a moment. Thank you. Thank you. Once again, it's my great honor to invite the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament, Speaker Ruslan Stefanchuk, to the podium. Thank you.
Dear Mr. President, dear ladies and gentlemen, Halifax International Security Forum is an international recognized platform for comprehensive discussion of international security issues. It is also the place for developing wise solutions. The solutions that make our world safer and more secure. As I said yesterday, I am deeply grateful to each of you for the assistance and support provided to Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. But I have come to you not only for wise decisions. We need brave and just decisions. I will not hesitate to say historic decisions. It is exactly such decisions that must be timely made in Halifax, Ottawa, Washington, Brussels, Paris, Berlin, and London. Ukrainian people in the Ukrainian cities of Kyiv, Kharkiv, Odessa, Dnipro, Zaporizhia, Kryvyi Rih, Sumy can't wait to see such decisions. Just a few days ago, the number of representing the days of Russia's full-scale invasion into Ukraine became a 4-digit figure. This brings in a new reality that requires new approaches. On one hand, we have 1,000 days of Ukraine fighting on the battlefield. On the other hand, we have 1,000 days of hesitation, procrastination, and sanction with loopholes. Many find this figure frightening. They think that it indicates that Russia is not stopping. My question is, have we done enough to stop this figure from growing? Ukrainians ask a lot of rightful questions. Ukrainians ask, why Ukraine, which is fighting to protect the universal democratic values, does not get the due protection from the democratic world? Why are we still unable to secure our own skies with the help of our allies? Why are we not allowed to use Western-supplied weapons against all legitimate military targets in Russia? Why do the rockets, bombs, and drones that kills Ukrainians around the clock still contain a lot of components made in Western countries? Why was Russia allowed to use an interconnectional ballistic missiles against the city of Dnipro just a few days before the 30th anniversary of the Budapest Memorandum? The absence of clear answer to this question only prolonged the suffering of the Ukrainian people. The absence of clear answers and decisive actions only strengthened Putin regime. The regime that grabbed unlimited power. The regime that kills opposition leaders. The regime that invaded Georgia. The regime that brutally interfered in the internal affairs of Azerbaijan and Armenia. The regime that made a turbulent situation in Moldova. The regime that annexed Belarus. The regime that brought together the axis of evil and used their unit force against Ukraine. I've just mentioned a lot of geographical names. Geography we can't change, but we can change the course of history. We can change it with resolute, decisive action. At the immediate level, with fast deliveries of Patriot and other air defense systems, with the delivery of long-range missiles and additional artillery, with the supply of combat aircrafts, with the equipment of a new brigades we have formed. I'm grateful to Canada for the delivery of the NASAM system. It's already on the ground in Ukraine. The next decisive action. Ukraine must become a member of NATO. As outlined in the victory plan of the President Volodymyr Zelensky, Ukrainians' membership in the North Atlantic Alliance is not only a guarantee of security for Ukraine, but also a safeguarding for its future existence. For some, it's about making decisions. For us, it's about surviving. The sanction pressure on Russia must be significantly increased. The sanction regime must become total, without any exception of loopholes. I often say that we can't wait for the next sanction package as for the introduction of new version of the iPhone. We don't need the sanction package 60, 60 Pro, 60 Pro Max, etc. There must be just one true sanction package, immune to any loopholes. The frozen Russian assets must be used to compensate the huge losses caused by the Russian war. Dear friends, I think it's a high time to hand Putin the bill for this war, and he must start paying it. Dear friends, Ukrainians are forced to defend their freedom and independence. They are dreaming about peace. We want peace like nobody else. We want just and lasting peace. But we understand that peace can only be forced upon Russia. Please, treat this seriously and responsibly. This can finally bring peace to Ukrainians. I truly hope that next year, with Canada taking over the G7 presidency, we will mark the return to peace to Ukraine. Canada can and must fulfill its historic mission. Dear friends, here in Halifax, we talk a lot about values and the protection of values. I believe that Ukrainians have added new meanings to such values as freedom, democracy, and justice. You often say that Ukrainians are heroes. We are grateful for that. But Ukrainians want to call you heroes. Heroes for your brave decision, for your timely action and unwavering resolve. People say you can truly value something only when it's lost. I sincerely hope that the democratic world will grasp the true meaning of freedom and democracy without having to lose them. And finally, dear Peter, Mr. President, Ukrainian soldiers have a cherished tradition of exchanging their unit's patches with their comrades in arms as a demonstration of unity. The Latin inscription on this patch reads, "A heavy armor of warrior is better than light collar of slave." These words explain for everyone what it means to be Ukrainians. Dear Peter, allow me to present you with this patch.
Thank you for that.
Thank you. Dear friend, thank you for your attention, and Slava Ukraini. Thank you.
Please join us for the midday meal in the Atlantic Ballroom. Please make your way to the Commonwealth Ballroom for this afternoon's sessions. Thank you. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Please silence all electronic devices.
Please join us in the auditorium. Our program is just about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program will begin now.
Well, Shabbat Shalom, everyone. I'm Mark Hetfield. I'm president of HIAS, which was founded on Ellis Island in 1903 as the Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society. And I opened this session on immigration with a Shabbat Shalom, not just because it is Shabbat, but because the commandment to love the migrant as thyself is repeated in the Torah no less than 36 times, which is more often than any other commandment. It's not done this way, in my opinion, because it's more important than any other commandment, but because it's so easily ignored and forgotten. And what we're seeing today, and what we saw in biblical times and ever since, is that even faith leaders and political leaders, mass media, have gone in completely the opposite direction of this commandment. They promote fear of migrants, they otherize migrants, they dehumanize migrants, and we Jews are accustomed to what's known as blood libel, the myth which went around for centuries that Jews kill Gentile children to make matzah out of their blood. Today, migrants are being subject to modern-day versions of this blood libel. Just the most egregious recent example of which is that they're stealing your pets, they're stealing your dogs, they're stealing your cats to eat them. Now, why are we discussing immigration at Halifax, an international security conference? Migration is not a phenomenon that's unique to America. It is a global phenomenon, and so is xenophobia. According to the International Organization for Migration, there are 281 million people worldwide who are living outside of their country of birth or nationality. And only about 1/5 of these are in North America. The rest are spread across the globe. Over 43 million of these are people who fled conflict or persecution. They're refugees, and right now we have more than at any other time in human history. 73% of these, in spite of what many people believe, are being hosted by developing countries. And last year, 8,500 people perished trying to migrate. There are also global conventions related to migration. The Refugee Convention of 1951 and its 1967 protocol are chief among them. But the question for today is, can America be great again if America doesn't greet again? To discuss this question, I'm joined by a number of friends, including Kindertransport survivor, activist, and former highest client Manny Lindenbaum, by Roya Hakakian, a writer in English, a poet in Persian, and a former refugee and former highest client herself, and by United States Senator Tim Kaine. Now, first I want to start with Manny. Manny is now, if you don't mind me saying so, 92 years old. But when Manny was a much younger man of 81, he did his refugee journey backwards on a bicycle from Poland into Germany with his children and grandchildren to raise money for my organization, HIAS, and the children that we assist in refugee camps in Chad. Now, Manny, you were a refugee 3 times, once to Poland, once in the United Kingdom, and then finally in the United States, where you and your brother were brought by HIAS to reunite with your aunt and uncle who were chicken farmers in Toms River, New Jersey. Can you tell us how your refugee experience shaped who you are today?
First, I'm so honored to be here, and I'm so glad that this conference is taking place, because in the world we live in, it's so easy to despair, and this is not about despair, this is about being energized. My grandfather in 1900 in the Ukraine was looking for a place to bring his family. Eventually he had 11 children. And he looked around and he found a place, Hanover in Germany, and moved the family there. And from what I've heard and what I've read that my family has written, well, obviously I wasn't there, they were greeted with open arms. They were greeted by the Jewish community, by the Christian community, and they started a small store which very quickly became large and bigger, and my father moved to the Ruhr Valley, to a town of Unna, and the same thing happened again. The welcome was unbelievable. And I guess, I don't know, I don't quite understand it, but that's everything that I've been told. And even my very earliest memories And one of my uncles died fighting in World War I for the fatherland. So the family had become Germans. They were Jewish, but they were Germans without any question. And then came the Great Depression. And trains stopped running, people were out of work, and looking for somebody to blame. One party came along and said, you vote for us, and we will make Germany great again. Yeah, I know. And but then they listed what they were going to do. They said that we're going to get rid of the Niedermenschen. Niedermenschen means lower people. We're not going to have people with disabilities because we are special. And we're going to have room to breathe. Our land is going to increase. And they said all these foul things. Among other things, they said they were going to get rid of the Jews, the communists, and they went on with their list. And with all this being said, they were elected, but in a free democratic election. And things very rapidly started to go downhill. My father had a tiny little store. There were 2 tiny apartments above it, and we lived in one of them. And my father had to put a J on his window, and very quickly we became poor. Some people I speak to schools, the kids would say, why don't you just get in your car and get out of there? Well, first of all, we didn't know anybody who had a car. And secondly, America included, had closed their doors. There wasn't any place that Jews could go to except under very special circumstances. And as things got worse and worse, 2 weeks before the night of the broken glass, Kristallnacht, they rounded up 17,000 of us, Jews, and the criteria was you had to have a Jewish grandparent and you had to come from the East. And it was on a Friday night, actually, and it was Thursday that they rounded it up. So they held us there till the sun went down. And the only thing I can think of is that these small-minded men wanted to make my blind grandfather travel on the Sabbath. I can't think of any reason why they kept me there for close to 40 hours until the sun went down. And the reason I remember that, he started the Friday night services on the train and broke the tension. When we got to the Polish border, they stopped the train before the station. They got us out of the train. And then with guns and dogs, they chased us to the border. The Polish guards tried to keep us out, but that was fruitless. And then we were in Poland, and we walked about 5 kilometers to a town called Spongin. And I have to say that even as my young memory, we were not greeted with hostility. We were permitted to sleep in the streets, in the horse stables. We found a broken out building. There was 200 of us. We were up on the 4th floor. There was just wooden floors and nothing else in the building. And that was for the next 10 months. For me, as a 6-year-old, this was not the worst time of my life because I was with my family. And somehow or the other, we were able to go out and play, which we were not allowed to do in Germany. And as time went on, after 10 months, some people who had contacts were able to get out. We had neither contacts nor money, and we couldn't. And the German army is on the border, and all kind of rumors are going around, and fear. And we're at the railroad station, and that's when the worst day of my life came about. And that's in the midst of this huge crowd of people. My mother shoved me over to a stranger, and she ran and caught a train and that took off. And there was refugee organizations there helping us. By the way, one of my earliest memories of Halifax is when they brought us cloth bags. So instead of sleeping on the floor, we could put straw in these bags. And so that actually is a warm memory. But it was, so my parents were gone. My friend started screaming and hollering, and his mother came back and kissed and hugged him, and I still have that view, as I got angry and took him with her, and they were both murdered in Auschwitz. 2 years later, I found out that was my friend. So my mother and father, they were heroes in being able, in the midst of chaos, turning me over to this stranger. And when I see views of refugees at borders today, that memories of me came back. And when I heard the separation of children from their parents, I had nightmares for several days after that, because I know that many of those kids who were separated at our border by the American government, by President Trump, will never recover, because it took me 20, 30 years, because I was really a troubled problem kid for everybody for a long period of time, for years. And they got us to the border ahead of the German army coming in, and we got on a Polish troop ship, the Warszawa. I was 7 at that point, and I was there with my brother. They refused to let my 14-year-old sister get on, and I remember I ran away, and she dragged me back and held me down while they shaved the lice off my head and shoved me on board. And I later found out she had managed to find her way across Poland and had rejoined my parents. And the German army came in, and they were all murdered in Auschwitz. And I think my saddest memory is that I cannot really remember my mother and father because I was so angry at them. Well, my sister, she's with me every day. And she's up in that cloud saying, "What did you do to make a difference today?" And that has never left me, and which is very sad. When we got to England, I continued to be in trouble, which lasted for years. But one of the things that stood out for me is the people who reached out, who saw this troubled kid making trouble, even with the police, and somehow or other they would appear. The minister's wife would take me to her house next to the church, and she would give me cookies and a bath, because most of the places I slept in didn't have running water in England. There were quite a few people like that who reached out. And I have taken that as a life's message. When somebody's in trouble and is making trouble, reaching out to them can change their life. And it is such a good thing to be able to do. And you ask me, what did the experience mean for me? I think it gave me the energy that I had to make a difference. I know when, together with Mark, we walked into Mexico to meet with refugees, the idea that the immigrants, the refugees here, that they're part of gangs. Yes, there's bad people. there's bad people wherever you look, but they're not the problem. The problem is the rest of the people who are quiet. I'll give you one quick story. My brother, as he was dying, and he had a fabulous life, and he lectured all over the world, including my hometown, and he said, everybody says that our sister's alive. Don't spend a lot of time, but go over there. And I went over there, got local historians to put the story in the front page of the two newspapers, and I ended up speaking to 20 women who said that, her friends. And one after the other, none of them had seen her, but they spread this story. Why did they spread this story? Because they and their families were quiet and hadn't said a word. In the end, if you go to my hometown now, you'll see the memorial to those they killed, and all the names are faded except Ruth, my sister, because they investigated and found out that it was total nonsense. So yes, I would say that my experience has made me look around at refugees, and I speak in schools a lot, but the whole idea of the Niedermensch, of a lower person, it is such a horrible, disgusting thought, because I don't care who you are, you have much more in common with me than you have differences. Thank you.
Thank you, Manny. And Roy, you've written some of my favorite books on immigration, and we've had this conversation before, but the Journey from the Land of No is interesting because there's actually no journey in the Journey from Land of No. Like, I hate to spoil it for those of you who haven't read it, but it ends with Roya's family's decision to leave Iran. And then you wrote A Beginner's Guide to America for the Immigrant and the Curious. And that shows, that's basically a guidebook on how immigrants like Roya really see the United States. But you didn't talk about your own actual journey from the time you left Iran till you wrote The Immigrant's Guide. So what happened there, and how was it formative to you?
Great. Well, thank you. And I don't know who scheduled me after Manny, but that was cool. And I'm so glad you're here to talk about the event that apparently to so many young people never happened. So as long as you're here to remind us. Whenever I go to talk about my memoir, the very first thing that most people say is that I'm not old enough to have written a memoir, or I haven't gained the right to write a memoir. And I was very aware of that fact when I sat down to write the memoir, which was that my job was to turn myself into the conduit of a very important piece of history. And that was the events that took place in Iran between 1977 and 1984, which was the most formative years, not just for Iran, but for the region, for the Middle East, and as I'm sure many of you would agree, for the world. And so I thought my job is to make myself useful and use my own story to tell the story of three aspects of history that I thought were being somehow erased from the American accounts of post-revolutionary Iran. The first one was that there was nothing else in Iran other than a group of either radical Muslims who were being identified as the hardline Muslims, or the reformist Muslims, and then there was nothing else in between. So somehow we had been homogenized, and our very, very sophisticated, complex history of a very, very multi-racial, multi-ethnic, multi-religious society where the existence of Jews preceded the existence of Muslims, was completely being wiped away. So that was number one. And number two that I really wanted to convey in the memoir was the idea that somehow Americans were being convinced that the hijab, as Masih was referring to this morning, was a beloved tradition that Iranians just couldn't wait to embrace. And I thought there has to be a voice that reminds people of the moment when, after the Iranian Revolution, I was a little girl, and the hijab suddenly became compulsory. And, life really became dark and intolerable once we had to do that. So, to make this long story short, I just wrote the first memoir because I was in conversation with America. And I thought that those nuances about the narrative, the complexity of post-revolutionary and pre-revolutionary Iran needed to be injected. And the second book, The Immigrant's Account, The Beginner's Guide to America, I was just listening to Donald Trump in 2015, and I remember he said, "Our country is full." and he also said, we have to review the history of a lot of these immigrants to whom we have given citizenship, and maybe we should take those, their citizenship back, because depending on where they come from, we ought to do that. And I had been by then a citizen for over 30 years, and I remember panicking so much, thinking, I knew he couldn't do that, but the fear just really set me on fire, and I decided to write a book, not to offer more graphs and more statistics on why immigrants are actually good for our society, but to take people inside the experience of the immigrant, to perhaps reassure them that it is very, very, very difficult for a newly arrived immigrant to go about robbing and raping other people. Because when we arrive, we're just really trying to figure out what's up and what's down. It took me a year or two to just figure out the New York subway system. And so I thought, whoever is buying that argument is unaware of the internal experience of the immigrant. And if I can somehow convey that, perhaps I can be of some sort of service. So I didn't tell the story in between, because nothing within what was going on in the society was compelling me to do so.
Thanks, Raya. And Senator Kaine, I'd like to invite you to respond to what Manny and Roya said, but also one of the questions I'm dying to ask you is, there's not many things Americans agree on, but one thing pretty much everybody in the United States agrees on is that our immigration system, our immigration laws are totally broken and outdated. We haven't passed major immigration legislation in about 30 years. We haven't passed it since we entered the information age. Mm-hmm. So what's going on? Is there any chance that Congress can act and actually reform, update our immigration laws?
Mark, thank you. And what a great place to have this conversation. We were at the pier last night. It was viewed as the Ellis Island of Canada, with more than 1 million people coming into this pier to begin life as Canadians from Europe. 7 of my 8 great-grandparents came from Ireland to the United States in the 1850s, and the 8th was the diverse one, came from Scotland from a Scottish dad and an Irish mother. But then I had an experience that was the pivotal experience in my formation, which was being a missionary in Honduras in 1980 and 81 in the Northern Triangle, one of the countries that has traditionally produced the most folks who are coming to our southern border looking for refuge here in this country. Why haven't we done something? Can we do something? There's a lot of reasons we haven't done something since the Immigration Reform Bill of 1986, but I'm going to tell you one. Me, politicians, leaders, media, we've got to talk about this issue a little bit differently than the way we've been talking about it. We often talk about immigration as a tug of war between those who want more order and those who want more compassion. Order is needed. compassion is needed. But we often don't inject a whole other reality that might be a ground on which we could find some agreement. And I'm going to give you 4 stats and stories. Okay, number 1, I am 66 years old. When I was born, Virginia was 1 out of 100 foreign born, and we were bottom quarter per capita income. Today, we are 1 out of 8 foreign born, and we're top quarter per capita income. And since 1958, I think only 2 states have made the move from bottom quarter per capita income to top quarter, Virginia and North Dakota. North Dakota, they discovered oil. We didn't discover anything except talent is a resource even more precious than oil. In 1958, women couldn't go to most of our state colleges, and you couldn't go to school with somebody if their skin color was different. And we were very hostile to new Americans, or at least not welcoming. We're not perfect at anything, but we've made a transition where we're welcoming, and guess what? This growth of our foreign-born population has coincided with a dramatic economic improvement. That's number 1. Number 2, what percentage of the American workforce is foreign-born? It's about 18.6% of the American workforce. Nearly 1 in 5 is foreign-born. In Virginia, it's a little less than that, about 16%. What percentage of businesses started in this country are started by people who are foreign-born? It's 25%. Compassion is important, order is important, but our economy needs the immigrant population that's always been the transfusion in our bloodstream that's kept us young at 248 years old. Third story, I just want to give you this industry, healthcare. What percentage of the American healthcare workforce is foreign-born? It's right about that average. It's 18.2%. But it varies all over the map from the high-skilled jobs to the entry-level jobs. 26% of American physicians are foreign-born. And what about the home health care workers that take care of our parents and our grandparents and those with disabilities? 35% of our home health care workers are foreign-born. Our health care system would collapse in a catastrophic and calamitous way without foreign-born workers. And finally, it's a security forum. We are having massive problems in our industrial base in the United States in producing ships and subs and other platforms. The discussion about capabilities, whether it's the war in Ukraine or other necessary engagements and priorities around the world, depend upon our ability with our allies to produce. And we're not producing. We are not producing, and the most significant reason for our underproduction is the workforce. Our unemployment rate is low. Most of you hear from employers, might be the Farm Bureau or the general contractors, the hoteliers or the hospitals. You certainly hear it from shipbuilders. We can't hire enough people. We will not be able to meet our defense needs nor our economic needs without immigration reform. I was at a pilot project that I helped get started in Danville, Virginia within the last year. Danville was a manufacturing town, but when the tobacco and textile and furniture sort of went overseas, Danville plummeted. But it's coming back now with advanced manufacturing, and we have a pilot program in Danville to train the next generation of ship and sub builders. And there are workers there from all over the country that come in for these 8-week programs, about 50 at a time. And I walked into the classroom, and these are kids from rural Virginia or rural Washington State, and they're Aussies who were there on an 8-week assignment to help figure out how to shipbuild side by side with Americans because of our AUKUS framework. But the other group of people in class with them were Afghans. We've had about 125,000 Afghans come to the United States on a humanitarian parole or special immigrant visa. Many of them have already patriotically worked for the United States. And they've gotten here and they've decided, well, I helped the United States defend itself. I'd like to do it again. And they're there in the classrooms training as shipbuilders. I think we need to talk about it in a different way. The compassion argument, you know, you began, and in your piece in the materials with Old Testament, you know, New Testament, all, you know, I was a stranger and you welcomed me. Joseph and Mary and Jesus fleeing to Egypt. I mean, these are stories that are part of our moral tradition, and we need to emphasize those. And we need to find order at our borders, the U.S.-Canadian border, the U.S.-Mexico border. But we also have to do a better job of talking about the incredible economic dynamism that immigrants create. Because if you ask most Americans, immigration, what's the picture that comes into your mind? It's something that they've seen on the news about the southern border. not that that's not important, but we would want the picture to come into people's brains that, yeah, okay, it's about the border, but it's also about a way of life and economic vitality and the contributions that are made by some of the folks who were in that opening video, Stephen, which was so good. So we can get this done. And I actually think, you know, the low unemployment rate is going to be the icebreaker that is going to enable us to do this, because every industry wants help with workforce, and most recognize that they can't get the help they need without an immigration reform that focuses on the workforce.
Thanks, Senator. And then I want some advice, because I'm the head of a refugee agency, and frankly, I don't think it's a political statement to say that the first term of the Trump administration was rather difficult for us in terms of our mission, right? And there are three pillars that refugee policy rests on. One is humanitarian assistance overseas. One is allowing people to apply for asylum at our border or inside our borders. And the third is refugee resettlement, which is Manny and Roya were resettled here from overseas as refugees. Humanitarian assistance in the first Trump term, he tried to slash, but Congress prevented it from happening. And so it actually continued. So that was good. Are we going to see that again? Can we see that again? Second question, asylum. Is there any space for asylum in the United States, given the situation at the border and given President Trump's or President-elect Trump's promise to immediately end the migrant invasion of America? And he counts asylum as being a part of that strategy. And third, he has promised to suspend refugee resettlement on day one, on his first day in office, which is, of course, a legal and orderly way to bring refugees into the United States, and it's a program that has always had bipartisan support up until relatively recently. So what's our strategy?
My prediction on number one, humanitarian assistance, there will continue to be budgets submitted that would drastically reduce it. My Republican and Democratic colleagues in Congress will make sure that we don't do that and we save it. We saw that last time, we'll see it again. With respect to the asylum process, we have to maintain an asylum process. Now look, I do think there is some more order needed in the process. And some of the executive actions taken by President Biden, for example, which are controversial with many, but I think they say, look, prioritize people who are seeking asylum who come to either apply outside the boundaries of the United States or come to ports of entry and apply. And prioritize those over those who would cross the border between ports of entry and, if picked up, then make an asylum claim. I think that's a way to put order into the system. And it also speaks to a reality that I understood pretty well from my time living in Honduras. Most people who come to the United States and come to our southern border from the Americas, there are those who are subject to persecution who would meet the asylum standard traditionally. But the vast majority are coming for economic opportunity. And that is not a criteria for receiving asylum status. The nation doesn't have good work visa rules. We don't have the kind of robust work visa programs that we used to. And so people know if they come, they probably won't get in if they're saying that they're seeking economic opportunity, which then leads them to apply in convoluted ways for asylum status, gumming up the court process for asylum status with cases that years later are often adjudicated. Well, no, you don't meet the asylum status. If we had a more robust work visa program that would speak to this economic need we have now, you would take a lot of people who are coming here and gumming up the asylum process. You would give them a legal path where they could come work, pay taxes, send money back home. And then you'd shrink the numbers on asylum to something that could be managed by the court system that we have. So I think there are some reforms that are needed, but we definitely need asylum. And on refugee resettlement, I will fight tooth and nail. I will fight tooth and nail against any efforts to stop refugee resettlement. The Catholic Church that I go to in Richmond, Virginia, St. Elizabeth of Hungary, was established right after World War I by Italian immigrants who felt discriminated against because of feelings about World War I. And so they needed a safe haven, and they created this church in the early 1920s. St. Elizabeth of Hungary, 101 years later, in Richmond, Virginia, is the same church, even though it's completely different. It's now 35% Congolese refugees who've been resettled through the diocesan resettlement office. So it's the same church in some ways as it was 101 years ago. And the contributions these Congolese families have made to our parish and to our community are inestimable. We have to have a refugee resettlement program, and I'll do everything I can to enlist every colleague I have to make sure that we continue to be true to that. It's not a burden, it's not an obligation, it's not a duty, true to that joyful responsibility that we have.
Thank you. Now, in developing the agenda for this year's Halifax, you saw there were two competing agendas. And this particular session had two proposed titles. One, the one you got, was Era of Opportunity, Immigrants Excel. The other one was Era of Dread, Immigrants Extinguished. My question for each panelist is, did they choose the right title? Roya.
It is not the wrong title, but it's a reductive title. In that, I think the moment we separate the issue of immigration from everything else that's going on, especially democracy, is when we lose sight of the fact that if democracy is lost, we get more immigrants at our borders. And so if we, rather than worry about what kind of wall we need to build, the strongest, best wall you can build in order to keep immigrants out is the wall of democracy in other parts of the world. An example, in 1977, 1978, there were 100,000 plus Jews who lived in Iran, Christians who lived in Iran, Baha'is who lived in Iran, all sorts of people whom you have helped throughout the years. That number today stands at 8,000. And the reason that the Jewish community's numbers have dwindled so much isn't just because there's anti-Semitism in Iran. Anti-Semitism is everywhere. But it's the fear and the anxiety and the absence of what Iran was at one point, which was a multi-ethnic, multicultural society, a society with certain civil liberties that has been lost, that has driven those numbers. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to make sure that we always make the connection that wherever the United States takes a step back from taking part in assuring the security or the democracy potential of other nations is the moment we will, at one point or another, see new immigrant populations flooding our gates. And so we have to assure that we continue to play a part in trying to support not just the democratic movements, but also the intactness of those civil societies before they fall apart. And I think Syria is the best example. And I think one third issue that's really key, and I think it's one of the foundational failures of our national conversations about the issue of immigration, is what Senator McCain referred to, which is this dichotomy that has been created between fear and pity, and nothing else in between. So you either fear the immigrants or you pity them, and there is nothing else in between. There is nothing to say, we're going to be careful in processing and choosing and allowing these immigrants into our country, so we make sure that we keep away the people who need to be kept away. And those people who say, open borders and let's open our arms and they're welcome to come in. And as long as we are caught in this dichotomy where half of the nation isn't convinced that the other half cares about the security, we will be stuck. And so we need to find a way through. And the progressives have a lot that they really need to recognize have done wrong in advancing or hindering this debate from being advanced. And I can cite one example, which is that I wrote a long piece about a few weeks ago about an Iranian former ambassador to the United Nations who had been at the United Nations during the time when one of the largest massacres against the population of political prisoners in Iran took place. Thousands of political prisoners had been killed over the span of a few weeks. Now, this guy who had denied these crimes while he was an ambassador at the United Nations had somehow landed at Oberlin College as a professor of peace and friendship studies. Mm-hmm. How do you go from holding that position to being a professor of peace, forgiveness, and friendship studies within the span of several years, and also receiving an American citizenship? I and a lot of other people, many, have undergone the citizenship process. People have asked us on the forums whether we have been affiliated with, parties that were anti-American, whether we've been affiliated with organizations, this, that, the other. We've been vetted and we've undergone such scrutiny to prove that we have never had any sort of affiliation with any anti-American entity. So how does that person receive a US citizenship and end up a tenured professor? So just to summarize, I want to say that we have lost the trust of part of America because we have allowed these breaches to occur, and we deny some valid sense of fear that people have. And as long as we can't address both these issues and break out of the dichotomy, we will not be able to advance the immigration debate.
Thank you. And we only have 12 minutes left, so I'm going to open it to the audience. So let's see. Dixon.
Thank you, Mark. Dixon Osborne with the Institute for Strategic Dialogue. President-elect Trump has said that he's going to invoke the Emergency Act, the Insurrection Act, deploy the military to round up millions of immigrants, probably coordinating then with local law enforcement. The question is, and at our own organization, we've already seen an uptick in threats of violence by militias, or so-called militias, and by white supremacy groups that are eager to support this effort. The question is, where do our immigrants turn? How can they find safety in this moment that they fear?
Well, HIAS and other groups will play an important role into where should folks turn, but I mean, I'm going to do everything I can with colleagues to block the use of military and any roundup, et cetera. And there will be Republicans who will join me in this. Rand Paul, for example, came out immediately and said that would be a very improper use of the American military. And I believe there will be others that will take that position as well. This is a security forum. I mean, how is this for a recruiting environment into an American military that is already struggling, questioning the value of women who serve? The current nominee for the SecDef has done that, and suggesting that those who serve will now be given the task of rounding up people on the street to deport them. This is going to make it much more difficult for us to get our best and brightest to come into the military, in my view. So it's a question about immigration, not about the military, but this is a security forum. We're already having recruiting problems. It would get much worse if we do it. So we have to fight against that very, very strenuously, and I will. The question is, where should folks turn?
Yeah, and I was just talking to my, HIAS works through Jewish family service agencies around the country, and this was a focus of our conversation, and I'm sure Lutheran Social Services, Catholic charities are having the same conversations, which is this will be a new form of family separation, because many families are mixed families. There may be undocumented as well as U.S. citizens in those families. So we have to find out how to protect oneself from removal, because the president's also going to expand his expedited removal authority to cover the entire United States, really giving him the authority to remove people with basically no due process. So they need a place to turn. And so our refugee resettlement networks will have to transform into giving advice as to how you can protect yourselves and then how you protect your families after a removal has occurred.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
Where I live in New Jersey, the Hispanic people who have come into town and have taken jobs like crazy. Wherever you go, they're starting businesses all over the place, and they are about as nervous could be.
Yeah.
I mean, wherever you look, they're starting new businesses, they're taking jobs, and they're not taking jobs away from other people because there's a labor shortage, and they don't know where to turn, and they're very nervous.
Yes, sir.
Here comes one, yeah.
Senator, I'm going to quote 2 sentences you made. You said the economy needs the immigrant transfusion. You also said the healthcare system will collapse without foreign-born workers. So before I came to Halifax, I went to visit my father-in-law in Lagos. He was ill, and my wife wasn't happy with the treatment he was getting elsewhere. She brought him to Lagos. And when I met him, he said it was like a magic, right? Because the doctor looked at him, looked at all the drugs he was taking, and advised him, and the change has been actually magical, almost like a miracle. I was really happy for him and his story, but on my way home, I couldn't get the fact that that doctor was going to be on his way out of Nigeria anytime soon. My name is JJ Omojua. I'm from Nigeria. I'm also on the board of Halifax, just to give perspective. I was really scared of that, and I quoted you because the other side of those sentences is the poor countries that are often on the receiving end of that economy in these rich countries, that healthcare system in these rich countries not collapsing. And the interesting thing is, when we have these conversations, we hardly have them from the POV, from the point of view of those poor countries. And I do believe that when we have these conversations from the point of view of those poor countries and the effects of migration, of immigration on these countries, I believe we'll get closer to the solution, because we get closer to the root causes than the effects that we're generally discussing, because whatever we're discussing with respect to how it affects immigration in places like the United States, those are the causes. The roots of the matter are actually from the countries that are also losing
Great point.
from the gains that you just mentioned. So how do we address these issues from the POV of poor countries? Because only then do I believe that we'll arrive at a more robust
Can I restate that just to make sure I understand?
Yes.
I think I get this. If I'm saying 26% of American physicians are foreign-born, and I'm thinking, thank God these foreign-born physicians are doing such a great job. But you're raising the point, but why aren't they practicing in the countries where they were born? Yeah. What is it about systems there that lead them to decide I'm going to practice in rural Virginia rather than Nigeria, another place? And so something that has been a positive for us ends up being a brain drain or a negative for other countries. Is that, do I basically?
Yes, 100%.
Yeah, so that's a great question. It's a great question. And if you dug deeper into that 26%, the reason that 26% is in the United States, there's probably 1,000 reasons. You know, I came to school, or I married someone and moved here, or I had family who lived here. But in many, it would be there were no opportunities, or I had better opportunities here. And then you end up with a public health system in so many nations that doesn't have the providers that it needs. One of the things that I think we need to do is we think about humanitarian assistance in the medical field, just using that as an example, is rather than investing, purely in NGOs that are going in to do good, we have to invest in building up the public health infrastructure of nations that don't have sufficient healthcare providers. And so the humanitarian assistance is important, but you got to do it the right way, not the wrong way. We used to do food assistance by just sending food. You actually do a better job if the food assistance is heavily about cultivating local agriculture. And I think probably there's a similar strategy that we have to pursue as we think about public health systems in developing nations. Thanks for asking that.
In the case of Iran, if I may, the brain drain occurred each time the internal movements that took place for greater freedom and liberty failed. So I just want to emphasize.
Linking to democracy.
Exactly. That if Iran had been able to, in 2009, during the Green Movement, do a recount of the vote and send the right person who had actually been elected to office, thousands of people, educated Iranians, would not have left. So yes, there is absence of opportunities, but in a lot of places, it's also absence of democracy.
Okay. Yes.
Hello, I'm Mauricio Mechulan from the Mexico Research Center for Peace. My question would be, Donald Trump said that on the first day, the first thing he's going to do in office is call the new Mexican president, Claudia Sheinbaum, and let her know that if she doesn't stop the migration, he will put 25% tariffs immediately. So what would be a recommendation for the Mexican government to work properly with the new administration so that we can actually work together for advancing the mutual goals?
Mauricio, that is a very good question. I mean, a brand new president from Mexico that I haven't yet met. I don't know whether my colleagues have yet had the opportunity to meet with President Sheinbaum, but I do think in my interactions with President AMLO, he was often, he was an unpredictable guy in a million ways, but he was often giving, I think, fairly good advice to the administrations, the Trump and Biden administration, about here's the challenge you have on the border, and here is what you need to do. And he often would say, if the overwhelming number of people are coming to seek work, but you don't have a good work visa program, then you're going to complicate your asylum. And so he has advocated, as have other heads of state in the Americas, for the notion of a better work visa program to take the pressure off asylum. So, just because President Trump said, I think it was Jim Risch who said, when the president says something on day one, it might be like, a day in the book of Genesis. It could have lasted 1,000 years or something like that. So it may not happen on day one, but it will be an early priority. And I think the Mexican response should be, we understand this problem in some ways even better than you do. And the way we understand it is there are ways that we can help you manage this. Right now, the numbers have come down in the last few months in a fairly significant way after the president's executive actions that began in May of 2023. Sometimes they come down for a while and then people figure out new ways, especially the traffickers, new ways around the new rules. But how about analyzing, well, it's kind of working right now. So why is it working? Can we do more of it? I mean, I think it could be a very productive discussion.
Okay, last question.
Hi, Vaga Maradian from Defense and Aerospace Report. Mark, terrific panel. Manny, incredible story. Yeah. Roya, thank you. And Senator Kaine, thank you for your service. My question would be, we're talking tactics. How do we deal with, an immediate 500,000 or 12 million or whatever the number is, or how do we change the dialogue about this? One side is communicating on a completely different level. We're talking about us here, and we all understand the problems and the solutions, have family stories that mirror some of these. How do you change the narrative at a strategic level that immigrants aren't here to kill you in the night? We should have an organized process. There shouldn't be chaos at the border. How do you change this fundamental narrative that's so key to us being Americans? Thank you.
Do you guys have thoughts?
Let's take that.
Everybody's looking at everybody else, so I think you're absolutely correct. Somehow the narrative is broken, because even when I think about the phrase in the title of this panel, immigrants excel, the first thing that came to my mind is that not necessarily. I mean, my father came and he never worked in this country. He collected welfare for as long as welfare was being, allotted to him. And he was writing poetry about how much he missed Iran on a single day, every single day of his life. And when 9/11 happened, and I've written about this, my father shuffled out of our apartment in Queens, New York, went around the corner. I said, "Where are you going?" He said, "I'll be right back." He went to a store around the corner, He came back with a plastic bag, and he had bought the most giant American flag you have ever seen in your life. And my father had never held a flag, waved a flag of any country in his entire life. And he hung it on the balcony of our apartment on 9/11, like 3 hours after the planes had hit. So we misunderstand immigrants because when they don't speak English or when they don't work, we think that they're useless. They're not. They're here in America to keep the composition of the American DNA healthy. We need an infusion of people from countries like, like the story of Manny, like authoritarian, refugees, to remind the rest of us why democracy isn't about every 4-year election, that democracy is something much more minute that manifests itself in everything that we experience on a daily basis. If we, all of us as Americans, or at least the majority of us, stop at a red light, it's because we live in a democracy. Because if you go to Tehran, nobody stops at a red light, right? And it's not because red light is something else that it's not in New York. It's the same red light. But when the foundations of a social contract is broken in one part of the world, it doesn't matter how many rules you impose. So all I'm trying to say is that somehow we have failed to understand that if we lose our immigration, we lose our Americanness. And hire every PR firm there is in our country and put them on the project of reversing this narrative. Because we need to be that America that's the nation of nations.
Can I give a prose answer? That was a poet's answer, right? That was a poet's answer. I think a prose answer for the legislators is when we do an immigration bill, and I think the low unemployment rate and the demand of our employers is going to push us so that we have to really talk about it as a workforce-based immigration bill. I was so proud to be part of the immigration bill that we did in the Senate in 2013. I was in my first year as a senator. I was really naive. I thought when we passed it with 70 votes, even though the House was Republican, they'd pass something different, we'd split the difference, and we'd get a good immigration bill. It didn't happen. It was the comprehensive, it was everything in that bill. We're going to have to do an immigration reform bill and have it very focused on workforce. Not that we can't do some of the adjustments in asylum and others, but if we really lead with the economic and workforce argument and break out of the way you said it, sort of is it fear or pity, or is it compassion or order? We got to break out of the old dialogue and make it about kind of economic dynamism. And if the bill that we will do, that will pass, will lead with that. And I hope it's sooner than later. We need it.
I know that every statistic that I've seen about crime and immigrants, that the local population, the crime rate is higher. Naturally, there are bad people in every group, but the statistics are that immigrants commit less crime percentage-wise than the local population. Everybody doesn't have to agree with me. Go check the numbers.
Well, thank you, everybody. I feel better. I don't know about you, but I feel better.
The reason I said that, I'm sure somebody's thinking that.
Please join us for a coffee break in the foyer. Please make your way back to the auditorium. Our program is going to begin in just a few more minutes. Thank you. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program will begin now.
Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Louisa Savage, Executive Editor for Growth at Politico, and it is my pleasure to introduce the Global Affairs President, Mr. President, Kent Walker of Google. It's wonderful to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's Kent's first Halifax Forum. Welcome. I'm really excited about this conversation, but I don't know if I should be more excited or terrified. We're here to talk about one of the new eras that Peter mentioned, and that is the era of AI. We're here to talk about democracies and the threats and the opportunities for them. And I think I wanted just to start, Kent, you're at one of the leading companies driving the AI revolution around the world. What do you see as the threats to democracy from AI? We know about disinformation, we know about cyber attacks. So what's the biggest threat on your mind? And what do democracies need to do to really confront these threats?
So as you think about the rise of technology, I started by remembering that video we saw about the landings in Normandy to start off the conference yesterday. And that notion, that brought me back to an HBO video called Band of Brothers that some of you may have seen. Toward the end of that series, there was an episode where American soldiers were driving down the road and seeing a column of German soldiers who had surrendered with horses and carts behind them. And one of the American soldiers looks out at the column of German soldiers, and I'll clean up the language a little bit here, and says, you so-and-sos, you had horses and wagons, and we had Ford and General frigging Motors. How did you think you were going to win? And I think, in a sense, now, our adversaries around the world don't have horses and wagons. They have access to some of the same advanced technologies that we have. My dad, who was in the service for many years, said that in the Second World War, the Germans had a phrase, sweat saves blood. But the Americans had a better phrase, machines save men. And the machines of today are, just as much as they are tanks and planes, they are cyber and digital and AI. So how do we make sure that we stay ahead in this race at a time when so much of the research is being done on the private side rather than the government side? So I think we're seeing challenges. I'm happy to go into them with regard to cybersecurity with AI and the like. But we can also talk about the potential of AI to make sure we stay ahead in that race.
100%, and I'd love to get into all of that. But I do want to start with the threats, right? We've seen hostile actors using disinformation, cyber attacks, deep threats. How do you protect your platforms, YouTube, for example, from being used in disinformation campaigns? And why does it sometimes fail? Like, what needs to change to keep up with these efforts by Russia, by China, Iran, others? North Korea, you had a North Korea attack.
Absolutely. I mean, we take this responsibility very seriously. We think of Google as the company that's keeping more people safe online than pretty much any other organization out there. But that requires constant vigilance. We're seeing an increasing number of cyber attacks. The NATO countries alone have seen a quadrupling in cyber attacks in the last few years. There's a constant drumbeat of foreign influence operations. This last year, where we saw roughly half the planet voting, we saw a series of efforts to interfere with elections. But the good news is, so far, AI has been in experimental phase for the bad actors that are out there. They have not yet broken the code on how to put this to work all that effectively. Vladimir Putin is finding out it's harder than you might think to become a social influencer. And so the good news is that we're using AI as a defense as well, both on the cyber side and on the misinformation and disinformation side.
We'll talk about that a little bit.
Yeah. On the cyber side, we just had in the last couple of weeks the first use of AI to discover a vulnerability in the wild that has never been found by people before. We found Google accounted for roughly 30% of all the vulnerabilities we found out in the wild just in the course of the last year alone. And we're continuing to ramp that up and finding vulnerabilities in open source software, et cetera. So we're patching the holes in our defenses, and AI is helping us do that. When it comes to foreign propaganda, which is a serious challenge, when we took RT, Russia Today, off of YouTube, we saw that they moved their base of operations to the global south, to Africa, to tell their story more effectively. But there, too, AI is helping. A few years ago, YouTube was able to, about 1 view in 100 on YouTube violated our policies. Today, it's 1 view in 1,000. And that's because we're using AI, which can identify some of these problematic kinds of content faster, more consistently, more thoroughly than even our tens of thousands of reviewers can. So, please.
Yeah, so one piece is the threats, the cyber threats, the attacks, the disinformation. The other piece is the competition, right? So there are only 2 countries in the world that can produce AI at scale, and that's the United States and China. So we hear a lot in Washington about the competition with China. I feel like just about every topic right now is being situated in that issue. So I want to talk for a few minutes about what it will take both proactively and defensively to stay ahead in that competition for AI. And I want to start first with the proactive piece. It's been just striking to me how just in the last couple of weeks, we are hearing energy policy being talked about not as we need to drill, baby drill to drive down prices, like we're hearing that, but we're also hearing we need to accelerate the permitting of energy infrastructure to support data centers so that we can be competitive against China and AI. And I don't think that's really an argument we heard even a year ago that often. So what do we need to do? What is your vision at Google for what the United States needs to do proactively to maintain its competitive position in AI against China?
So to start with the first part of your question, the race is very real. China has announced its AI Plus program. They are investing tens of billions of dollars in doing this, right? And there are security implications as well. We learned a month ago that China was actually using open source models from the United States for the People's Liberation Army. We learned just a week ago that some of China's open source models are now at or above the level of American open source models. So we really are in this neck and neck competition. Now, the second part of your question.
Can we just stop right there? How close is the competition? You say neck and, is it really neck and neck?
I think we would have said, a year or two ago that we were months ahead, but maybe not years ahead. Today, I think there are different areas in which different countries have advantages. For machine vision technology, for example, China has made significant strides, and we're seeing them piggyback off innovations that have been made elsewhere to accelerate the work that they're doing. And it's not just China, I should say. When we open source models, there are a whole variety of people who have access to these different tools. And so it's a growing concern. Now, the second part of your question is, if anything, even more important, which is, what do we do about it? And there, I think the key is a combination of continued research, and it's remarkable, a generation ago, the large majority of R&D in the United States was done by the federal government. Now the large majority is actually done by the private sector. So we talk about nuclear back in the day as having been born classified. AI was effectively born private. So how do we make sure that we are aligning the work of democracies and democratic governments and this private sector innovation? And there's a lot of work that can be done, better procurement to make sure that we're actually putting these tools to work. The line in the valley is technology races are typically not won by the first to invent, but by the best countries to deploy. So how do we put this to work so we're actually making progress, data and big picture scientific advances as well as day-to-day work? Then we need regulatory structures that actually align. Canada, the United States, for example, as part of a North American alignment, would benefit from having harmonized AI regulations in the same way that we have harmonized food safety regulations or harmonized automobile regulations. So I think there's a lot that can be done there. And then finally, I think you want to make sure you have a pro-innovation agenda. So you're taking the responsibility side seriously. You're dealing with specific challenges like deepfakes or impersonation that are unique to AI. But you also recognize that we have a lot of existing laws on the books that already address issues of fraud and the like. And you want to make sure that you take a balanced approach that recognizes this is a generational breakthrough in technology. This is not just a scientific breakthrough. This is a breakthrough in the way we make breakthroughs. And that's what's opening up these dramatic new vistas in healthcare, in nuclear fusion, in clean water around the world, in material science. That's really where the revolution is going to be. If I could tell just one quick story on that. You may have heard about our AlphaFold technology. This was humanity had sequenced DNA, human DNA, 20 years ago. But just knowing the order of those letters didn't actually turn out to be as helpful as you might have thought. What you really needed to understand was how the proteins expressed themselves, how they folded. So if a COVID virus had these kinds of spikes, you needed this kind of vaccine. If it has these kinds of spikes, you need this kind of vaccine. The problem was there are 200 million proteins out there. And each one of those proteins took a biology PhD student a full thesis, 3 or 4 years, to sequence just one protein. Our DeepMind team went to work and sequenced all 200 million of them in a couple of months. That's like taking every man, woman, and child in North America, training them up to be a biology PhD student, and having them do nothing but fold proteins for a couple of years. And now you have more than 2 million researchers around the world using these tools for drug discovery, for diagnosis, and the like. Imagine that kind of generational change in all of these other areas. That's why we think this is a golden era for science. And so we need a regulatory framework that encourages and promotes that while still being aware of the risks and making sure we have safeguards in place.
Mm-hmm. Before we get to the regulatory piece, I can't help but feel that we're going to look back, and tell me if you agree with this, in 2 or 3 years and say, actually, this moment even though all the Trump stuff's in the headlines, but this was the moment where Silicon Valley went from being kind of on the other coast, trying to keep Washington out of their business, out of their hair, showing up occasionally, but mostly pushing, like, just don't regulate too much, to wanting to be at the center of some important policy decisions. And I mentioned energy, which I think is fascinating, this idea that OpenAI has brought a blueprint to the government saying, we need you to permit energy infrastructure and permit more nuclear, small reactors, et cetera. Do you feel that this moment calls for like a real shift in the way tech industry interacts with government?
I very much do. Energy is a great example. For example, we now have commissioned the first contract for small modular reactors in the United States. They're going to be in Oak Ridge, Tennessee, coming online. How do you expand the energy pie in a way that allows these data centers to be able to be successful? But that's just one small part of it. You're also looking at ways that governments and the private sector can bridge the gap a little bit. A lot of people in the Pentagon may never have met a computer scientist, and a lot of our computer scientists may never have met somebody in uniform. We need to make sure that there's a deeper understanding of the mutual needs there and what each can contribute. And then more broadly, think of the big ticket challenges that governments around the world face with the Sustainable Development Goals from the United Nations or the very real challenges to national security. We think technology is going to play a key part in making significant progress there. So you're right. I think in the early days, the Valley had something of a libertarian orientation to how we approach these issues. I think as the companies have matured, they recognize they both want to and are obliged to be a part of that conversation and figure out how we can contribute.
Mm-hmm. So the outgoing administration was working on these safety institutes and Congress was starting to work on AI legislation. I'm sure Senator Klobuchar will talk more about that on the next panel, but I'm wondering, was that the right approach, and what kind of regulatory framework do you think will meet the needs of both the public interest, safe AI, but also not, as you were mentioning before, squelching innovation?
Well, so we've been supportive of the AI Safety Institutes. We and others in the industry have said, look, it's too important an international conversation for the US not to have a representative in that conversation. But at the same time, we want to make sure that it's, again, a balanced regime that is internationally aligned. The G7, the OECD are already working on frameworks that have been sensible and well-grounded. We want to make sure that it is looking at both risks and opportunities. There's sometimes a regulatory tendency to look just at the risks and not think about how to accelerate. I would say Senator Schumer in the United States had a series of insight forums where they brought a wide variety of different sectors, labor, academia, business, government, together to talk about all the different issues we're seeing with AI. And that was actually a really good foundation for thoughtful lawmaking. And I think you're going to see a series of bills coming out of that in the next, probably at this point in the next session of Congress. We hope that it will address real and specific challenges in a comprehensive way and in a way that Canada and other countries would align with.
What do you think is the biggest challenge that legislation needs to address?
Fundamentally right now, and I think the first bills you're seeing in the US Congress is how do we encourage a democratization of AI. So there's something called the National AI Research Resource, which would fund colleges throughout the United States to have more people researching cutting-edge AI and understand how to put it to work. At the same time, we have to make sure that we have the specific issues where you're seeing AI create new categories of challenges. Again, deep fakes or impersonations or some of this synthetic media that's manipulating or deceptive. Grandparents getting calls from supposedly their grandchildren to scam them out of money. I think you need to find frameworks to discourage that kind of activity. But the private sector also has a responsibility here as well. So we've put forward something called SynthID, which is a watermarking tool that now works across video, image, audio, and now text, at least longer bodies of text, to watermark any content that's coming out of Google's tools. The harder part of the watermarking is half the battle. The harder part is provenance. How do you detect any content from anybody that's coming onto your services? And there, too, we're working across the industry with a group called C2PA which is founded by Amazon. We're now on the steering committee to make sure that at least all the largest platforms, and hopefully all the platforms, will be aligned in identifying deepfake kinds of material so that we can keep it off our platforms, or at least label it so people know what they're saying.
And I want to move to the defensive piece of this with regard to China. So there's a number of proposals going through the US Congress about restrictions on investing in China, on import controls, export controls. What does that look like from Google's perspective? You have complicated supply chains. If we're trying to keep China out of our supply chains and we're trying to restrict commerce with China in some of these technologies, does that help or hinder your ability to compete and develop?
It's very challenging from the perspective of the US government or other governments that are putting export limitations on. On the one hand, it's understandable, and it's one of the traditional tools in the toolkit to keep adversaries from gaining technological leads. On the other hand, most of our export controls are focused on material goods, hard things that you can touch and feel and block. Those can be leaky, as we know. We've seen, as I mentioned before, when the PLA is using open source tools, or when the Chinese government is developing its own models. Those models are largely, we believe, being made with non-export controlled chips. But if you harness together enough of the last generation chips, you can now apparently achieve just about generational, current generation performance. So a lot of the advances we're seeing is a little less about the chips and a little more about the algorithms. And that's been very traditionally difficult to put export controls around because you can't keep the whiteboard content secret. You can't keep the academic paper secret. We at Google are having published an awful lot over the years. We've published more around AI than Harvard, Stanford, Caltech, and MIT combined. But we're taking a more careful view of what we're publishing as we get to these more advanced models. We have not open sourced our most advanced models. We have open sourced some smaller models. But it's a delicate balance, and we are working through and talking with government about what the right structure should look like.
Speaking of the government, there's a new administration coming in, and I wanted to ask you a little bit about what you expect from them on a couple different fronts. The first one being regulation. Are you expecting now a sort of a ratcheting back of attempts to regulate the sector? Would it be fair to say?
Well, I think it'll be a different approach. The Trump administration, the first Trump administration, had its own executive order around AI. It was one of the first pronouncements around AI. And Michael Kratsios, who was the chief technology officer of the United States at that point, is now a co-chair of the Trump Tech Transition Team. And he recently made some comments about the need for democracies to both protect and promote. So protect to make sure that we have export controls, that we stay ahead in terms of the leakage of technology, but also promote. Recognize that we can't take our foot off the gas pedal in terms of accelerating our progress here. So I think their approach will be along those lines, if I had to guess. I strongly suspect there'll be aspects of the Biden administration executive order that they redo. But I think there may be other elements, perhaps the AI Safety Institute, or having chief AI officers for the various federal agencies for each department, that might be perfectly sensible, and they might continue.
On antitrust, so the Trump administration has actually shown a strong interest in cracking down on big tech on account of monopolistic behavior. Google's obviously facing actions from DOJ on that front. Do you expect that Trump will continue down that road, or will he pull back on this Department of Justice process with Google?
It's hard to know, and obviously the old line in Washington is personnel is policy, and we'll have a better sense once we have a more full idea of what the new administration looks like and what their priorities are. But our concern in this is that, as I said before, Google is a company that keeps more people safe online than anybody else out there. We think that when you're looking at the scale of the geopolitical challenges that we're facing, some people may say that big is bad. Sometimes big may be necessary to help us all address some of these issues. And some of the proposals that the Department of Justice recently put out we think would actually be challenging from a security perspective, forcing us to turn over your search history to domestic and foreign companies that you might not have confidence in, keeping us from being able to invest in AI at a time when investments in AI have never been more important. Even potentially breaking up the parts of our integrated services. Our Chrome browser, for example, benefits from the work of Mandiant, of Google Threat Intelligence, of other signals we get across our services to avoid malware, to avoid bad actors, to keep people safe. So we're going to be making our own proposals around that in December, and hopefully be more tightly grounded in what the case was actually about, and more focused on the notion that any changes need to keep issues of safety and security and privacy front and center.
And speaking of the Trump administration, Elon Musk was a founder of OpenAI. He then broke with them and has been critical. But he has this very interesting insider role in the new administration. And one of them is leading this Department of Government Efficiency. He wants to slash the size of the federal government. And I'm genuinely curious, like, do you think that using AI would be a path to significant workforce reductions in the federal government?
I think AI has proven to be very promising in being able to do things more efficiently and more effectively. So I've talked about on service like YouTube being able to go dramatic expansions in the amount of disinformation we can see. We still have tens of thousands of people working on this problem. So we haven't used it to slash our workforce so much as we have used it to make our workforce more efficient and more effective. We see the same with regard to computer coding. At Google, we have 25% of our code today is written by AI. We still have as many computer scientists as we did before. They're just adding value on top of that. The AI is taking care of the more routine code. They're coming up with new products and features and services. So you can imagine AI being a tool for any government to do better at delivering whatever services it wants to provide its citizens.
So I'm going to invite people to think about their questions and raise their hand if they have one. And in the meantime, I want to ask you sort of like a big picture science fiction-y question. Last night here at the forum, I was speaking with someone from the Pentagon who said, it's just a matter of time before you all build an AI that's better than humans at most tasks and can eventually do its own research to improve itself even more. How do we ensure that the AI itself doesn't become the threat to democracy? How do we actually align it with our values? Yeah. I mean, and how far away is that moment?
It's a ways off, I think.
Can you quantify a ways?
No, well, there are different people in the industry who have very different views of this. But I will say the core problem is one of the alignment problem in computer science. How do you make sure whenever you ask any kind of algorithm or tool to do a certain thing, that it's doing those things within the boundaries that you set in ways that you would prefer? And that's a continuing area of research as we start to get into agentic behavior, where you're not just asking for a piece of information, but you're asking for a research report. Or you're not just asking for a research report, but you're asking for the tool to book you tickets for dinner tomorrow night. You want to make sure that it's doing the right thing and not inadvertently creating challenges. There are computer science ways of putting guardrails around that. We are looking at ways of making sure how do we double check and red team these tools so that we understand before we put any tool in the marketplace that it's safe and secure for people to use. An example of that is even in Google Search, we've started to introduce AI overviews in some searches. But we're being very careful about that because 7% of the queries we get every day at Google are healthcare queries. We don't want a hallucinated AI answer to the question of what's the right dosage of Tylenol for a 6-month-old, or I'm having a heart attack, what should I do? So as we do that in a secure and responsible way, we're pushing the boundaries, but we want to be pushing the boundaries in a constructive way. So I'm optimistic that we'll be able to use these tools as we use many other tools that have, they're subject to abuse, that's right. But if we do it in a way that builds in security by design, safety by design, the benefits will vastly outweigh the potential downsides.
It's a question right here.
I'm Ayman Manna from a press freedom organization based in Beirut. My question is about your work. Can you tell us more about your work with other languages? I'm not talking only about very small languages, or not spoken by large amount of people, but even Spanish, Arabic. The level of harmful content, proportionally, hateful content, disinformation in these languages that is still available on the platform is much higher than in English.
Yes.
What is being done? How are you engaging with local civil society organizations, with your engineers, and with what AI allows to actually make sure that everyone is safe and not only English speakers are safe? Thank you.
Let me start with a short story about AI and language, and then come back to your question of how we're making sure that this is safe for people. The story of modern AI, these large language models, comes out of search and comes out of the challenge of taking a query and understanding everything on the web. So that you start out by understanding misspellings. So we had Google Spell Check. And then you had to understand synonyms and differences. If someone searches for bark, are they looking for the bark of a tree or the bark of a dog? Then you have related searches, where you actually have to have a knowledge graph and you understand the meaning of the King of France versus the Queen of England. And now you have to understand gender and class and nationality and history. So we created the knowledge graph, notion of related searches. In 2012, we put out a paper called Word to Vector, which basically created a word cloud of every word in the English language, 10,000 parameters. We parameterized language, the engineers would say. It's like in the old days, Roget's thesaurus wasn't organized alphabetically, it was organized by sections. So you'd have verbs of motion over here and colors over there. We did that with language. And that made language a mathematics exercise. A big mathematics exercise, but we're pretty good at big math problems, especially with the data centers we have. That's what then led to ChatGPT and the paper that we put out in 2017 called Attention is All You Need, which basically looked not just at words or sentences or paragraphs, but pages or books. And that context allowed us to excavate the knowledge, the expertise that's embedded in all the content that people have ever created. And now coming to your question, all of that content is not in English. It's in 1,000 languages, literally 1,000 languages around the world. Google Translate, using these tools in 2017, went from being not great at about a dozen languages, maybe the level of a 6-year-old, better than nothing, but not fantastic, to the level of a 16-year-old. Pretty good. Maybe not perfect, but better than I could do on my own. Now it's for a dozen languages, and then 40 languages, and then 100 languages. And today we're up to 342 languages. And we want to get to 1,000 languages, the languages that might still be spoken by a couple million people around the world, to make sure they're part of this global community, that they can benefit from all of the knowledges in all of the languages. And now finally, back to your question. How do you make sure that the content in all of those languages is being reviewed and tested and assessed? The answer we give today is that we work hard to hire not just native speakers of those languages, but often people who are in region, who will understand the latest slang, the latest ways of trying to circumvent our safeguards, and the guardrails we put in place. That's not a bad answer, but as you say, it's an imperfect answer, because sometimes things slip through in ways that we would prefer not to happen. Now, we invest a lot. We have between Google and YouTube, we have between 40 and 50,000 people working on versions of this problem and trying to avoid spam and malware and fraudulent ads and various other things. But even with all those people, it's imperfect. We think AI is actually a roadmap for us to get even better, because we will understand the way a native speaker understands what's going on in these languages. And we will still use people at the cutting edge to understand the very latest developments we're seeing and help train the AI to get even better.
Thank you, Kent. The bad news is we're already out of time. I know there are so many questions here, but the good news is the next panel is also on AI. So you'll be able to pose your questions to them, but I will ask everyone to please stay in your seat because they're coming right up. Thank you so much.
Please take your seats. The program will begin now.
I like the attitude of that ChatGPT. I'm Heidi Vogt. I'm the Foreign Affairs Editor at Politico. Good afternoon. You know, it wasn't so many years ago that we were trying to decide if AI applications were safe to use at all. I know sometimes we forget that, but today we're dealing with artificial intelligence not as a future issue, but very much as a current one. Generative AI and autonomous systems are a key part of military strategy, the business landscape, and our daily lives. We started the conversation about AI just in the last session with Kent Walker. Now we're going to really dig into it. The questions we're weighing in real time include things like, what are the acceptable boundaries in which we have AI operate? How much do we need to know about how a system works for it to be deemed responsible? And at what point does innovation and experimentation tip over into a use of AI that's damaging to our democratic societies? We've got a great group of panelists to address this. Dominic DeMolino, the VP of Worldwide Public Sector Technology and Innovation at Amazon Web Services. That means he's in regular conversations with governments about what AI solutions they need and what those products should look like. Senator Amy Klobuchar of Minnesota, who's introduced legislation to put guardrails around the use of AI deepfakes and AI's use in elections in the US. And back on the stage, we have Admiral Samuel Paparo, the commander of US Indo-Pacific Command, which of course puts him at the forefront of questions about how the US is positioned to confront AI threats from China, or threats in general. Senator, I want to start with you. We had conversations this morning at the conference about how democracy equals security. We're coming to the end of a year where more than 50 countries held national elections, covering about half the world's population. We saw AI deepfakes and AI-powered influence campaigns employed in many of those. We saw it in the US too. We saw robocalls and social media efforts. None of those massively disrupted the election, though. What have we learned about the dangers of AI to the democratic process? And is the risk not quite as urgent as we thought?
Well, I think it's urgent, and I think this is the perfect intersection of security and democracy. I love being in Canada, by the way. My state, of course, borders Canada. We can literally see Canada from our porch. I just am very glad that this is one of the last panels, because some of the lessons we learned from the first ones are pretty applicable to this. When you think about technology in general, zooming out from AI, it has made a major contribution to some democracies. You think about Zelensky, the day after the invasion, how he was able to go down to a street corner and with a phone was filmed saying 3 simple words to his people: "We are here." And that video went everywhere and motivated them in bright blue and yellow to continue the fight. Or you think about the use of technology for Ukraine, where I think everyone had thought they were going to be trampled over in terms of our weaponry and the things we use. But then there's another side of it. And David Brooks, the New York Times columnist, probably said it best. He said, "The people in AI seem to be experiencing radically different brain states all at once. I found it incredibly hard to write about AI," he said, "because it is literally unknowable whether this technology is leading us to heaven or hell." So we're going on the side of heaven. But if we're going to do that, we have to harness the good, which certainly with innovation coming from the state that gives you the Mayo Clinic and invented everything from the pacemaker to the Post-it note, there's huge gains we can make in healthcare and other fields. But to do this and make this work, we have to have guardrails. Kent mentioned some of the risks, and I think you all know them, the risk of trampling on innovation, because if there's no protections for intellectual property. Mike Rounds here, Republican senator, has worked in a group with Senator Schumer and Senator Young and Senator Heinrich in the US Senate to develop some rules around that. And many other things with AI. We've got the security risks that we'll talk about, scams, but then you have the risk to democracy. And as you noted, there have been examples in the US. There was a fake audio of Joe Biden's voice during the New Hampshire primary, Senator Shaheen State, done by a magician and then altered, you can't make it up, telling people not to vote. That was criminally prosecuted. There was a fake video of Donald Trump hugging Fauci during that very primary on the Republican side. There was in one state in a governor's race a picture that was digitally altered. It was just a normal announcement of a candidate for governor, the person's opponent, but they put no gas stove signs in their hands and then ran it in a TV ad. I personally, since visiting with John McCain and Lindsey Graham, Ukraine, back in 2015, 2016, have been the subject of numerous social media attacks from what I believe is Russians, with a picture of John and me in a bunker with Ukrainian soldiers. And the whole thing is Amy Klobuchar is funding Nazis in Ukraine. You might think it sounds weird. It's been going on for 5 years. I can't go to a big public gathering in Minnesota without someone yelling, "You're funding Nazis in Ukraine." Didn't affect me in my election, but it's out there, and a lot of my colleagues have had similar experiences. Internationally, in Slovakia, the pro-NATO candidate was a victim of an AI-altered video in which he was claimed to have said the election was rigged. It was eventually taken down by the platforms he lost. Happened in Argentina, happened in Taiwan. So as I look at the solutions on the democracy front, I was trying to memorize this. I thought of 5 Ps. Public education, we know that matters. In the Baltics that have been dealing with Russia on this for years, it's made a difference. Getting people in place. I use the example of General Nakasone, head of our cyber command for years, he recently stepped down, or Chris Krebs, who was during the first Trump administration. You need the people in place who are going to be able to do this. You need pacts and international treaties in which countries agree to what they're going to do. You need the platforms to take responsibility and take this down. And then finally, you need to pass laws. And there have been examples of that around the world when it comes to democracy and AI. As mentioned, we have bipartisan bills that are just sitting there, and I'm very concerned. It may not have made the difference in this election, but it is just, to me, we've seen the tip of the iceberg. You have got 18 states now in the US that has at least labeled these AI ads that are more serious, not minimal examples, but more serious ones. You've got other countries doing it. And then you have countries that are actually taking down deepfakes, the most serious ones that aren't for a joke, that are not about, one proposal was made in Canada, that are actually the citizens cannot make a distinction about if it's the real candidate or not. They say democracy dies in darkness. Well, democracy also dies if citizens cannot make an actual distinction between what is fake and what is real when they're evaluating what a candidate says. So Senator Hawley and I, a conservative Republican, with Senator Susan Collins and others, Chris Coons, who's been here before, have a bill that's kind of stalled out right now to actually allow, in very specific circumstances, taking down of deepfake videos during elections, because I think it's going to be, and other forms of advertising, I think it's going to be really hard to have a democracy that functions if you can't tell if it's the person you love or the person you hate, if you can't even tell if it's them.
You know, you use that key word there, guardrails. And I'm thinking about Admiral, you know, that's a word that we think also probably in the military applications, but it's very different, the challenges. You know, we want responsible use. We also want to stay ahead of our adversaries and make sure we're nimble. How would you describe the responsible use of AI on the battlefield in the military?
I would describe it, excuse me, I describe it as, pardon me, I'm sorry.
Fine.
Maintaining human accountability over all military decisions. And I think that's absolutely critical, either on conventional use of AI or most especially any usage of AI for nuclear weapons, most especially. And I think this is absolutely a dictum. So in the 21st century, through the commoditization of propulsion, commoditization of precision strike technology, commoditization in space, everybody can see, everybody can sense, everybody can strike. And so the difference is who can do so at the fastest. And so in the AI fight will be won by who, as Paul Shara writes, can win on the 4 battlefields. Those 4 battlefields are compute, talent, data, and policy. And so critically, among those 4 battlefields, I think it's absolutely critical from a guardrail standpoint is to maintain human accountability over the usage of AI. And so we must ensure that in any case within the laws of armed conflict, and I think that the laws of armed conflict are probably immature in the usage of AI in covering this, that commanders do not use AI tools as a crutch to make decisions about taking lives when employing these tools. And really, AI tools are really, it is only in the last 3 or 4 years where AI has made the kind of leaps where we can see where we can really bring in the kind of data to do the mass data analytics for the kind of information on the battlefield where it can assist commanders in making these decisions. But you don't want to have a system where commanders abdicate decision-making on the battlefield or at the strategic level for warfare. And so, I think it's time, and in fact, at the uppermost levels of government for conventions on AI, particularly at the strategic level on those usage and those guardrails.
Yeah, I mean, as you mentioned policy, I want to bring Dominic in here. You're working with governments every day on how they can use AI to be more efficient, more effective, make better decisions. But of course, as we're hearing what those rules and policies should be, is still very much evolving. I'm wondering, what are the questions you're hearing as you talk to governments, and what are you figuring out in terms of the limits that they need or want to put on?
Yeah, it's a great question. One of the things we see is, the first thing is, as we evolve a policy, how can we apply that policy to our use of AI? How can we ensure that when we've applied the policy that it's being complied with? How can we measure that it's being complied with? And the good news is, we're working in the digital space, which means when I apply a policy, I can measure every time I feel like it's being applied and when it's being used. And so generally, that's the first question, which is, if we do come up with a policy, can we enforce it? Do we have tools? And the good news is, working with our infrastructure, we make sure that those guardrails can be implemented on the platform. So that's usually the first question: can we implement a policy? The next question is usually, what should our policy contain? And the good news there is, yeah, they ask us because they say, what are other governments doing? We get a question of, what are you hearing? What are you seeing in policies? And generally, this gets down to use case by use case. And a lot of times, it's guiding the individual, guiding the agency, guiding the department toward policies they actually already have in place when they govern decisions made by humans or content produced by humans in their department. Oftentimes, agencies already have a regulatory review framework or a decision evaluation framework that says when someone makes a decision or publishes a statement, we go through a review process to ensure it's accurate and it reflects our policies and values. So there's already a framework. And so what we then help them do is say, you've already got an existing framework. How do you adapt that framework for these tools when they're being used so that you're consistent with how you enforce those policies on what your people do? The AI should be subject to the same level of scrutiny and control and management.
Are there dangers that these clients want to address that you technically can't?
We haven't seen any yet. To be honest, what we're seeing is simple questions about evaluating if it's consistent with a set of compliance tools and regulations. It's fascinating. Oftentimes they're saying our individuals have to be subject to reviewing. They go through yearly training to say, am I compliant with our policies? And we test those individuals to say, do you understand the compliance policy and know how to apply it? And what we found is we can do that with AI. They're very consistent when we tell an AI, here's our policy, here's an attempted output. Can we tell if it complies with our policy? And in a consistent way, the AIs regularly say whether they're being compliant or not. And we can measure that. And in some ways, it's even more effective than some of the things we do to make sure our folks are compliant.
So we're sort of addressing two things here, right? We have the threats of AI from the outside and how we're implementing AI ourselves. I'm
want to go back to you, Admiral, because, you know, what we're thinking about often when we're trying to figure out, well, how do we use AI, is what are our adversaries bringing at us? What do you think is the biggest threat from China in terms of what they are doing now and what they're developing?
Well, I think they're trying to develop the same thing that we're trying to develop, which is tools to be able to outpace our own decision making. This is the coin of the realm, which is to be able to see, understand, decide, act, and to be able to bring resources to bear, to be able to bring weapons to bear in such a way that you're acting most efficiently against your enemy's center of gravity in such a way that you can most efficiently, effectively, and most quickly achieve your objectives at the lowest cost that you possibly can. And so this could also include decryption. It can include this can include the entering into your enemy's networks. I mean, every single combat function, every single operational function that you're doing can be aided by AI. You think about every single human operation that you're going to be able to do. You know, think of it in the way that Danny Kahneman writes about it in Thinking Fast and Slow. Every single operation that you've ever had to do on a piece of graph paper is something that you could seek an AI application for. And if you've got the right data set and you've got the right amount of compute, you can potentially build an AI tool to do it. And so in order to negate against that, you have to protect against those data sets. And this is the very reason why our government is protecting against export controls against 2 to 9 nanometer processors, is why you have to protect against compute. I talked about the 4 battlefields, about compute and about data, and this is why our government is so intent on protecting our highest end technology, and why we're so intent against protecting against data. It's because this is the coin of the realm in protecting decision superiority. And while we're on the topic, it's not all just about hurting. AI applications can also be used from military applications in humanitarian assistance, disaster relief, in being able to map disaster relief modes, in being able to just be more effective in every single thing that we do. And so, I think ultimately these tools are effective, and it's a matter of data, compute, policy, and being effective in those things.
With the data access that the Chinese government has, do you feel like we're behind on that?
We live in an open society, and that has inherent advantages to us. We live in an environment of free press. All of us, all of the information ever printed, ever known in the world is available to you in the palm of your hand. And if you live in the People's Republic of China, everything that you can look at is controlled by your government. And that's just a fact. And so it happens that the People's Republic of China also has access to all of the data that you have. Senator Klobuchar, you mentioned Senator Warner just a moment ago. I think I'll defer to you on this question because you spoke so profoundly at the table the other day to that. Inherently, the PRC has a data advantage on us, please.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
The international competition on this and to make sure we use this to our advantage is huge. We know that. But I think at the same time, and these bills that I just mentioned, you might think platforms versus us. It is platforms versus me on some things, like antitrust, I'll admit it. But Not as much on some of these rules on AI. The bills I mentioned are supported by a number of the platforms because they want to actually have rules in place. When Elon Musk says he wants some rules in place, that's interesting, okay? Maybe we should listen. I think the fact that we haven't moved yet and we want to be ahead of the game, part of this is being ahead of the game with the technology, which we have been, but they can easily catch up and exceed us like that. And so we want to keep moving on that, but I truly believe if we're going to want to keep that advantage, we're going to have some rules in place. And that, I'll just mention one that's non-defense application. Thune and I passed a bill through, and who's now the majority leader in the next Congress, on at least putting the rules in place for NIST to set the standards for non-defense applications of AI. And so the more we can move on this and that the democracies of the world move on setting our standards and that we're syncing our standards, I think the better off we are. But this data and how the data is managed is going to be everything. I'm really pissed we don't have a federal privacy law in the US yet. It's a patchwork of laws, and it's time to move on that. And so these have been, people always make fun, oh, these members of Congress don't know what they're doing. Well, it might be true on some things, but they actually have learned more and more about this, and that just can't be an excuse anymore for us to just sit down and do nothing. So, I am ready to start fresh. I would mention one other thing about the competition issue, that from my view, we didn't put enough rules in place on competition policy with tech in general. We have these monopoly situations. This is where Kent and I and Amazon and I may differ some. And I think we need a diversity of supply chains when it comes to AI. And that's just been sitting out there. Our laws in the US are very restrictive to enforce the competition laws that we have. And I think that has got to be part of this too. It is certainly not to hold us back, but it's just to get some rules of the road in place. And let's not make the same mistake again on AI that we have in the past on tech.
And 2 other points on data, which is we strive every day to protect the DoD information network, and we are under constant attack. And the second one, and I think Heidi Grant will appreciate this, is that the defense industrial base is under constant attack, and we cannot urge the defense industrial base enough to protect their networks because they're just so absolutely critical to the defense and the security of the United States and to our allies and partners.
And this recent attack by China, the cyber attack on the US telecom situation that Mark Warner was announcing, is part of that we're going to have to just continually invest. And part of our delegations here, one of our quests is to continue to push NATO countries to invest in defense, and that is certainly in a big way going to include cyber defense.
We did not rehearse this.
We did not. We did not, and we've taken this away from the moderator now.
Hey, that's fine. You're making my job easy. I do want to talk some more about cyber, though, because obviously, those sorts of attacks, they're insidious. They lay inside of systems. Dominic, I know that you're often talking to governments about how they can protect their AI systems from cyber attacks. I mean, these are black boxes. How do we even know when somebody's inside of them?
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to emphasize is we really truly believe in one of our strengths and one of our values as a society, as a global society, is in diversity. And one of the things that's really elemental about our diversity is that it's a wide variety of opinions and data. When you look at the pantheon of data that's been created, matter of fact, I was looking this up. 10 years ago, the world passed a major milestone that the amount of data available online 10 years ago surpassed 1 trillion gigabytes. Now that we have to invent a new word for that, the zettabyte. Today, we create that amount of information every 2 weeks. And the only way to synthesize and understand that information is to deploy technology to be able to pull out and understand the themes and elements in that vast sea of data. And as we get to the element of cyber, like you were saying, is the threat vectors are coming from all over. And so when we talk to people about as they deploy AI systems, what are the important elements to protect? You want to protect the integrity of the AI model. And so that means having an environment where you can deploy an AI model and feel like it is secure and understand that that model itself, as you use it, is guarded by our best anti-cyber technologies, our best digital defense. We want to make sure that as that model is operating in a secure way, you have a way to verify that it hasn't been tampered with. You have digital signatures to say the model itself has the weights it was when we first deployed it. And then you also want to ensure that as you're asking questions of the model, are those questions being tampered on the way in? Is the model being instructed to interpret a question in a certain way? And so guarding against what in the past we would call this web injection today, where you protect a normal website from injecting data, you want to make sure that as you deploy an AI model, you have protections against injecting data on the question. And then subsequently, when the AI model produces an answer or an output, I want to make sure that output is also protected. And so I've guarded against the output not being tampered with on the way out. What did the model say, and is that being something that I can rely upon? And then finally, what we're starting to see with more mature deployments is there's this idea at first that there's just one AI model, and that's not the case. I mentioned that our power is in diversity. And one wonderful thing about digital technology is I can produce those variants of diversity in the AI space as well. The Admiral mentioned not relying on a single decision from an AI model influencing a decision being made. Today, when I look around the room, I ask for opinions from multiple people. I have a team that disagrees with me, that gives me multiple points of view. And so another way that we've seen more mature folks thinking about this is I'm going to deploy different AI models and ask them to red team my decision, to give me different points of view, so that the human who's making a decision has access to all of that collective wisdom, but also different views and perspectives so they can make their own value judgment call based on the human decision, the human value. So it still remains the case that the human has to stay at that point of evaluating the quality of the decision, but the cyber element is ensuring that the quality of the data stays, it maintains integrity on the way in, the model remains its integrity, and then the output maintains integrity as well.
I want to move to some of the warfare areas where we're seeing AI used right now. I'm thinking about Ukraine. We've got AI-enabled drones going out to, evade signals collection. I'm wondering, Admiral, what do you see in terms of what we can learn from what's being used on the battlefield right now in Ukraine or elsewhere?
Well, the areas are targeting and sustainment. Mm-hmm. Targeting is what can I do to what, using what, in order to achieve a particular effect. I'm sorry about my voice, ladies and gentlemen. And so you could think about it as an optimization problem, is how to quickly determine if you've got a particular target, and here on a particular target is that you have multiple platforms at multiple distances, and you have weapons, and then you've got distances, and you have the effects of those weapons, and for the target, you have all manner of inputs that are telling you where that target is. And all of these calculations are calculations that a human being would take hours or days to make, and a machine can make them really, really super rapidly. And that's an example how a machine can make that decision, really, really faster than a human being could. And this is really just the essence of what artificial intelligence is, which is it's a machine that's doing human tasks faster than a human being would. And extending that into sustainment, it's the same application, which is predicting the rate at which a human being, predicting the rate at which a unit would need a certain class of supply and the place at which it would need a supply, and pushing logistics to a time and place when the unit would need it, and thus effecting that function more efficiently and preventing waste and doing it more effectively. And then in the conditions of combat, presumably doing so, if we are doing it in a contested environment, to be able to do it, in the case of fires. So these are the kinds of functions that we would be performing. And it's the use of mass data analytics to do so. And so that is using geographic imaging, using geography, using signals intelligence, using optics in order to find these targets.
You know, as you talk about the different applications, I have a question that maybe I'd like to get everybody's quick answer to, which is, you know, what is the crisis right now as AI and what it can do has changed that you feel like we're best poised to try to address with artificial intelligence?
I'll give you two answers to that. The first one is, as the admirals mentioned, the large amount of data I have to synthesize to make a decision is overwhelming. That is becoming a crisis. The amount of data that someone's going to be subject to so they can make a quick decision is going to be something that you need AI to help distill, provide options so you can make a decision, number one. And number two is something the senator said as well. How do I trust that data? What's the provenance? How do I certify and verify and validate that that data is accurate so that I know I can rely upon it so I can make a decision? So they intersect. This idea that we are using AI to distill a large amount of data, but also trust the data the AI tells us is both the crisis that we need to address, and it's super important.
Mm-hmm. I'd say it's just paralysis in general. If we are going to let our politics, especially if we have a case where a number of those involved in this actually want to see some rules in place, why don't we just move on that instead of playing politics when it comes to getting this done? And again, I want our democracies in the lead of setting some things. I do see, when I look at another just crisis, if we don't get at it, an existing crisis out there is just healthcare and how we're going to afford it and how we're going to figure things out, and we're going to hurt ourselves in terms of using it if we don't have things in place. And the last thing I'd mention, seeing one of our great women officers up there from the Space Force from Minnesota, is just our human crisis of having, as we look at the changing warfare, and we look at who we're going to need to implement AI in the right way at every level. We need, as democracies, to really get people to go into these areas, and we've been all trying to do it, where they're going to be able to use these skills, whether it is in military, or whether it is in healthcare, or whether it is beyond. And just having a national effort right now to get people into STEM and get them going in this direction. We've been doing a lot on it. I think would make a major difference and is a huge advantage because of our education systems and our excitement and our robotics competitions. I was in a traffic jam going to the University of Minnesota one day, and they always put up like Gophers game. For those of you not from the US, the name of my college team is the Gophers. It is a rodent. And I thought it's usually like a sports event of why there's a traffic jam, and they have it up on a thing so you're driving so you know how long it's going to last. My best day ever it said, watch out, traffic jam, robotics competition. And so just the more we can have that be the reason for the traffic jams, the better off we're going to be.
Yeah, I approach AI just strictly from the viewpoint of opportunity and embracing it. And I'm really excited to adopt it. I have the same viewpoint. I'm impatient to break down the stovepipes of data, to take all of the stovepipes of data, to put them in commonly employable plenums, to be able to employ that, to be able to employ it responsibly with the right policy, and to be able to use it effectively, to be able to use it as a discerning tool to execute warfare under the laws of armed conflict to achieve objectives as efficiently and humanely as I possibly can, to deter conflict, to perform other military tasks effectively, such as humanitarian assistance, disaster relief. I don't view that there's any crisis, but I am absolutely eager to outpace our would-be adversaries to deter conflict.
You know, and as we're talking about how we operate in conflict, I wanted to go back to something you were saying, Admiral, about, you know, the need to have the human factor in there. Obviously, that is also fallible. You know, we certainly in Gaza have had airstrikes. You know, Israel is a very AI-enabled, you know, system there, that a lot of decisions are being made very quickly because data is available, and it's available very quickly. How do you change how the human decision-making process adjusts to that?
My belief, I'm so sorry, can I drink your water?
Go for it.
Just don't drink that then.
It's fine.
Keep it separate.
I don't know if it's going to do it. I mean, this is where I think that AI is going to be helpful to us, because I think it's going to improve decision making. I think that maintaining human accountability over the decision making is going to improve it, but maintaining that human layer over top of it, that there's human accountability over top of it, is going to aid us. It's going to make us more discerning. You know, the laws of armed conflict, still apply. You know, the 5 things in the just law theory still apply to warfare. And so that you're decreasing the amount of collateral damage when you're affecting targeting. All of those things. This is what I'm after with AI, so that you're more discerning, so that your weapons are more accurate, so that you are more discerning in finding precisely where your target is, so that you're striking fewer targets in order to achieve your effect. And all warfare is inherently human. The nature of warfare doesn't change, the character does. All warfare seeks to change political behavior, and political behavior is inherently human. It'll never be perfect. But you know, in the end, we're seeking a better outcome. And this is why I'm so hopeful and eager to employ it. But the dialectic of this is why I'm so adamant that we never abdicate the morality of it to just the machine itself.
In just a minute, I'm going to want to go to questions, so start thinking of those. But first, Senator Klobuchar, I have a question you probably expect coming your way, which is, now that President Trump has been reelected, Kent Walker gave his take on what he expects from the Trump administration regarding AI. I'm wondering, as we talk about the need to balance and risks and rewards, how do you think the Trump administration will approach this?
Well, first of all, you heard Kent talk about that there was an AI order back then, and hopefully they can combine these orders in some way, because we really, when I said we don't have time to mess around with who did what, there's some common consensus among Democrats and Republicans, at least in the Senate, that spent excruciatingly long hours and hours and hours, right, Mike, listening to stakeholders from all over the place to get some ideas. And I hope they will listen to the Republicans that were involved in that, so that, and the administration will, so that we can move forward quickly and not just be another year of paralysis on this front. Then, as I mentioned, there's like 10 bipartisan pieces of legislation that have gone through that we just need to get done. And, you know, they can own it, that's fine, but we need to start getting these standards set and going forward with it. It's so far, and my friends will, I think, back me up on this, it hasn't been that partisan on some of the AI. Maybe it will be once we get to that moment, but there hasn't been as much kind of disruption bomb throwing in how we treat each other on this. So I just think we need to seize on it and move forward. I think on competition policy, as was also pointed out, a lot of these suits, as you mentioned, and this is outside of AI, but it will be related to it, started during the Trump administration, continued on through the Biden administration, and I do think that we have a problem of self-preferencing and other things with some of these platforms, so I hope they'll continue that on. Outside of tech, things like Ticketmaster, your Hong Kong activist who was sitting in this chair earlier, he came up to me and he just wanted to talk about Ticketmaster. I don't know if he's out there. And the Taylor Swift concert. There are some major monopoly issues, and And in the past, the Macon Delrahim, who ran Justice Antitrust under Trump, did take on some of these, and J.D. Vance is devoted to some of this. And so I think you'll see some movement on that front. But I just don't think we have time when it comes to AI and some of the security issues that we've talked about to mess around on this front. So I'm hopeful we can keep this in a positive way going forward so we put things in place. Obviously, Elon Musk is, big breaking news, has the president's ear. And so, you know, that will be a factor here. And I hope that he continues on that bent earlier of saying that we need some rules and regulations in place. He appeared before the bipartisan group and gave constructive comments. This is, you know, a year ago or so. So that I hope we can move forward on this front.
Okay, well, let's go for questions. Please do, when you ask a question, stand up and introduce yourself. Let's start right here.
Hello, my name is Daria Kaleniuk. I'm from Ukraine. In the Ukrainian battlefield, there is a race now between Russian armed forces and Ukrainian armed forces about creation of AI-powered, artificial intelligence-powered swarm of drones. And we receive information that Russians already successfully tested. They just need to scale up. And honestly, Russians, they don't care who at the end makes the decision, the AI or some Russian soldier. And once they scale up and there will be swarm of drones operating in the Ukrainian battlefield, we will be in significant, lower position. So, and it's important now for Ukraine to unite efforts with all the defense industries across the world to win that race so that Ukraine is faster in AI-powered swarm of drones technologies. And the question here is, what if Russians really are successfully testing these AI-powered swarm of drones in Ukraine and then suddenly decide to send AI-powered swarm of drones our power plant in Narva in Estonia? What will be the response of NATO? What will be the response of collective West? Will there be response with the AI-powered some swarm of drones from Western countries? And where will be these limitations? Who makes the final decision about the shooting the enemy and killing the enemy? Thank you.
I believe that's for
You
you,
are
Admiral.
yours. No toss to me on this one.
Yeah.
Same.
And I mean, the essence, I'm so sorry. The essence of the question is that we are in constant generations of overmatch with our adversaries or our would-be adversaries, and we must constantly respond to the threats. And in fact, we are responding to those threats right now. And I do take the point that we are currently embroiled in a race with the Russians, with the PRC, with Iran, with North Korea. We had that panel this morning. I take constructively the point that you're making, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, over there.
Josh Rogan.
What?
This will be for me.
Thank you, Heidi. My name is Josh Rogan. I'm a columnist with the Washington Post. Thank you.
Heard of you? Yeah.
My question is for our panelists from AWS. There's been a gold rush of U.S. tech companies, AI, but not just AI companies, to form partnerships to build cloud and AI and data infrastructure in the UAE and Saudi Arabia. AWS has announced $5.3 billion for a new cloud and data hub in that kingdom. And as human rights groups have pointed out, that presents clear risks based on that regime's serial human rights abuses, entrenched digital authoritarianism, invasive surveillance, and long record of abusing data held in its possession to repress not only Saudi Arabians, but people all around the world, including here in Canada. And I'm wondering if you can help us on, this is a human rights conference. This is a grouping of democracies. There's no Saudi officials here for a reason, not because they're not nice people, but because this is a conference based on certain values. And I'm wondering how does AWS view that risk? What due diligence have you done to ensure that the data of Saudi Arabians or anyone who's held in this new system won't be used for nefarious purposes despite that long record? And what kind of transparency are you willing to offer so that the rest of us can be assured that we're not actually handing up more power to people who are certain to abuse it? Thank you so much.
Yeah, I understand the question and the concern. I want to point out for consistency, we have an acceptable use policy that guides and governs what is allowable on our platforms and infrastructure, no matter where it's deployed anywhere in the world. For the actual aspects of what our public policy is, I'm going to refer to our public policy folks on this. I'm just the technologist guy, so I implement and deploy technology. So really, I think going beyond that is something I'll refer for later.
Hi, right here.
Steve Sang from SOAS, School of Oriental African Studies in London. The question is probably really directed to the Admiral. It was very reassuring to hear you say about the guardrails that were put in place in the use of AI for the military. A realistic but hypothetical situation would be that in a confrontation with a near peer like China, they will not be following the same kind of rules of guardrails if things were not going well for them. Are there circumstances that the Americans will also lift the guardrails to respond, and what would be the kind of circumstances, criteria that would cause a thing on that situation? Or is it something you completely rule out?
No, I cannot envision the United States of America abdicating the decision to offensively take lives to a machine. I cannot envision that. Now, if you're talking about guardrails with the nuclear deterrent, I think that's a completely separate matter for a separate discussion. And in fact, that is an entirely separate matter in a separate space that has been discussed in the public space between the president and between the two presidents at Woodside and on other places. So I think at its very best right now, where AI is right now, I don't see it as a doomsday machine like you're discussing right now, and that these guardrails are going to somehow confer this giant advantage, like you're discussing, from one to the other. What you're talking about is a departure from the laws of armed conflict, and that's the guardrail that we're talking about. And a departure from the laws of armed conflict is proportionality. That is protection of the lives of innocents. That strikes against medical personnel. These are laws of armed conflict violations. These are the considerations that an AI tool may or may not have at its disposal. That's what we're talking about how you'd want to have human accountability that is overlaid on top of a tool that's advising a commander based on the decisions that a commander is making, either at the strategic level or here at the tactical level. So, I don't see that as being, in the near future, a viable situation, just as in the previous panel where we're talking about where AI is right now. I don't see it as being, at that level in the near future. And, at the strategic level with nuclear weapons, I think this is the stuff of treaties. And at the national level, our two countries are having the PRC. I know you're in Great Britain, but the two countries are having discussions.
think we've got time for one more question. Oh, here we go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tavia, and I'm from Jamaica. I'm honored to be one of the 15 at 15 winners, and I'm curious to know, how can young people actively contribute to shaping the future of AI in a way that creates a safer and more secure world? Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'd say you've started by being here and being through listening to all this and going out there and talking about it to your peers. I also mentioned going into careers involving AI in some way, especially in the government, where we dearly need people that have that kind of expertise. And the one thing I've been waiting to say is just that all of this that we've talked about with guardrails and international treaties, all of this, it's not going to happen if people aren't able to make good decisions in their democracy. I'm kind of back to where I started from, that we have to protect our democracies by making sure, as you know, your generation, it's all online. That's how they're getting their information. I am personally obsessed with news and making sure that our news organizations continue to thrive, which is not easy in today's world. Complex, but there's ways that we can make sure they are compensated for their content that they are producing, because right now some of it gets ripped off. Australia, Canada's done something on this, and it's very hard to be able to locate news if you're just scrolling through and getting things that aren't real. And that ecosystem has to be protected for democracy to thrive. But mostly it is on all of us, regardless of the political advantage of one party or not, to start doing something about these deep fakes, which I think we're just seeing the cusp of in a democracy. Because if the whole Halifax idea of combining the security ideas, which is always probably the most sexy to talk about, it's going to all fail us if we don't have citizens that understand what they're facing and the choices they're facing. And to do that, we have to have a strong democracy. And to do that, we have to allow people to see the truth.
On that note, thank you so much for this discussion. I think we've all got a coffee break coming up, so we can continue this one out in the hall.
Okay.
Please join us for a coffee break in the foyer. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please join us in the theater. Our program is just about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Please silence all electronic devices.
Please take your seats. The program will begin now.
Good evening. It is not actually often that I get to inflict myself on an audience more than once in a day, so I will take great relish this evening. I may be a little too coy by half when I say I had a slight political upbringing. And I apologize to bring that in here a little bit in our conversation tonight, but I think it will become self-evident as to why. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the master class of political advertising that was the Bear in the Woods commercial from Ronald Reagan. I think many of you would say an apt metaphor today would be there's a tiger in the woods. I would say something just slightly different, that there is a narrative being spun. The narrative that democracy is on the wane. The narrative that it is the might of strong men that creates security. The narrative that the right to vote or to express yourself freely sows the seeds of discord. Now, I don't actually think that anybody sitting in the room at the Halifax International Security Forum agrees with that sentiment, but I can promise you it is an ideology that is on the march. And to combat that ideology, we must have leaders of character. And character is a tricky thing. I'm sure that many of you are familiar with the phrase as a descriptor for character that it is doing the right thing when no one is looking. I hate that definition. Because if the 21st century has proven anything to us, it is that it is often most difficult to do the right thing when everyone is looking. No. Character is doing the right thing by virtue of the fact it is the right thing to do whether everyone or no one is watching. And President Tsai is the perfect embodiment of that sentiment. The accomplishment of being Taiwan's 7th president in a democracy would be reason enough alone to heap praise upon her, much less the fact that she's the first woman to hold that office. The fact that she tackled... There'll be more of those, don't worry. The fact that she tackled some of the most challenging internal problems in Taiwan head-on would be enough for praise. The fact that she revivified Taiwanese diplomacy in the world would be enough reason to heap praise upon her. But that is not why she is here today. She is here because in a world where authoritarians are emboldened, she stood firm under withering pressure. She personified the democratic spirit in a region where it is literally dangerous to do so. In a world of equivocation, she was the avatar of character when everyone and no one was watching. In a time of timidity, she stood as the embodiment of bravery, breaking the authoritarian narrative. In true John McCain fashion, she fought for a cause greater than her self-interest and elevated the cause of humanity in Taiwan. Most importantly, she has inspired a new generation of Taiwanese to invigorate the beating heart of freedom in the shadow of oppression, and has stood in the face of others that would rob those of their human dignity. So before she comes up, I will leave you with President Tsai in her own words. Democracy is not an election. It is our daily life. President Tsai, thank you for being here in person. Thank you for giving me the honor of presenting you this award. And thank you for setting such a mighty example for all of us to follow. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. McCain, you just gave a speech I'm sure is much better than the speech that I'm going to give. So don't be disappointed at my speech later. The best one has been delivered. It is with great pleasure that I join you all at the 16th Annual Halifax International Security Forum this year. Let me begin by thanking Mr. Jack McCain for presenting me with John McCain Prize. As I said, he already had delivered a wonderful speech, primarily about me. I am honored to receive this award named for your late father, who I deeply admire for his principled and determined commitment to freedom and democracy. I also would like to thank Halifax International Security Forum President Peter Van Praag for the invitation to take part in this year's forum. I had a conversation with him just now. My sense is he seems to be more nervous than I.
For more than 15 years, this forum has brought together distinguished experts and officials to discuss the more pressing global issues. This forum also offers a very necessary platform for democracies and their leaders to strategize on how to better collaborate and support one another to prepare for the future. So I am grateful to be among you all at this critical time and to take part in this important discussion. We're now at one of the most consequential times in history. At this moment, democracies and rule-based world order are facing some of their greatest challenges. And one of these challenges is adapting to the fast-changing global landscape. We overcame the COVID-19 pandemic, but this epidemic brought fundamental changes to the world. Changes in how we communicate and even the way we work and have meetings. It also caused a serious economic downturn. Factories, manufacturers, and the service and travel industry were greatly affected, and some are still in recovery. We're also experiencing what experts call the super year of elections. Half of the world's population in 72 countries have been going to the polls to elect their leaders. Military intimidation, information manipulation, and cognitive warfare, Taiwan jump-started this year with its national election. And we just witnessed a very competitive election in the United States. As a result, many democracies experienced changes in their governments and the composition of their parliaments. This means democracies also have to tackle the uncertainties and challenges that emerge after such changes. And that requires wisdom from their leadership, time, and effort. In contrast, authoritarian regimes are able to maintain consistency in their leadership due to their undemocratic nature. As they become stronger and more confident, they are even colluding in the pursuit of their self-interested agenda, influencing the domestic politics in democracies. This is the global environment we are in. Externally, democracies have to deal with authoritarian regimes' increasing aggressive stand. Domestically, we're also facing challenges such as inflation, unemployment, and economic downturns. As domestic issues keep democracies preoccupied, they also make working together harder, yet more important than ever. This has been the challenge for all of us as democracies in our effort to achieve victory in Ukraine. Democracies have been working together to help Ukraine defend against Russia's full-scale invasion since February 2022. With domestic political changes and economic pressure, some democracies may have second thoughts or become more willing to compromise. But I'm sure we can all agree that authoritarian aggression should not be encouraged. A strong democratic front is required to deter authoritarians from threatening our security and our democratic way of life. So I hope that our discussion here in Halifax can help facilitate a more unified and effective approach to safeguarding democracies globally. Supporting Ukraine is about more than standing up for our democratic values. The impact of Russia's invasion on economies and societies around the world has been devastating. Resulting supply chain disruptions and inflation have taken a toll on the well-being of people everywhere, even in countries thousands of miles away from the conflict. Therefore, effective deterrence against authoritarian expansionism is fundamental to safeguarding our democracies and maintaining international order. That is why our continued support for Ukraine remains imperative, as a Ukrainian victory will serve as the most effective deterrence against future aggression. This will also signal that intimidation and the use of force against any members of our democratic community will result in serious consequences. The Ukrainian case awoke democracies to the fact that our adversaries have no reservation about boosting their military arsenals. And they have been relentless in exerting ever greater pressure on us, including through the increasing use of gray zone activities. Therefore, having a strong national defense against authoritarian imposition is not only essential, but urgent. This requires democracies to enhance their own defense capabilities across the board. Taiwan, for example, has continued to increase defense investment over the past 8 years. Our defense budget has risen by over 80%, at a rate of nearly 8% each year. I want to emphasize that this is well above our average GDP growth of 3.74% over this period, which is 2018 to 2016 to 2023. This also represents a historically high level of investment for Taiwan and the most organized and systemic defense investments we have conducted. And we will certainly continue to increase investment as required by our security needs. In addition to investment in traditional platforms such as combat aircraft, Taiwan has made hefty investment in asymmetric capabilities, including missiles, especially mobile land-based anti-ship cruise missiles. The investment also extends to our troops, who have been receiving improved combat training and equipment to enhance their battlefield awareness as well as command and control. This is particularly important as it significantly strengthens Taiwan's sea-air combat capabilities and increases the efficiency of joint operation. We also learned from the experiences of our friends in Europe and launched the All-Out Defense Mobilization Agency to reform our reserves force training and enhance whole-of-society defense resilience. Initiatives as such maximize Taiwan's self-reliance in defense and societal resilience. And more importantly, they mean that we are willing to bear our share of burden and do not take our security partners' support for granted. Authoritarian regimes' aggression is not limited to military action. In this era of advanced technology, each and every democracy has to contend with FIMI, that is, foreign information manipulations and interference, as well as cognitive warfare. Through these means, external forces take advantage of the free and open information environments in democratic countries, using social media platforms to spread false and misleading information that threatens our democratic foundation. Their actions are designed to drive a wedge between fellow citizens, between societies and governments, and even between countries. This increases the risk of misunderstandings, which chip away at the trust we have in one another. And most worryingly, it can help authoritarians achieve their ultimate goal by causing people to lose faith in democracy. Taiwan stands on the front line of this unconventional aggression. To manage the risk of cognitive warfare, we are enhancing government strategic communications and information resilience across our society. However, with the rise of AI technology, cognitive warfare is becoming less restricted by language or national borders. It is now easier than ever to infiltrate society through information campaigns that can have dire consequences. Throughout this global year of election, democracies have faced cognitive interference campaigns with increasingly harmful consequences. To enhance domestic resilience, democracies must engage diverse stakeholders, including the business community, local governments, civil society, and the media. It is through collaboration and information sharing that we can build a fortress against authoritarian intrusion. More broadly, the global nature of this threat means that the best way to address it is through close cooperation between like-minded countries. I believe that if we all come together, our collective response will make our democratic system even stronger and more appealing, while overcoming authoritarians' attempt to expand their influences. To conclude, I want to stress that in such an international world facing so much uncertainty, it is important to foster international cooperation in conflict resolution, as well as addressing potential future conflicts. To accomplish this, we need more cooperation among democracies, and we need to be more unified than authoritarians. Here, I want to thank those in the international community who have voiced the support for peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. From the G7 to EU, as reflected in the numerous statements by leaders at important gatherings, the international democratic community has been unanimous in its stand that peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait are indispensable to global security and prosperity. In the last 4 years alone, there have been dozens of statements to this effect. This goes to show that there is a broad consensus on the need to ensure peace and stability in the Taiwan Strait and to support freedom and democracy globally. This is the kind of unity that is so important in our effort to deter threats to our security and democracy. Moreover, freedom of navigation operations in the Taiwan Strait conducted by major countries, that of course including Canada, are particularly important not only for Taiwan's security, but also for international sea traffic and commerce. We're grateful to all our international partners who are paying close attention to security in our region and working collectively to ensure its stability. For more than half a century, Taiwan has faced constant challenges from the Chinese Communist regime. However, decades of intimidation and dealing with the changing international environment have made Taiwan society and its leaders resilient and pragmatic. As we have been making efforts to strengthen our defense and domestic resilience, we understand that it is equally important for us to work with the stakeholders in the region to find ways to reduce differences and hopefully to develop a long-term stabilizing mechanism. Taiwan looks forward to being joined by those who share the same desire and value in this important endeavor. And I am so pleased that the Halifax International Security Forum is planning to hold its first event in Taiwan next February. Peter, I have no intention to make the announcement for you, but it's just so related to my speech. I want to take this opportunity to invite you all to Taiwan to experience our vibrant democracy. I hope you can come to witness our beautiful scenery, enjoy our culture, and most importantly, to meet our wonderful people who are so determined and work so hard to protect our hard-earned democracy. So, see you in Taiwan in a few months' time. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, please. Have I answered all the questions you might ask?
You are among friends, I think, Dr. Tsai, and thank you so much for your words, and thank you, Jack, for that wonderful introduction, and thank you for being here and accepting this award. My name is Nick Schifrin. I'm the Foreign Affairs Correspondent for PBS NewsHour based in Washington. What I'm going to try and do tonight is go for about 20 minutes or so. We're going to start big picture. We're going to ask you about the overall assessment of the region, of China and Taiwan. We're going to get into some details about weapons and the president-elect, and then we'll zoom out again, and you can deliver the message on democracy that you are here being awarded for. So let's start with that overall zoomed out picture. How do you assess the threat of China's increasing aggressiveness and coerciveness? And what timeline do you believe Xi Jinping is on?
The timelines have been has been an issue that is widely discussed among experts and governments. We have all sorts of timelines. The shortest one, the most recent one, will probably be 2027, and nobody would guarantee that there will be something that happened by then. But there are others who may have a longer time frame for the possible happening of a conflict. But we can, as leaders, we just cannot guess, and we have to get ourselves prepared. So when we're facing with issues like this, we're using several timelines to make our preparation in stages. So this is what we're doing now, and we try to be as best prepared as possible.
So we'll talk about Taiwan preparations, we'll talk about American preparations, but I think it's also important to ask, when we're thinking about this overall assessment, this wide-angle lens right now, for you to explain how has the Taiwanese population shifted since Hong Kong and Ukraine?
Well, I think the Hong Kong situation, especially in the year, it was 2019, the event there has reminded the Taiwanese that, we just cannot be too optimistic about people that may have an intention to take over Taiwan. So, and the Ukrainian case is another one, and it's another reminder to the Taiwanese people that we should get ourselves prepared if we think that our democracy and freedom are something that we need to do things to protect. So I think, unfortunately, or fortunately, the happening of these two events serves as a tiny reminder to the Lebanese people that democracy of ours requires a lot of efforts by the society and people as a whole.
So I think that's a great wide-angle lens view of the situation. Let's go zoom in, and let's start with Ukraine. You talked tonight, you've said repeatedly that the U.S. must support Ukraine until the very end. If the next Trump administration were to stop supporting Ukraine, and or if Ukraine were forced to accept some kind of peace in which it had to give up territory, what would be the impact in Beijing and Taipei?
As I said in my speech just now, essentially I'm trying to say is authoritarians should not be encouraged. They should be deterred. So I hope in the future, when we're looking for resolution of the current conflict in Ukraine, I hope people will bear in mind that democracy and freedom and sovereignty of the Ukrainian people should be respected. Any proposal for resolution has to be agreed by the Ukrainian people. And I hope that now, when you say the U.S. has to continue to support the Ukrainians, in my speech I actually said that the whole community of democracy should get together to generate the best support that we can have for Ukraine. So they will be encouraged, and they will be having more confidence in themselves and also their friends around the world. And then they will be more determined and brave. This is the kind of Ukrainians we like to see. And I hope that apparently they're facing a very difficult situation. But I hope that they don't lose their determination and confidence.
I don't think anyone's doubting Ukraine's determination. I guess, how do you think Beijing would respond if the world, Washington, the West, did drop some of its support for Ukraine?
Of course, people would argue that this was, if too much compromise is made in the case of Ukraine, I'm sure people would tend to think that the potential aggressors would be encouraged. So that is why I said in my speech just now, a victory in Ukraine would serve as the best deterrence for possible future conflicts.
Admiral Paparo, who has been here at this conference, said this week something that the United States has not said in the past. He acknowledged that the Patriots, the air-to-air missiles that are being sent to Ukraine, some of which actually are being used in Israel as well, the fact that those are going to Ukraine are, quote, eating into stocks. It imposes costs on the readiness of America to respond in the Indo-Pacific. Do you fear at all that the defense of Taiwan is being disadvantaged by U.S. efforts in Ukraine and the Middle East?
Well, the U.S. May have this issue of whether they have enough in stock. But my thought is that they should do whatever they can to help the Ukrainian. we still have time to prepare for ourselves with the rest of the world.
So it's important that the United States continue these weapons to Ukraine, even if, as Admiral Paparo admitted, there might be a little less
As I
readiness.
said, we still have time. We still have time to get ourselves better prepared, of course, with the help of our friends.
You raised gray zone maneuvers by Beijing, and I wonder if you could tell the audience, are you more worried about a Chinese invasion or a Chinese blockade?
These are all possibilities and the assumptions that we have to make when we're making preparations.
Well, I ask because much of deterring Beijing, as you have talked about extensively, is about imposing costs or convincing them that they would face costs regardless of what choice of the two that they make. What do you believe is the level of pain that Beijing couldn't tolerate?
You mean in terms of cost?
Yeah.
Well, I think Beijing has its own calculation of cost. And when we are talking about cost, you have monetary costs, you have political costs, you have all sorts of costs. Now, in the minds of the politicians, the calculation is always a very complicated one. And it's not only in financial terms. There are other things like political costs and others to consider. And they may have different priorities.
You're using plural. I think the focus would be on one man, Xi Jinping, and his assessment of cost. Do you care to share your assessment on what he might consider too costly?
Well, I think Xi Jinping has a very complicated and challenging agenda himself. So my advice is that he probably will spend more time on his domestic challenges first.
We, in terms of imposing costs, of course, one of them is military and readiness of both the United States and Taiwan. So let's talk about Taiwan's readiness. You talked about the 80% increase in the defense budget, 8% each year, big ticket items, but crucially, from Taiwan's perspective and Washington's perspective, asymmetric capabilities. Can you tell us whether Taiwan plans a big purchase of weapons in the near future, Patriots, Stingers, perhaps even F-35s, and do you think Taiwan will or should wait until the inauguration to make that purchase?
Until the inauguration?
Until Donald Trump becomes president again.
I sort of responded to your question in my speech. I said we will continue our investment, continue to invest in our defense as required by our security needs.
Yes.
So that means that you do need to have a constant assessment of what your security needs are. And then you make a decision as to what sort of weaponry, to what extent, and what sort of volumes that you need to purchase. And what is most important is that whether you would find someone who is so willingly to provide that weaponry to you. And in the case of Taiwan, we seem to be a very sensitive buyer, and some people may have some hesitation or have to think twice before they agree to sell those weaponries. And the United States seems to be a more generous one. Again, we do have money to spend, but we have to spend the money wisely. So it's a continuing assessment with our security partners as to what is needed. And then we will, try to get ourselves equipped with these things that we need to defend ourselves. Monetary costs, given the situation of Taiwan, I think we probably can afford it.
You can afford a big purchase.
Not necessarily big, I mean necessary purchases.
President-elect Trump has said quite a few things about Taiwan. I won't repeat all of them because I want to focus on one substantive one that he said to the Washington Post. He said Taiwan needed to boost GDP spending on defense to 10%. Do you think Taiwan should and can it?
Well, if our security assessment tells us that we have to increase, then we will increase. But we would have some difficulty of accepting an arbitrary figure.
Is there there's a lot of obvious follow-ups there, but
I'm not
is there a figure that
this
you
is
think
an arbitrary figure? I'm not hinting that. It has to be backed by a very careful calculation of what we need.
And do you think there is that calculation in terms of a number? I mean, is there?
We haven't done a careful calculation yet.
Let me ask about a trend that we see from the United States across the Trump and Biden administrations. Unprecedented steps to support Taiwan. Some of them private, but others in public. And I wonder if you believe there should be any limits on how much support the U.S. shows publicly in order to avoid a response from Beijing. Is there a point where essentially American love, public American love, might become dangerous or excessive?
Given the experiences we have so far, the kind of responses that you mentioned, many of the time is always carefully contemplated, and many of the time there's consultation before it is released. So the kind of worries that you mentioned, I have to admit it's a worry, but you don't have to worry too much because between friends and partners, there are always consultations before a position is announced or made public.
So it sounds like what you're saying is there could be worries about it, but so long as Washington and Taipei coordinate, you're not worried. Okay.
Yeah, and this has been the practice.
I'm running out of time here, so just two quick last ones. There's a conventional wisdom that a slowdown in China's economy is a good thing when it comes to Taiwan's security, because it likely delays any military action against Taiwan. But do you agree with that?
Well, this is one of the possibilities, but you can't make decisions only rely on one possibility. You have to prepare for other possibilities as well.
Meaning it actually might be the opposite. That a downturn in China could actually accelerate it.
Yes, a leader has to prepare all the contingencies and make plans to deal with all sorts of possibilities.
And I guess I'll let you leave us before I turn to just a couple questions.
You promised that you're not going to grill me.
This is
not
a grilling.
You're actually grilling me.
I won't say anything. There have been grillings in this chair, and I hope this is not seen as a grilling. Lastly, look, you're being rewarded for your efforts for democracy. You've fought efforts inside Taiwan, domestically and internationally, to try and damage Taiwanese democracy. Your message tonight is that democracies need to be more unified than authoritarians. Bottom line, do you have faith that that can happen?
Well, things will not happen without making any efforts. It's the efforts that count. And I'm saying that just to remind the democracies they got work to do, and it's a very necessary work to do.
Great. All right. No, apparently I am out of time, so I apologize for taking too much time. But we have one more gift for everyone. So President Tsai has given a little bit of a hint on this. Maybe you made the announcement. That's all right. But we have something really special to show you about what's coming from Halifax next. So let's see the video.
Good evening, everyone. It is evening now. I'm Jean Shaheen. I'm co-leading this Senate and congressional delegation because we have Representative Kim, who is the senator-elect from New Jersey, with us, with my colleague Jim Risch from Idaho. This is the 6th year that we have led this delegation to the Halifax Security Forum, and we're delighted this year to have another strong bipartisan delegation and to be joined by Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota, Mike Rounds from South Dakota, Tim Kaine from Virginia, and as I said, Andy Kim, the senator-elect from New Jersey. I have found this to be a very productive conversation at the Halifax Forum. It's been an opportunity for all of us, Senator Risch and I, to talk about the continued shared bipartisan values of our foreign policy. I think if you were listening to all of the members of the delegation who participated in panels, you would have heard that reinforced by everyone who spoke. I'm particularly honored to, along with Jim, to have received the Builders Award this year for our support for the Halifax Security Forum. And also just want to point out that I am particularly pleased to see that Vladimir Kara-Murza got the McCain Award. For all of us from the Foreign Relations Committee in the Senate who worked very hard to support his release, it was so encouraging to see him here with Evgenia to receive that McCain Award. We've had a number of very positive talks with other representatives who are here. We had a very good discussion with Defense Minister Blair about defense spending, Canadian defense spending, and for our Canadian friends who are here. It was a positive discussion, but we reinforced our interest in seeing Canada increase its defense spending, particularly as you look at the threats to North America coming through the Arctic and through the North. And we talked about ways in which we can cooperate to do that. We had a very good meeting with former President Tsai from Taiwan, again, talking about how we can better work together in the future to counter threats from China. A number of meetings with some of our German friends and the President of Kosovo, and also with Admiral Bauer from NATO to talk about some of the challenges facing NATO. So I think it's been a very good visit here, as it usually is, and a great opportunity to see a lot of world leaders and to talk about the challenges that we face. So I will now turn it over to my co-lead, Senator Risch.
Thanks, Jean. First of all, let me say that we come here to meet with our Canadian friends. They are one of our closest allies, clearly, our largest trading partner, and we come here to talk about the things that we agree on and how we can move forward on them. The Canadian people have values that mirror the values of the people of the United States of America. That's why we are such close allies. It is because of the people of both countries. Much to your chagrin, you will find that we agree on almost everything. We have disagreements, as friends do from time to time. They are de minimis in the overall scheme of things, and obviously we talk about those and how to work through them. The biggest one, of course, has been, and the one that gets the most attention, is the commitment of everyone who's a member of NATO to meet a spending level of 2% of GDP. Canada is not there. Out of the 32 countries, 23 are. The rest are moving there quickly. Canada has committed to do that. We discussed the timeline for that happening, and I can tell you that they are in full agreement that they want to get there as quickly as they can. So I agree with Jane. It's been really good to meet not only with the Canadians but with the other allies that she identified. And I think as we go out of here, we will go out of here a lot better than we came in. Thank you. Who's up? Amy?
I am. Thank you. I thank our great leaders here. I actually chair the Canadian-American Interparliamentarian Group. on the American side, with Senator Crapo in the Senate. And I plan on actually coming back to Canada in the next few months, hopefully to catch the new professional women's hockey team game. As we know, there's 3 teams already on each side. I will note that Minnesota won the national championship. And so we're pretty excited about that. And there are many things that bring our country together. Obviously, we are going to have to re-up the USMCA. That trade agreement was reached under former and future President Trump. That will be coming up in 2026. So that's going to be on our minds as we work on Canadian-American issues. I see our ambassador, Ambassador Cohen, is here. We're so proud of his work. Last night, in addition to meeting with the Defense Minister of Canada yesterday, we also met with the Foreign Minister till late into the night, as well as Ambassador Hillman, the Canadian ambassador to the U.S. So these relationships are strong. I always remember it was the Canadian Embassy, and only the Canadian Embassy, when some times were tough years back, that had displayed the banners on their beautiful, beautiful building, the closest to the Capitol, friend, ally, partner. And while we always will, as Senator Risch pointed out, have some disagreements on things, and we're going to be pushing for good reason on the defense spending, given what we're seeing all over the world. That friendship is strong. Secondly, you see a delegation that is here on a really strongly bipartisan basis, right? Coming out of this election, if some of you around the world noticed, and our local American reporters know, it wasn't the easiest election for anyone. I know I was in it. But here we are with strong bipartisan message, our support for Ukraine with the horrific invasion by Vladimir Putin and the Russians, our support for our allies, our support for NATO. And I've been really impressed by my colleagues. I've watched every panel they were in, our friends up here. I'm excited about Senator Shaheen's and Senator Risch's good friendship for foreign relations. That matters. Personal relationship matters, or we wouldn't be here. And also excited that, are you the first woman in this? Yes. To be one of the top leaders. I'd never ask a question where you don't know the answer, but I just did, of that committee. So thank you very much for allowing me to say a few words.
Okay. Thank you. Mike Rounds out of South Dakota, a neighbor to Minnesota, but we have the great faces and great places in our state, the Rushmore State. Look, first of all, thanks for just the opportunity to say just a few words, and I couldn't agree more with what my colleagues up here have said. You know, in Washington, there's always this question about whether or not we're fighting with one another and everything is a partisan issue. It is not. We really do. In the Senate, we actually get along with one another. We work together on projects, and a huge amount of the reason for that is because we know that in order to get anything done, the vast majority of the work we do has got to be done on a 60-vote margin. And that means you work across the aisles to get your legislation through. The other piece is that we really do agree with a whole lot more than what we disagree on. And one of the areas that you can't tell the difference between Republicans and Democrats on is behind closed doors on the Defense Committee or on the Intel Committee. And we think that's going to continue on in the same fashion. The other piece that I just want to share with you, I know that there's been discussions out there about as if there's a conflict with regard to how much each country should be spending on the defense. And for years, we've talked about a minimum amount of 2% should be spent on defense and so forth. But there's something else that's happened here just recently, over the last couple of years, really. And that is a recognition by all of the members of NATO that it's not so much a matter of whether or not we should meet 2%. It's more a matter of what is it going to take to remain free. And what's it going to take to keep us out of a world war? And that's been a lot of the discussion we've had today is what are our needs going to be if we're going to be successful in keeping, you know, democracies throughout Europe and around the rest of the world. And 2%, because of the adversaries that we face and because of the organizations that have now joined together to where if we end up in one of those very serious world conflicts, the United States will find itself facing adversaries not on one front, but on two or more fronts. And our allies recognize that. And so it's going to be a matter of everybody, whatever we do now to prepare ourselves for that, and our adversaries see that, that may very well help keep us out of a world war. And so a lot of the discussions that we've had have not been so much based on whether or not everybody's going to make it 2%. A lot of the discussion has been on what does it take to keep the supply lines open? What does it take for the munitions that we're going to need until we can open up the larger lines of munitions processing should a conflict actually explode in front of us? And what did we learn from what has happened in Ukraine? What have we learned as a NATO organization that will help keep us safer in the future? And a lot of the discussion today has been along those lines. So appreciate what you've got, and I've really appreciated the conversations we've had, not just in the plenaries themselves. And once again, we've all been had a chance to watch each other on these plenaries, and there's very few times in which we've taken exception with what other folks have said up here. But I also want to say the bilaterals that we've done, in addition to that, have been extremely helpful just to, once again, reset the stage, let everybody know that everything is going to be okay, that we're moving forward, and that there is a consistency within the Senate, and we believe there will be a consistency within the House as we move into the next line and welcome former President Trump back in as the president-elect.
It's good to be back in Halifax. This is my 7th time, but my first since 2021. Like Amy and Andy just came through an election, so these poor folks are inflicted by me for another 6 years. Since 2021, a lot's happened. The 2021 meeting in Halifax, of all the ones that I attended, was the most memorable because we had a set of meetings in November of 2021 with our allies, NATO allies, and others in Europe. And I came home that weekend thinking I had never seen as big a gap in our predictions about the future between the United States and many of our allies. We were saying at the time that we believed Russia was going to invade Ukraine. And folks who were here, including Ukrainians, were telling us, you guys don't stress out, don't overreact, don't be too dramatic. We all had the same intel. We were making very different predictions, and that was extremely palpable and vivid when we were here. But the fact that we were making different predictions didn't stop us as allies and friends from nevertheless making preparations. And so the incredible resolve of the Ukrainian people in February of 2022 is the main reason that they have successfully thwarted Vladimir Putin's ambitions. But another reason that they were able to do it is even though we had different predictions about what would happen, we were able to pre-negotiate a number of the consequences: sanctions, termination of Nord Stream 2, delivery of humanitarian aid, plans for delivering military aid. And that weekend in Halifax and the months after taught me that when we share information and we dialogue with our allies, we may have different opinions about what's going to happen, but we nevertheless can cooperate and work to the good of security of our region, our nations, and the world. The second thing that's happened along and related to the first is a renewed commitment to NATO. 2 new nations are part of NATO, Sweden and Finland, nations that never would have been. It would have been inconceivable if you followed public polling in these nations even 5 years ago that they would be such strong members of NATO now. And the Congress has affirmed in a bill that was passed last year that I co-sponsored with Senator Rubio, who's now nominated to be Secretary of State, that the Article I branch is squarely behind the continued existence and support for NATO. And this is not just a matter for the Article II branch to decide, but it's one that the Article I branch is invested in as well. And that was a vote last year that was strongly bipartisan in both houses. Those are 2 aspects of the world that have changed since I last came, and I think they're both laudatory. Many, many challenges, but these challenges are easy to solve when we sit down with each other and we sit down with nations with whom we're allies, and that's what this weekend's about. Andy.
Hi, everyone. I'm Andy Kim. I'm a congressman of the New Jersey 3rd and senator-elect from New Jersey. First of all, I just want to thank my future colleagues. Thank you, Senator Shaheen, Senator Risch, and everyone else for the invitation to be able to join up. This is my first, in many ways, my first official act as a senator-elect. And I have to say, it's been so...
They all have lobster.
Yes, apparently so, exactly. But I have to say, it's been really wonderful to be able to spend this type of time getting to know my colleagues and having conversations, many of us for the first time getting to know each other. And I just want to reinforce just what was said earlier. Like, there is such a deep sense of bipartisanship in the interactions that I've already had with the Senate, a real understanding of the gravity of this moment, but also the responsibility that comes with the job. That we get to work jobs whose job descriptions are in the Constitution of the United States, and everyone that I've talked to here is certainly humbled by that opportunity, as well as what we're trying to get done. I think about this right now as I'm going to be heading home tomorrow and thinking about what to be able to express to my constituents about why it is that I came here and what it is that I heard. And I think I want to just start by saying back to my constituents that I hope that they see that in this very precarious time with so many conflicts and crises going on, I hope they are reassured by the strength of the important alliances that our country has forged and the type of work that it takes to be able to maintain and be able to strengthen those. And I think that this event today that we've been to over the course of this weekend is part of that effort. You cannot take alliances for granted. You cannot take these moments for granted in terms of how it is that we're going to respond. And I think we've all been understanding that we live, unfortunately, in a very historic moment globally, and it's on us to try to think through what it is. These conflicts and these crises are not going to solve themselves. So I feel reassured coming out from Halifax in our conversations, both in the plenary as well as the bilaterals, in terms of the seriousness with which our allies and leaders are approaching this, and their commitments to be able to make the type of investment needed to be able to follow this through. And I assure you, this isn't going to be something where once we're back in our capitals that we'll forget about the conversations that we had. I'm reassured by the continued actions of our ambassador here, as well as building the ties going forward in terms of how we're going to be able to follow up. So a lot going on, not just on Ukraine, but also deep conversations about what next when it comes to China. I think these are going to be conversations that are going to be all the more important over the course of this transition in America over the coming weeks. And I hope that this team that has been up here on stage will be able to help pass this message back to the U.S. Senate and help lead us in that transition. Thank you.
Thank you all. We'd be happy to answer questions.
We have time for one.
Senator Risch will do all of the questions about the incoming administration.
Please state your name, your outlet, two mics at the back, and we'll do one question, one follow-up.
My question is for Senator Rich. My name is Valérie. Excuse me. I'm from Radio Canada. So if ever you don't understand all the words I say, my first language is French. So just be patient with me.
A lot of people don't understand me either, so it's not a problem.
You told yesterday you're a good friend of President-elect Trump. I'm just wondering and curious to know, what do you going to share to Mr. Trump about the discussion you had over the weekend, either with your colleagues and with, for example, Minister Jolie?
I guess I didn't quite understand. Restate the question.
You told yesterday you are a good friend.
Yes, I got all that part. What's the question?
What do you going to share with him about the discussion you had over the weekend?
Well, obviously I won't unless there's something very specific comes up. But this is part of the general knowledge that you take home. And if questions come up about where we are with our relationship with Canada or with other allies we've met, I'll be happy to share with him what my views are. And with this president, he's very open to those kinds of things. You don't always agree and might spar back and forth. End of the day, he's still the president, you're not. And he is always been good as far as listening to what people say that have been actually on the front listening to issues. So I will, I'm not going to take anything very specific back, but obviously we will be having general conversations about the level of spending in NATO. We've picked up a lot of conversations here about that. I can characterize it, I think, for him in a sentence or two, and that'll be helpful.
Are you going to leave Halifax more confident than you were when you arrived?
I think so. I think I always leave here more confident than when I arrived. Our relationship with Canada is strong. It's always good to come here and reinvigorate that relationship. And I think that's particularly true. The comments were made about NATO. Look, NATO is the strongest military alliance in the history of the world. Lots of people would like to belong to NATO. Those of us that do belong to NATO make agreements such as the 2%. It's good to talk about those things. And certainly what Putin did when he invaded Ukraine really reinvigorated NATO and has strengthened NATO. And a number of us here were people who carried the water trying to get Sweden and Finland in, and we got that done. NATO today is stronger than it has ever been.
Hi, Alex Ward, Wall Street Journal. Before the question, Senator Kaine, welcome back to a place that certainly knows your name. My question is a bit broad, but there's been consensus pretty much from all of you and from many people, allies speaking here, that there should be no final deal between Ukraine and Russia without Ukrainian approval, that they, no talks without Ukraine. I'm curious on the Putin side of this deal. I mean, Senator Rounds, you spoke very passionately about how you don't really trust Putin's intentions in not only these talks, but really in any negotiations. How have your conversations been here about the Putin side of it all? How do you get to a deal that you feel could be actually lasting from the Russian side? And do you have any parameters on what you'd like to see and what that final deal looks like? Yeah.
I'm going to try, okay? First of all, to try to state what you believe to be true, which is that I do not believe that Vladimir Putin has the capability in this particular case to accept the defeat that he would have and go back home and tell them that he was successful after losing the number of lives that he has and not having taken over what he considered to be his country, but what he found out was a free Ukraine. And I think we have to face the fact that not all wars end in a peace agreement. Sometimes there is a loss which one country has to accept. And Mr. Putin may very well find out that he is not going to win this war. And it may very well be a case of where, as everybody watches, he may not be able to accept the terms necessary to consider it a victory. So I think what we all have to be aware of is we may not know what the strategic path is forward in order to claim total victory today in Ukraine. But what we do know is that any attempt to negotiate with Mr. Putin right now, many of us believe would be fruitless because he does not have the ability to go back home and survive in a leadership position in Russia necessarily if he is seen as not meeting his original objective. Remember, he told everybody this was basically an action, not a war. And he also clearly believed that he would be welcomed with open arms. He clearly was not properly informed. He also totally underestimated the desire by a free people to keep their country. That says a lot. And I think that misunderstanding is going to be a lot more difficult for Mr. Putin to recover from. So for those of us out on the outside looking at this, to suggest that we know how you could provide him with any alternative other than defeat is going to be extremely difficult because he may not be able to accept any terms of peace that would allow him to maintain his control within his own country.
So if I may, just taking from what you've just said, it sounds like you would recommend effectively, not that there shouldn't be some sort of diplomatic engagement, but that any actual peace talk should perhaps be pushed down the line until the Ukrainians are in a stronger position. Is that a fair summation of your view?
I think that's what's occurring right now. I think Russia is pushing hard to try to gain an advantage, and at the same time, one of the reasons why there was an incursion into Russia was because the Ukrainians understood that they needed to have the ability to negotiate, if at all possible, having something that he wanted as well. whether or not that's a successful move by either of the two is yet to be determined. But what I do know is this: even though we don't see the strategic path today, what we do know is that victory is one in which Ukraine remains free and a democracy, and a victory for Ukraine is a defeat for Mr. Putin. And then the question is, how does Mr. Putin maintain his control over Russia after the assurances he's given them that he would be successful? So it's a very, very challenging time, but I don't know the answer in terms of how we get there. All I know is that the outcome is one that may very well not be anything except victory for Ukraine in keeping their country.
Justin Ling, freelance. I'm actually following up on that question for Senators Rounds and Rich, because I think you'll be best placed to talk to it. We've seen reports over the last day that the president's considering Richard Grenell as a possible envoy for the peace process. Grenell has talked in the past about creating autonomous zones in Ukraine, about freezing the line of contact where they are. If that is where the administration is going in terms of a peace deal, do you think you'll be able to convince the president that it may be foolhardy to trust Putin's intentions there? If the deal is done, a bit of a double barrel question, I'm sorry. If the deal is done, how do you create security guarantees for Ukraine to ensure that Russia does not basically reconstitute and push that forward again?
Yeah. I think you're over your skis on this. The suggestion that Rich Grenell will be the envoy may or may not be accurate, and I think that anything he has said in the past regarding it probably ought to be put on the shelf until they get to the point where they are starting to talk about it. But I don't think this is anywhere near, this cake isn't baked yet, and it's got a long, long ways to go. So I think everybody needs to be patient. You've heard me say before, we need to give the president the space to go to work on this. I think speculation and that sort of thing isn't going to get us very far. So the point, I can't really answer your question. I don't. There's nothing there I'd really want to speculate on, and that's what I got to say. Yeah.
Look, excuse me. I agree with Senator Risch that neither of us should speak for the president and suggest out loud as to what his strategy will be. What I think we can say is that it's been very clear that President Trump does not want to see loss of life. He cares deeply about the fact that he hates war, and I think a lot of people here today hate the idea of war continuing. We don't want to see people dying. I totally agree that we should try to avoid loss of life wherever possible. But we've also seen that the president very clearly understands where there is negotiations and where there can't be negotiations. I don't think Mr. Putin has proven himself to be solid in terms of that we can trust his negotiations, and if there is a movement to create a time period or a ceasefire, it would give Ukraine the opportunity to rebuild. It would also give him the opportunity to rebuild, and I think that's got to go into the context of whether or not that's a good deal and whether or not it would actually provide a long-term peace agreement. Once again, it's not that any of us up here want to see more bloodshed, but we also can't be ignorant about what we see Mr. Putin capable of doing and what his long-term diabolical approach would be.
And fair enough, but we've heard both Minister Joly, we've also heard from the Minister of State from Germany talk about the need for security guarantees, whatever the future holds for Ukraine, whenever a deal is done. On the specifics of security guarantees, is there something you expect from Europe, from Canada?
Let me try one more, okay? And then I'm going to give it right back. Remember, there was an agreement made by Russia, the United States, and other members in Europe that promised Ukraine a peace agreement when they gave up their nuclear weapons. Well, guess who broke it? It wasn't any one of the allies that we have. It was Russia, and it was specifically Mr. Putin. That tells you the reason why we are very suspect of any offers of security agreements by Mr. Putin at this time.
Yeah, and listen, the one piece of information that you should take back with you is that there is continued bipartisan support in the Senate for Ukraine.
Thanks.
And this will be the last question.
Hi, Senators. My name is Emily Hawes. I work for CPAC. President Trump has promised across-the-board tariffs of at least 10%. Do you expect Canada will be included in that?
No.
You know, one of the things that's happened since the last, tariffs were imposed is the negotiation of the USMCA, which we may be at there will be a review of that treaty, obviously, but we think it's important, as we've all said, Canada is a very important trading partner of ours. We think we need to cooperate as we look at going forward, how to make sure that USMCA continues in a way that benefits both of our countries.
Let me take a short shot at that.
Sure.
The agreement that we have now was negotiated by President Trump. He did it before. It's up for renegotiation. He's going to have to negotiate it again. I think history tells us that they'll be able to reach an agreement. I'm confident they will.
Thank you all.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.